began in the city of Seoul, where one day a massive structure suddenly appeared. The first great cataclysm ensued. The gate of the unknown swung open, and monsters emerged, plunging the world into chaos. However, hunters emerged, and as the Hunters Association defeated the monsters, people found relief. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the second great cataclysm began. The celestial and demonic bodies clashed. The demon lord, Demos, led the army of darkness and invaded the earth. The celestial race of Elysium appeared to thwart them, but the world gradually transformed into hell. The event that concluded the war wasn't the valorous celestial race or the ruthless demon race. It was humanity's savior, a hero possessing unparalleled power. Among the metahumans, this hero enabled their victory over the demon lord and the war's cessation. This marked the onset of a slightly more powerful era. 30 years have elapsed since then. The story now commences. The setting transitions to the Seoul National Art Museum, where a statue of the hero stands. Gian discusses the upcoming gathering there. He contemplates the vexing nature of group projects, pondering how only professors fail to grasp their challenges. However, what compelled him to be there on his day of rest? Observing the teachers and children, Gian grasped that it was a school outing. He reminisced about the museum being his all-time favorite spot and began to recount memories from 2 decades ago. He recounted a time when he, too, had visited the museum on a school outing. As the teacher imparted information to the students, Gian and his friend engaged in a conversation. His friend marveled at the museum's enormity, remarking that he couldn't even see the top of his head. This led him to question the existence of such massive humans. In contrast, Gian was awestruck and found it nearly impossible to believe that someone could be that colossal. Their teacher proceeded to narrate that the hero had been brimming with power, traversing the world to safeguard its inhabitants. Without him, the war might never have reached its conclusion. Regrettably, he perished during the second cataclysm. Nevertheless, the statue was erected to ensure his memory, and the sacrifices he had made remained unforgotten. Upon hearing this account, the children, including Gian, aspired to become hunters. Gian inquired if one could become a hunter through practice or study. Repeatedly, the students posed similar questions, yet the teacher evaded providing a definitive response. Gian remained puzzled by the teacher's unusual behavior. The teacher's hesitation stemmed from the realization that becoming an official hunter required a combination of skills and luck, making it an unattainable goal for children. The story returns to the present, where Gian reflects that the teacher's revelation must have been quite a shock for the young kids. Nevertheless, it was nearly time for their scheduled appointment. Suddenly, a group of people arrived, and one of them addressed Gian, questioning why he was there early. Gian responded that he was contemplating excluding all their names. The conversation shifted to discussions about Gian's strictness, recalling how he had excluded Junseok last semester without hesitation. The girl interjected, complimenting Gian's looks but criticizing his apparent lack of compassion. Gian retorted that he could overhear their conversations and advised them not to overstep boundaries. Gian and his companions were present to view the exhibition featuring the hero's sword that had pierced the demon lord's heart. He was taken aback by the size of the crowd gathered there. The sword's name was the Great Divine Sword Caliph. Upon entering the display room, Gian's attention was immediately drawn to the swords. He marveled at their appearance, especially as they seemed to emit a radiant light. Suddenly, one of the swords began to move, captivating Gian and leaving him perplexed. He wondered if it was part of a special performance, but then the sword unexpectedly lunged forward and pierced him. To his astonishment, Gian witnessed the hero responsible for this action, exclaiming the hero of mankind involuntarily. He was taken aback by his own words. In his mind, Gian questioned whether this hero was truly the god of war, Demos. The hero continued to attack, prompting Gian to inquire if he had no intention of conversing. He cautioned not to let their guard down, anticipating another encounter. Overwhelmed, Gian collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his head were about to explode. Reality returned to normal, and Gian's friends were calling out his name, attempting to rouse him from his unconscious state. Gian inquired about what had transpired, wondering if he had fainted due to the intense headache. His friends explained that he had indeed fainted. Anxiously, Gian recounted that the sword had flown towards him and stabbed him. His friends dismissed his words, believing he might have been talking in his sleep while unconscious. Shocked to hear their perspective, Gian realized it was an illusion. Nonetheless, he vividly recalled being one of the 4 gods, Demos, who had dominion over the world. He questioned why he had to be on that particular side of things and recognized that the sentence he had uttered in the past was intended for him. Gian's mates then shared that they thought they wouldn't get an A+ from such a strict professor. Then someone from their group asked whether he was as good as he looked, considering his condition when he came to the museum. They wondered if he should go to the hospital. Gian said that he was fine and was going to rest. A guy from their group asked him about the group party and whether he was saying no to alcohol. He wondered if something had happened. Gian then said that he didn't care about the party as his mind was in a real mess. After coming out of the museum, he wondered how he, a middle-class person, could be a reincarnation of the demon god Deimos. He had always spoken badly about Deimos, but in reality he had been Deimos all along. He then remembered his words about defeating Deimos back in school. Once again, he wondered why he was getting these memories back. It couldn't be possible that he would regain his abilities from his past life or as Gian. Then he wondered why he, Deimos, had died in the first place. The body that had died was an altar, so it should have returned, and the hero who seemed fine also died alongside him. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Why did I have to deal with it? It's a waste of time." He believed that resolving the situation would be pointless. At this point, the difference between Deimos and Gian became clear. It was about mana. In the higher dimensions, people felt mana like it was breathing, but for lower dimensional humans like Gian, they only experienced a minuscule amount of mana. Gian then attempted the method of manipulating mana by taking deep breaths and focusing. Suddenly, a screen appeared, indicating that mana had been detected and the conditions were satisfied. Gian exclaimed, "Great." He also acknowledged that he needed to figure out how to use it. Several processes appeared on the screen, and eventually, Gian was surprised to find that awakening was easier than he had thought. He then expressed that he was already shaken by the realization that he was Deimos in his past life. He wondered whether he should cry or not, considering that he had just awakened to this truth. The screen then displayed that he could check his stat window by shouting "Stat window." Gian followed the instruction and saw his power, abilities, characteristics, and accumulated work. He realized that he could become stronger simply by hunting, treating it like a game. He pondered this new perspective, understanding that the division between higher and lower dimensions was determined by the weight of accumulated work. Gian explained that those belonging to the higher dimension had a substantial amount of accumulated work, and the limit of power for humans differed significantly. He further elaborated that crossing from the higher dimension to the lower dimension required using a different body. Deimos had to adopt a different body to traverse between dimensions. He then remarked that a power capable of reshaping the rules could allow him to surpass limits. He acknowledged that, as a human, he couldn't directly influence humanity since he wasn't the Demon King. He understood that if news of the Demon King's reincarnation spread, it would plunge the people into chaos once again. Therefore, he decided to live as Gian Minchial. He made it clear that he would only use the knowledge from his past life to become stronger and contribute to the community as a form of repayment. With his goal from his past life being to become strong, Gian realized he could achieve two objectives simultaneously. He understood that he needed to address the matter of mana. With Deimos' memories, he had access to numerous ways of increasing his mana, and he needed to learn those methods. During the night, Gian created a magic circle. This magic circle had been passed down through generations of demon kings. By utilizing the magic circle, he could gather mana from its surroundings, effectively harnessing its power. Gian explained that at this point, there was no driving force to activate the magic circle. However, if he placed a mediator in between, something happened. Suddenly, the mana stone worked as a fuel to concentrate great mana. His mana levels increased, and this process would continue for 5 minutes. He shared that he could sense the intense mana, being able to visualize it. He also mentioned that the optimal condition for learning the breathing technique was to inhale mana from nature and gather it within the body, as it was the basic form of the technique. But what he intended to learn was a breathing technique that accumulated the energy of the stars, creating a miniature universe within the mind, known as the demonic sect. He went on to explain that during his time as Deimos, he had visited the Murim world through a connection with a heavenly demon. There, he learned about an ancient martial art that only the rulers of the demonic sect could master. This martial art was even more challenging than the heavenly demon mystic art known as the ancient celestial art. He immersed himself in learning various skills and techniques during his stay in the Murim world. As a result, he was able to refine his fighting skills beyond the techniques of demonic martial arts. Through his dedicated training, he he managed to rise to the pinnacle of the demonic race, achieving a level of mastery and skill that set him apart. In the present time, the area surrounding the magic circle began to undergo a transformation. The flow of the stars started converging and their power began transferring into him. Gian explained that if he lost his focus, his body would be torn apart by the overwhelming power of the stars. He emphasized that stopping at this point would have dire consequences. He could either die or lose his sanity. The amount of energy involved was extreme, something that could overwhelm a normal living being. However, he noted that as he had been a demon king in his past life, the level of pain he would endure was relatively insignificant to him. The duration of the procedure has ended, and Gian's screen showed that he acquired the skill of the ancient celestial art at level 1 star. It was also revealed that his body had been enhanced due to the effects of the ancient celestial art. All his powers and skills were increased by 5. Gian then yawned and mentioned that his whole body felt stiff. Afterward, he went home and took a bath. While bathing, he wondered whether he could utilize the ancient celestial art in its entirety and absorb the powers of both the light and dark nebulae. He thought that by doing so, he could become the strongest entity in his dimension. Gian went to the Hunter Registration Center for registration. While there, he observed a girl sharing the news of becoming a hunter, and a boy was crying because he had been denied. Various scenes of others being denied their results were also visible. Later, Gian's results were announced, and he received an E in 4 abilities and a D in 1. Seeing this, Gian was shocked and asked if there was an F rank. The assessor next to him explained that the lowest rank was E. Gian inquired why she appeared embarrassed, questioning if she had seen his results. He also wondered whether the association was unable to detect chaos power. Furthermore, he asked if he could pose a question, to which the assessor replied affirmatively. Gian then inquired about the information in brackets next to the stats, to which the assessor explained that it indicated the limit of growth. After hearing this, Gian pondered that it seemed like there was a cap on the growth of regular hunters. The assessor clarified that this was a minority case, as many hunters were able to surpass the power limits determined by the association. She reassured Gian that if he joined as a hunter, there were various other areas where he could apply his skills, encouraging him not to be disheartened. Gian recognized that the assessor was trying to comfort him, but he wasn't feeling disappointed. Therefore, he expressed his gratitude to her. As Gian left the association, he noticed guild representatives approaching the newly approved metahumans. Someone from a guild approached him and invited him to join their guild. Gian was surprised to see that news of his approval had spread so quickly. However, he realized that all his ranks except for magic power were E, making it unlikely that any guild would be interested in recruiting him. Gian received a notice from the Hunter Association regarding the upcoming Hunter License exam, scheduled for the second Monday of every month. Realizing he had 10 days left, he decided to postpone his plans for leveling up. During this time, details about the exam pattern were revealed. It would consist of multiple modules, with a randomly chosen module assigned to each participant. Gian realized that, given his current abilities, he might struggle in the exam and potentially lose. To increase his chances of passing, he concluded that he needed to enhance his physical condition before the exam. Gian began exercising, but he found himself getting tired quickly, and his abilities were only improving by small increments of 0.1 or 0.2. Frustrated by this, he considered using the ancient celestial breathing technique, but he worried about the potential risk of pushing himself too hard and dying. He remembered having practical experience from his past life's memories, and if his body could handle it, he believed he could manage to pass the exam. With this in mind, Gian decided on a plan. He resolved to engage in strengthening exercises during the day, pushing his limits to facilitate growth. At night, he would focus on training with the ancient celestial technique, leveraging his past life knowledge and experience to maximize his progress. After a week of dedicated effort, Gian observed changes in his stats. Seeing the transformation, he couldn't help but think that the intense physical exertion and effort he had put in during the past week were truly worthwhile. The standout result was remarkable. He had advanced to become a 2-star hunter. The power that emerged from the collision of both the light and dark nebulae manifested as chaos energy. Gian also noted that in his past life, it had taken him 2 years to reach grade 2 by training solely with the dark nebula. However, this time, by harnessing the power of both nebulae, he managed to achieve this feat within a week. Gian realized that he had acquired the Vagrant 7-star punch and the cloud step technique. He decided to give the technique a try and noticed that it focused on strengthening different body parts by tapping into inner strength, teaching martial arts movements that felt highly instinctive. Recognizing its suitability for him, Gian concluded that this technique was the most appropriate one for him to learn. He dedicated himself to mastering it thoroughly. Gian began to contemplate what others might think of the martial art he was currently learning. He realized that this skill could be applied similarly to the ancient celestial art, but in comparison, it held a much lower rank at sea. Gian considered that if he had the choice, he would prefer to learn Ascension martial art. However, acknowledging that he lacked the necessary fundamentals for it, he decided to focus on learning the cloud step, a foundational aspect of Qigong. Gian explained that the cloud step technique gave the sensation of walking through clouds. It provided an advantage by assisting with counterattacks while maintaining a stable posture, which he believed would be beneficial in combat scenarios. As Gian practiced the cloud step technique, he realized that he was moving at a much faster pace, equivalent to level 4. He questioned how this was possible when he had initially started at level 1. Despite the increased speed, he noticed that his posture remained completely stable, a testament to the effectiveness of the technique. Gian then pondered whether martial arts that utilized chaos energy were stronger than when using dark magic power. This thought led him to experiment with his newfound abilities. Trying out a punch attack on a tree, he observed that not only did he manage to break the tree, but he also shattered it into chunks. This outcome highlighted the considerable power behind his newly acquired skills. He then thought that he could accomplish all of that with basic martial arts. He believed he could relearn the pinnacle martial art from his past life. Before that, he had used his fist twice, and his body was on the verge of breaking. As expected, he had to use it. He received the metahuman registration certificate. He went to the Interstellar Union branch, where a girl welcomed him and asked about the purpose of his visit so that they could assist him. It was revealed that the Interstellar Union represented a community alliance between the multidimensional galactic races, the military, and the Merchant Union. The merchants within this union sold items across dimensions and species. The influence and power of the Interstellar Union were extensive, as every species utilized their services. They were a formidable group that remained difficult for anyone to approach. Gian then expressed his desire to meet the branch manager. The girl responded apologetically, asking him to repeat himself. Gian then mentioned the code R and believed it would suffice to prompt the girl to contact the branch manager. The girl requested him to wait momentarily. They observed someone hurrying off in a certain direction, prompting Gian to inquire if that person was branch manager Marthan. Marthan was known to appear only for significant matters. The girl's demeanor tensed upon spotting the branch manager. Marthan approached Gian and inquired if he was the customer who had used code R. Such an occurrence was rare, as VIPs seldom visited a border branch. Marthan apologized and mentioned he had heard that Gian intended to utilize the Dimension Warehouse. Marthan then invited Gian to accompany him. Observing the screen, Gian discovered that Marthan was a 311-year-old dwarf, leading him to ponder that despite his appearance of an elderly man, Marthan was considered youthful for a dwarf. Marthan introduced the location as the Dimension Warehouse, explaining that while a regular warehouse consumed a significant amount of time, the Dimension Warehouse drastically shortened transaction times, serving as a source of pride for the Union. Gian reasoned that to access the warehouse, he would need to undergo identity verification as an executive or a VIP. Since the identities of the 24 VIPs were concealed, Marthan had no way of identifying him. Gian underwent the verification process, causing the door to open and indicating that the magical pass had been confirmed. He stated that he only had a single item stored in the warehouse. Gian retrieved the item from the warehouse and expressed that if he had known about his reincarnation, he would have stored more items there. He was relieved to have placed at least one item there, knowing that he wouldn't have been able to bring it to Earth. Upon taking out a stone, Gian contemplated its appearance, noting its resemblance to a common street stone. As he activated the stone, he discovered it to be a dark star. The dark star acknowledged Gian as its new owner, and its karma reverted to its initial state. Gian commented that the dark star indeed functioned as an artifact, its power influenced by the user's karma. He demonstrated its versatility by summoning a sword from it. mentioning that possessing this sword alone would make the hunter exam insignificant, as the sword perfectly suited his abilities. Meanwhile, Marthan expressed his skepticism regarding Gian's VIP status. He personally verified the VIP code and had no doubt about it. This led him to consider the possibility that either a low-dimensional human had become a VIP or a high-dimensional individual had disguised themselves and come to Earth, concealing their true power. The girl mentioned that an overwhelming scent of power emanated from Gian, making it impossible to conceal his strength, similar to her own situation. Marthan, not interested in investigating, preferred to merely observe and refrained from giving orders to his subordinate. The girl assured Marthan that she would arrange everything to ensure Gian did not visit any other branch. Marthan approved of her plan and entrusted everything to her. Marthan contemplated that despite the proximity of his branch to the tower, it still wasn't sufficient. He recognized the need to seize Gian and ascend to a higher position within the Union. The scene transitioned to the day of the hunter license exam, with a multitude of participants present. The authorizer announced that it was the 55th iteration of the exam. Suddenly, Gian noticed reporters rushing towards him, causing him to feel anxious. However, he soon realized they were not approaching him. Instead, they were converging near Shin Yumi and Yu Seungwoo, likely to inquire whether they were also participating in the exam. This made Gian ponder about their level of fame. As he observed this, someone nearby shared that Shin Yumi was the daughter of Vanaheim's ambassador, being half elf and half human. There were also rumors circulating about her proficiency in using spirit magic. It was revealed that Yu Seungwoo had been recruited by the H-Warring Guild, and there was speculation among the people that one of them might emerge as the top performer in the exam. The authorizer then announced that the exam would commence in 10 minutes, instructing participants who had received their watches to proceed to their designated gates. Upon entering, Gian discovered an artificial gate, and inside, he found himself surrounded by a jungle-like environment. He couldn't help but wonder how they were expected to take an exam in such a jungle setting. The authorizer disclosed the exam's objective, which was centered around survival. Those who managed to survive until the end or accumulate 100 points would pass the exam. Additional details were provided through their watches. Moreover, the energy of their shields would deplete with each hit they took. Gian contemplated two potential winning strategies. Either he could eliminate 50 monsters and then defeat a larger monster for the remaining 50 points, or he could engage in combat with other participants, considering the reports of fightable opponents spread throughout the area. With this in mind, he declared, "Let the hunt begin." The authority had laid out a clear field that the participants needed to compete over the limited number of monsters, so in the end, participants had to fight with each other due to a lack of points. There were some participants who made a cooperation to increase their chances of passing the test. They also asked Gian, but he denied, as it was bothersome and didn't fit his style. After that, Gian was searching for the boss monster to raid. While roaming, he was looking for a fight because watching a fight as a spectator would be fun. Gian then heard the sound of clashing and went there, as he didn't want to miss it. However, when he arrived there, he found that it was a monster. Gian took out the sword of the Dark Star and was ready to hunt the monster. He used the cloud step first, and after observing, he realized that even though it was an illusory monster created for the test, the killing intent was the same as in reality. Gian then attacked, but he found it challenging due to the monster's attacking tail. Taking an attack on his weak body from it would have been too much. Gian then thought and decided to use the demonic spearmanship attack, which was of rank B. With the help of the spearmanship attack, Gian was able to cut down the monster's neck. Afterward, a message appeared indicating that he had received 10 points. Gian said that the quality of the dungeon was higher than expected, so he decided to wait for the boss monster. Suddenly, a voice came saying that the person had hunted the named monster they were searching for. Three brothers named Kim Yongjin, Kim Yongchul, and Kim Yongsu, also known as the Black Trinity, arrived and asked if he knew them. Gian wondered if they were challenging him. He also checked their stats and found that they were better in terms of stats. Yongjin asked if Gian was laughing and questioned whether he understood the situation. Gian responded that he didn't care if they were the Black Trinity or anything else, and he told them to stop talking and come at him. Yongsu mentioned that they would spare Gian if he gave them his points, but now they needed to teach him a lesson. Yongjin attacked Gian, who managed to dodge the attack. Gian then infused the Dark Star power into a dagger and used the Burning Flower technique to attack Yongjin. Seeing this, Yongchul threw a spear at Gian and demanded that he move away from his brother. Yongchul displayed his fire magic power, prompting Gian to smile and reveal his dark star power as he drew his sword. The brothers became fearful. In the midst of this, Gian jumped away and used the 5-tiger slashing technique on Yongchul, defeating him and gaining 13 points. Upon seeing this, Yongsu remarked that the guy had defeated their eldest brother and his weapon. Yongjin responded by mentioning that Gian had an aura imbued in him. Gian then thought that if Yongchul had that many points, his brothers must have a similar amount, so he suggested they end what they had started. The scene shifted to the guild's broadcasting room, where everyone was stunned to learn that one of the Black Trinity had been defeated. They were the rookies that the Gemsen Guild of the country had taken care of. People began asking who had defeated the Trinity. A girl mentioned that it seemed like Seungwoo had done something. Seungwoo had been discovered by the rank 2 hunter, Lee Wontek, and it appeared that their guild had won the test. The other 2 brothers were also defeated, leaving everyone stunned by the fact that the Black Trinity had been defeated by one person. The girl commented once again that it was as expected from Seungwoo, the pride of H. Warang. However, she suddenly realized that it was Gian and wondered who he was. Later on, Gian hunted down many participants, and after defeating 20 of them, his total points reached 172. Gian then mentioned that he was heading toward the boss zone to try and find the rank 1 participant, but he didn't manage to find them until the end. He ran out of time to do so, as he still had to hunt down the boss monster. Therefore, he decided to prioritize defeating the boss first. Gian went to the path of the rocky mountain where the boss had been. When he reached there, he discovered a golem and wondered if testers had made it capable of being defeated. Additionally, he pondered whether taking a direct hit from the golem would result in his demise, as he couldn't allocate time to self-recovery. Thus, he decided to focus on accumulating damage. He attempted to attack using the 5-tiger blade technique, but no damage was dealt. The golem retaliated with an attack, which Gian managed to dodge. Afterward, the golem itself admitted that its attack had failed. Gian observed that the golem was providing information on its own, which could greatly assist him. Gian then considered that using the blade technique once again would be too taxing for him. Instead, he opted to attack with the Dark Star Great Axe. Upon doing so, he noticed a small crack appearing on the golem. Determined to overcome the monster, he resolved to repeat this tactic 10 or even 100 times if necessary. At that moment, Shinumi arrived and remarked that it seemed someone had beaten her to the scene. Gian caught sight of her and couldn't help but wonder why someone had to arrive just as he was about to defeat the golem. Worried that a confrontation with Shinumi might lead to his defeat, he was taken aback when she unexpectedly offered her assistance. She asked if he needed help, leaving Gian surprised. In response, Gian humorously inquired if she wanted a taste of the almost cooked meal he was preparing. Shinumi smiled and retorted, questioning if he believed he could conquer the golem alone. Gian contemplated that executing the attack correctly could turn the situation in his favor. He then proposed a bet to Shinumi, asking if she was interested. Shinuyumi's curiosity was piqued, and she questioned what kind of bet it would be. Gian laid out the terms, suggesting a bet to determine if he could defeat the blue catcher in 10 minutes. Shinuyumi, however, expressed her doubt that he could manage it alone and inquired about her incentive to participate in the bet. Gian offered to stake all of his points as a reward for her if she helped him defeat the monster. He believed that this would entice her since she could earn more points by winning the bet. Shinuyumi then posed a counter question, asking what would happen if he emerged as the victor. Amidst the battle, the golem began its self-recovery process. Gian became anxious as he realized he had spent too much time conversing with Shinuyumi, allowing the golem to regenerate. He hurriedly told Shinuyumi to buy him a meal, almost as if trying to distract her. Shinuyumi questioned his mention of a meal with surprise. Shinuyumi continued by proposing her own terms, that if it seemed like Gian was on the verge of losing, she would intervene. Gian, his confidence evident, responded that she was welcome to act as she pleased, but he didn't believe such a situation would arise. With determination, he readied himself for another attack on the golem. Shinuyumi questioned why Gian was speaking so casually to her, considering they had never met before. Gian responded that if she didn't mind, she could speak casually too. Without further ado, he launched another attack. However, the test abruptly came to an end, and someone could be heard shouting for a medical team to provide emergency treatment for testee number 370. Gian expressed his exhaustion, mentioning how taxing the battle had been for him, especially considering the golem's consistent recovery of health. He admitted that he had come close to losing the bet. Outside the scene, an observer noticed Gian's seemingly calm demeanor and speculated that he might be hiding something, possibly to avoid disqualification from the test. Meanwhile, Shinumi was taken aback by Gian's victory over the golem. She remarked that she would indeed have to buy him a meal, as he had demonstrated the ability to anticipate the golem's attacks and time his own strikes without mistakes. She also contemplated whether she would stand a chance against him in a fight. Shinumi then revealed that when she fought against Sungwoo, he might have been strong, but she felt that he had already given his best. Therefore, she was confident in her ability to defeat him. The test results were announced, and Gian Minchial was declared the winner of the test. This outcome surprised everyone, as Sungwoo ended up in third place. Sungwoo couldn't come to terms with it and expressed his refusal to acknowledge the result. Reporters swarmed around Sungwoo, inquiring about his feelings regarding his ranking. He responded that he didn't feel like speaking with anyone and retreated into a room guarded by security personnel. The reporters spotted Gian and identified him as number 511, leading him to realize he needed to escape the growing attention. Attempting to leave, he found himself encircled by reporters bombarding him with questions. Gian acknowledged that he wouldn't be able to make it home if this continued. Frustrated, he raised his voice and stated that he had a precondition before joining any guild. He would only consider guilds that could provide a down payment of 500 million won. Tensions rose among the reporters, with one of them pointing out that Gian might have the top number, but his stats were rather low. Another reporter mentioned that the situation would change if his stats were of rank A, but offering such a substantial amount for someone with limited potential growth seemed unnecessary. In his thoughts, Gian remained indifferent, as he wasn't interested in joining any guild, convinced that no one would offer 500 million to a newcomer. Unexpectedly, a voice emerged from nowhere, claiming they would cover the down payment. The reporters were stunned by the emergence of a guild willing to invest 500 million in a novice. Gian, taken aback, shouted, demanding to know who that audacious individual was. Gian expressed his desire to see the face of the crazy bastard. In response, someone raised their hand and called out, "Over here, Gian." The shock was palpable among everyone present as they realized that the person was none other than Marthan, the branch manager of the Interstellar Union. The scene transitioned to the Interstellar Union, where Gian was seeking an explanation for the situation. He mentioned that he had only made a passing remark and wasn't interested in joining any guild. Marthan clarified that he understood and explained that he simply wanted to stand by his customer's side. Yunsung expressed confusion about Marthan's intentions, to which Marthan elaborated. He proposed that Gian join the Interstellar Union as a freelance mercenary, giving him equal status with the Union. This would allow Gian to operate independently as a mercenary without interference. Marthan detailed the benefits, including gate introductions, a customer support team, tax reduction, and selling hunted products at the highest possible price. Gian contemplated the contract, realizing that there seemed to be no catch. However, he was wary, knowing that nothing usually came without a cost. He set the contract down, feeling like he had wasted his time. Marthan then spoke up, stating that all they were asking for in return was his faith. This changed Gian's perspective, and he agreed to sign the contract. As Gian left the place, Marthan's secretary inquired whether giving a freelance mercenary contract to Gian was all right. Marthan reassured her, mentioning that he wasn't doing it without a reason, and urged her to prepare for the customer's arrival. During this conversation, it became evident that a freelance mercenary contract was usually only granted to a noble-ranked hunter or someone of equivalent status. Such a contract required approval from an executive. Marthan recalled negotiating with the director to obtain approval for this contract, which wasn't typically given to a VIP code holder. When Marthan visited the director, Draconian, the approval was granted swiftly and without hesitation. Marthan expressed an apology to Draconian for the seemingly easy approval. In response, Draconian explained that it was done to provide Gian with full support. He instructed Marthan to report any problems that might arise directly to him and emphasized the need to keep it a secret. He concluded by asking Marthan what the issue was. Marthan remained silent, pondering the situation. He reflected that when he first informed Draconian about the contract, there was no noticeable reaction. However, after viewing Gian's battle recording, Draconian's response had changed. The scene shifted to Draconian watching the video. He he commented, "Such confident movements without any waste. It feels like he was watching that person fight. But there was no way that's true since the person was dead." The scene transitioned to Gian's room. He was awakened by a knock on the door. After waking up, he checked the time and asked who was at the door. A voice responded, stating that she was an elite from the Interstellar Union. Gian opened the door and commented on the fact that someone of high status had come to his modest place. He added that she should have informed him before coming. The secretary explained that she believed it would be better to meet in person before discussing matters and mentioned that she had sent him a message prior to her arrival. Gian apologized, admitting that he hadn't noticed the message. The secretary reassured Gian that it was okay, understanding the situation after observing the state of his phone. Gian explained that he hadn't been able to see the message due to constant calls and notifications. He had 506 missed calls and 306 messages. Gian then suggested that since their conversation might take a while, she should come inside. Once inside, the secretary remarked that his accommodations seemed quite simple for someone with a VIP status. Gian inquired about what she meant by plain, adding that she must have already investigated him. The secretary replied that, of course, they don't do anything their customers wouldn't like. Gian questioned how she had managed to find his home. The secretary explained that he had provided his metahuman certificate that day. Gian noticed her skill in choosing words, as she didn't get on his nerves and it seemed beneficial for him. The secretary then handed something to him. Gian asked what it was, and she revealed that it was his business phone, a card with his deposit, and details about his bank account. In his mind, Gian wondered about the deposit amount he had mentioned earlier. He was shocked to see that it was 4.7 billion, and the secretary explained that due to taxes, they couldn't round it up to exactly 5 million. Gian asked if they were really giving that amount to him. The secretary confirmed it and expressed that she didn't expect his reaction to be like that. Gian explained that he was trying to align his sense of money with that of college student Gian Minchial. The secretary continued, stating that she had come early for another reason, to discuss the formation of the Hunter Gian support team and to revise his conditions for gate arrangements. Gian suggested that a corpse collection team should be sufficient for him. The secretary then inquired about the possibility of having a tanker or a marksman to assist him. Gian stated that he would handle those roles himself. The secretary mentioned that she would arrange for an expert in breaking down corpses and packing mules then. Gian asked when he could start attacking gates. The secretary replied that it would depend on when everyone was ready. Gian noted that it might take a while and felt impatient, wanting to explore his privileges as a hunter. The secretary reassured him that it wouldn't be much longer, highlighting her competence in handling matters efficiently. The scene transitioned to 3 hours later at the Amsendong gate. Gian was pondering that the setup had happened quickly, but he questioned whether it was too fast and if it was truly possible by just claiming competence. The secretary chimed in, asking if she didn't mention she was competent. Gian replied that there must have been a reason for his confidence then. At that moment, someone approached and asked if it was the rookie who had shaken up the license exam. The secretary introduced the team that would assist Gian. The team's captain, Yonghyun, greeted Gian. Gian explained that he would be the sole hunter inside the gate, and once the area was secure, he would signal for the team to collect the products. The team members began to engage in a coded conversation about Gian. Their leader remarked on Gian's seemingly reckless plan to attack a gate on his own, attributing it to his youthful enthusiasm. Suddenly, everyone was shocked by something. It turned out that Gian had taken down a boar with a single blow. Gian then addressed them, saying, "Hey boomers, it's going to get a bit busy from now on, so follow me closely." Gian proceeded to hunt monsters one by one, accumulating a significant amount of experience points that led to him leveling up. He announced to the team that they would be taking a rest, while on the other side, the team members were exhausted and wondering when they would get a chance to rest due to the numerous items they had to collect. One team member remarked that Hunter Gian's abilities were impressive, and someone urged him not to become complacent. Gian then opened the status window and observed that he had 5 energy points remaining, which he decided to allocate to his source of strength, Chaos. He shared his enthusiasm about the rapid progress he was making, having gained a level within just 30 minutes. With determination, he continued to hunt monsters, specifically targeting the Wisdom Monkey. The team captain praised Gian's exceptional combat skills, comparing him to a battle-hardened warrior despite being a newcomer. He acknowledged that even though Gian lacked fighting experience, He exhibited a level of mastery that was truly remarkable. The captain expressed anticipation to witness how far Gian's talents could take him as he progressed in his journey as a newbie hunter. Gian reached level 5 and thought that the last boss monster had left. He instructed the team leader that he was going to raid the boss immediately. He asked if he was alright for that. Yonghyun responded with assurance that they would go with his plan. A member of the team asked why he seemed so hesitant in agreeing. Yonghyun shared that it was because people usually waited 2-3 days after exploring before going for the boss monster, due to insufficient information. Hearing all of that, Gian questioned why they were wasting time worrying, and stated that if that was the reason, he would definitely go for raiding the boss. This revealed that if someone wanted to raid a gate, they had to destroy its core. Gian and his team found the boss monster named Eat Monkey. Gian wondered if the leader of the wisdom monkeys would have enhancement magic as his main skill. Yonghyun then mentioned that the Eat Monkey was a formidable foe, and if he wasn't dealt with carefully. However, Gian quickly launched an attack, interrupting Yonghyun's explanation, stating that he didn't need to worry as he just had to prevent the use of magic. As Gian approached, the Eat Monkey suddenly vanished, leaving a statue in its place. Simultaneously, a totem of paralysis spell began, gradually reducing the abilities of those nearby. Gian responded by using the flower dagger technique to slice through the statue. This action surprised the Eat Monkey. The Wisdom Monkey attempted an attack, but Gian easily defeated both of them. In a fit of rage, the Eat Monkey underwent 2 enhancements. Yonghyun remarked that these astral enhancements were far beyond what a normal Eat Monkey possessed. The other team members became fearful and voiced their concern that Gian couldn't face such a threat alone, emphasizing the need for their assistance. In his mind, Gian wondered what they were discussing, their desire to help him. He then employed the 5-tiger splitting blade technique, resulting in the defeat of the Eat Monkey. This outcome left everyone in shock. The raid concluded, and upon exiting, Gian noticed that the secretary was still present. He asked if she had waited the entire time. The secretary replied affirmatively, stating that of course she should have, given the circumstances. Gian inquired about his schedule for the next gate, and the secretary responded that he would proceed to the next gate in 3 days. Gian expressed his happiness, mentioning that he now had something else to do tomorrow. He asked her to arrange a raid in 2 days. The secretary questioned if he would be fine with that, since most people took a 4-day gap between raids. Gian assured her that he would be alright with the tighter schedule. He also inquired if she could introduce him to an expert who could create equipment, as he wanted to acquire armor. He mentioned that when he was Demos, he was enveloped in enhanced demonic protection energy, which meant he didn't need to worry about minor attacks. The secretary promptly informed Gian that she had a master in the Union who she could connect him with directly. She assured him that she would arrange a meeting and call him about it. The scene then shifted to the Interstellar Union, where golems expressed gratitude to Gian for his presence. Gian mentioned that he had just spent 400 million on equipment. He also expressed doubt that the expert the secretary was going to introduce would be Marthan, explaining that he couldn't quite trust Marthan for some reason. Subsequently, Gian found himself on a bus, which unexpectedly collided with something. He pondered over the sudden accident and then noticed a gate emerging. He wondered how a gate could suddenly appear in the middle of Seoul. The people around the gate started shouting, wondering if it was a gate or if a gate had appeared. Gian saw that the gate was black instead of the blue one he had seen the day before. From there, monsters began to emerge, and people in fear started shouting, "Monster!" Everyone ran away. Someone from the crowd asked when the hunters from the association would be dispatched. A little girl got lost from her mom and started crying while standing in one place. When a monster approached her, seemingly to eat her, suddenly Gian arrived to help. He killed the monster, saving the girl. Gian gained an experience of 2.5%, though he remained quite furious because it was a very small amount due to the low level of the monster. However, his screen suddenly displayed a message that chaotic energy had been detected, which he could extract. Upon hearing this, Gian became happy. The scene then shifted to a different location, where 2 hunters, Jiang Minsu and Oh Mijin, were attempting to fight off the monsters. One was using a shield while the other wielded mana. Oh Mijin said, "Brother, there are so many of them," expressing that her mana was nearly depleted. Minsu responded, mentioning that he couldn't hold on much longer with his shield either. He noted that these creatures were very different from the E-rank kobolds that usually emerged from the Blue Gate. The monster was about to attack them, and Mijin exclaimed, "Are we going to die?" However, they saw someone arrive at the scene wielding a spear and attacking the monster. It turned out to be none other than Gian. Gian yelled, "This one's mine," and swiftly dispatched the monster. He proceeded to systematically eliminate each monster one by one. Mijin and Minsu asked each other about the identity of the person who had arrived, as he exuded a demonic aura. Gian replied, instructing them to evacuate the area and assuring them that he would handle the monsters. With gratitude, both of them thanked Gian and began assisting people to safety. Gian then engaged in combat against the monsters, declaring that all these adversaries were going to boost his stats. The scene shifted to a different location where Gian was shown in a meeting. There, Young Singhui introduced himself and greeted Gian. Young mentioned that he had heard about Gian single-handedly managing the gate breach that occurred in the heart of the city without any prior warning. The situation could have resulted in an insurmountable amount of damage if they hadn't managed to suppress it. Thanks to Gian's decisive actions, they were able to limit the damage to a minimum. Young expressed his gratitude and mentioned that he wanted to thank Gian as a representative of the Hunter Association for his crucial role in preventing a disaster. Young expressed his gratitude to Gian and added that it was something he should have done. He informed Gian that the Hunter Association would reward him for his efforts in handling the gate breach. This reward would include a monetary compensation as well as the opportunity to claim loot from the beasts he had defeated. Gian pondered, was he a member of the Hunter Association's security team? Since he sensed his mana, the person was likely an or B rank hunter. Gian also acknowledged that he doubted if he would cross paths with Young again, and he admitted to lacking interest in him. He decided that he would delegate the matter to Ellie, his secretary, to handle. The scene then transitioned to a week later, when someone arrived at Gian's residence and greeted him. Gian recognized the visitor as Young and expressed surprise, admitting that he hadn't expected their encounter to unfold in such a manner. Young had been a rank hunter. Gian then unfolded the story of 2 days prior when the gate incident had occurred a week earlier. He had been raiding a gate daily, and on that day, he had fought with a twin-headed werewolf. With the help of that battle, he had reached level 11, but it had gradually become harder to level up. He then thought that he needed to quickly acquire equipment and venture into a higher dungeon. Gian was exercising when Yonghyun asked him if he was exercising without rest again. Gian responded that the best time for exercising had been when he was focused. The teammates had been so tired and had asked for rest. When Gian got out of the gate, he saw Ellie waiting there again. Gian asked for the reason, and Ellie responded that it had been her job to support him. Gian said that he didn't think work at the Interstellar had been so relaxing for her to be waiting for him. He also wondered if she had been Marthan's subordinate, then the way they treated him had been polar opposites. Ellie then told Gian that the equipment he had requested had finished, so Marthan asked him to meet. Gian responded, "Really? Then I'll have to take a break from the gate for tomorrow." Suddenly, upon hearing that all the teammates of the supporting team had started celebrating, Gian was surprised and asked, "What's with this reaction?" Yonghyun responded that those people had worked 2-3 times more than usual, and they didn't complain because they had earned good money, but it seemed like they were quite exhausted. Ellie also added that a break was important, no matter what the job was. Gian then apologized for not being normal, thinking about why both he and Ellie were on the same side. The scene then shifted to the Interstellar Union, where Gian was there to collect the suit. When he got out of the car, many reporters surrounded him, asking numerous questions, including those about his contract with Interstellar. Gian replied, "Oh, about that," and somehow managed to leave the situation, leaving everything to Ellie. Ellie got furious with Gian due to the incident that had just happened. When Gian entered the gate, Marthan came running toward him and said that he had prepared everything well. Gian replied that he wanted to quickly take a look at it. Marthan assured Gian that he would be satisfied and opened a door. An armor appeared, and Gian thought in his mind that it wasn't that he believed in Marthan. He just didn't expect anything. Gian then got amazed when he saw everything. Marthan asked if he liked his product, and Gian responded that it was perfect beyond his expectations. Marthan then shared that he would have made it even better if he had received more support from the association. Gian responded that it was okay as he just wanted to maintain a positive transactional relationship with the association. Marthan asked, "Positive transaction?" Gian replied, "Yes, that's right." Marthan then asked if he needed anything else, making a weird, cute face. Gian said that it was so bothersome and asked for arranging a B gate for him. Marthan apologized, saying it wasn't possible at that time. Gian asked for the reason. Marthan shared that the standard for a B gate was different. First, he had to attack 40D rank gates and 30 degrees Celsius rank gates. Gian pointed out that even if he hunted twice a day, it would take 2 months, which was too late. Marthan then shared that there was another way. Gian asked, what? Marthan responded that he could fight in a rank hunter from the association. Gian became happy and agreed to that. The scene then shifted to the Hunter Association, where Gian was seen asking Ellie if she was angry with him for the incident with the reporters. Ellie shared that she didn't hold grudges when someone left her alone. She added that she had been joking but asked if Gian was okay. No matter how quickly he was getting stronger, he was going up against a rank hunter today. Gian responded that it was okay because he didn't have any risk to his life, and it wasn't because he was arrogant. If she included her equipment and experience, then he could manage. At the gate, a person welcomed Gian and informed him that for the certification test, he had to fight a rank hunter. Gian asked if he would pass if he defeated the rank hunter. The person responded that it depended on the referee whether he passed or not. Gian then asked how the match would be graded, but the person said he couldn't reveal that as it was confidential. However, Ellie shared the parameters of the match with Gian using spy talk. Gian then entered the exam room through the entrance and saw that the exam room was set up to resemble a gate. Someone inside said that they had been waiting for him. Gian was surprised and exclaimed, "You were." It turned out to be Young, who shared that he was a rank hunter affiliated with the association's security team and had been appointed as an examiner. He also shared that if Gian continued to perform as he had been doing, he was sure that Gian would pass. Then the certification exam started. Young slashed with a sword, but Gian easily blocked it. Young then jumped and asked if he could also block this, starting to slash again. Gian responded by attacking as well. Outside the room, Ellie was thinking that with these skills, Gian would easily win and was becoming very happy. On the other hand, Young was impressed by Gian and said that now he could understand how Gian had managed to block the gate by himself. He mentioned that if it had been then, he would have passed Gian. However, contrary to his expectations, Gian displayed a killing intent and asked Young to attack with all he had. Young tensely replied, "Sorry." Gian reiterated that otherwise, he would kill him. Young said that he thought there was a misunderstanding. Gian said a misunderstanding. If Young had not underestimated him, would he have been able to dodge it that easily? Was there a difference between their levels? He also said that it would have been impossible for him to dodge unless Young was being easy on him, and that he wasn't scared of losing, but he couldn't be underestimated. Young then said, "All right," and that nothing would matter now. He then went for the ability of 7 sword sharing, claiming that he could freely handle 7 swords. Gian said, "Good, he would have done that from the start." Gian then went for an attack, but to his surprise, his sword got deflected. Young then attacked from behind, but Gian dodged it. Gian then attempted another attack, but suddenly a 4th small sword appeared there, and Gian was surprised by the power of the small sword, as Young had been hiding it to set a trap. Gian then wondered why Young was using an ability limited to swords. Young said that in the last few days, he had surprised him many times. Gian responded that he shouldn't be surprised yet and wondered if Young was so fast that it would be hard for him to dodge, and he didn't think he could last long. Then both attacked each other, and Gian said, "That's it, you're finally attacking properly." He then thought that comparing power alone, there wasn't much difference, so if he hung on long enough, he had a chance to win. Then Young said to Gian, "Don't let your guard down." Gian then noticed another sword coming from behind, and now he couldn't dodge it. An explosion occurred, and Gian was thrown against a wall. Young then wondered if it was finally over but was shocked to see that Gian was still moving. He shared that the attacks were capable of taking out an arm easily and asked Gian how he was fine after taking that attack. He wondered if Gian had intentionally caused an explosion to get out of that situation and asked who on earth he was. On the other side, Gian said, "It freaking hurts," and shared that his idea of getting away with an explosion was good, but if he didn't have the armor, he would have been torn into pieces. He then said that now he had experienced the difference in stats himself, and he wouldn't be able to overcome it like this. Gian then raised up his sword and obtained the ability of the 7 stars demonic sword. Young, seeing that, said that it didn't look good, so he would apologize in advance, explaining that those were all the swords he had brought, so he couldn't use 100% of his power. Gian said that it was okay. Young then attacked, claiming it was his full power, and in response, Gian used the sun-destroying slash, causing some of Young's swords to break and others to crack. Gian continued his attack, while Jung kept recreating the swords. Gian then noticed that one slash wasn't enough and said, in that case, since he still left some chaos energy, the next would be. But suddenly he vomited out blood. Both the gatekeepers and Ellie rushed towards them, asking if they were okay. Gian then said that this was his win. Jung responded that if he had brought 7 swords, he would have won this, and both started laughing. Seeing that, Ellie asked what on earth was happening. Gian asked what the result was, and Jung responded that, of course, he passed. The scene shifted to 3 days earlier when Gian had been doing exercises. He mentioned that it seemed he had recovered from most of the injuries he had sustained back then. Consequently, he could now take on rank B gates. There, he arrived at the Chino gate. At the gate, Ellie asked if he would really be okay. She also mentioned that he should have gone for treatment before entering again. But in the end, he left without getting checked and proceeded to enter the B-rank gate for the raid. Gian responded that he had told her previously, hadn't he? He believed it was more helpful for him not to receive any treatments. In his mind, he thought it was because the ancient celestial art transformed one's body, and he actually became stronger through repeated injuries and recoveries. He had no choice but to take a break from raiding gates at one point. But now he felt like fighting right away because his body's condition had improved. Inside the gate, Yonghyun thought that the place was colder than anywhere else and commented on how cold it was, wondering why Gian didn't feel cold at all. Gian responded that the wind wasn't too strong, and it was quite refreshing to the extent that he felt like taking off his jacket because it seemed useless. Yonghyun advised him not to take it off, as it would get even colder later. Gian then asked if they would all help him like this. Yonghyun replied that it might be a good idea to set up a camp because if their bodies continued to freeze at this rate, they would only work more slowly. Gian agreed and said he would take a look around while they set up the camp. On his way, he thought that it was wider than he had expected, and he wondered why he hadn't seen any monsters even after walking this far. Suddenly, a yeti appeared, and Gian became excited. The yeti then attacked him, but he easily dodged and remarked that it was impressive how something of that size could camouflage itself. Gian then drew his sword, feeling nervous because it was his first time. However, he gathered his courage and executed the 5-tiger splitting blade technique, successfully hunting the yeti. Gian shared that it felt easier than he had anticipated. He also expressed his happiness because the difficulty had been higher, yet he gained 2.7%, whereas he would probably have only gained 0.1% or 0.2% in a rank D gate with monsters of this level. At that moment, he thought of thanking Marthan for creating his equipment so well. The scene shifted to the Hunters Association, where Jung submitted his resignation letter. The boss asked him what he was doing, as he had transformed him from a reckless person who wanted to save people into a decent human, and now he wanted to resign. The boss insisted that he should provide a convincing reason for why he was taking this step. Jung then began to explain that it was a long story. A few days ago, during the confirmation test, he had met Gian. The boss asked if it was the same Gian who had resolved the gate break. Jung confirmed this and explained that, despite being a rank E hunter, Gian had handled the gate break alone. He admitted that he had been overconfident, thinking he was stronger than Gian. But Gian had proven him wrong and taught him a valuable lesson about the righteousness of hunters. Jung continued to explain that 3 days ago, when he had met Gian, he had expressed regret for not showing a better side of himself. Gian responded by reassuring him that it was okay. Jung went on to say that he had learned a lot from their fight and that Gian would keep getting stronger, right? So, he asked Gian to wait for him, as he would catch up real soon. Gian replied with a simple sure and wondered what exactly Jung wanted to catch up with. The scene returned to the present, where Jung explained that for someone with dormant talent like him, which had recently awakened, it was challenging to become stronger through natural methods. That's why he wanted to become stronger using that method. He reiterated his desire to grow stronger, which was why he intended to enter the tower. The boss, upon hearing this, couldn't help but wonder if Jung had gone a bit crazy, judging by the intensity in his eyes. The boss then explained that the huge structure that had appeared in Seoul along with the first great cataclysm was a place where individuals could overcome trials to become stronger, pushing past their limits. However, these trials came with a risk to one's life. The boss believed that Jung had already reached his maximum limit and didn't need to put himself in unnecessary danger. He tore up the resignation letter, saying he hadn't seen it, and advised Jung to go on a vacation and return after that. Jung agreed and assured the boss that he would return after his vacation. The scene then shifted to the third day of Gian's raid, where he continued to hunt monsters after spending 40 hours and 30 minutes inside the gate. He realized that if he didn't defeat the boss monster, the other monsters would keep coming, and as long as the numbers weren't too overwhelming, a break wouldn't occur, making it the best spot for hunting. Gian hunted numerous monsters, reaching level 15 in the process. At this milestone, he received a message about the awakening of the authority engraved within him, prompting him to wonder what it was. Yonghyun asked what had happened, and Gian replied with nothing while instructing everyone that it was time for a break. We learned about the authority of sin, which the Hall of Sins grants to the demon that sits on the throne. This authority is a potent power that reaches the level of omnipotence, breaking away from providence. Gian thought about it and realized that he, as a human, didn't possess this authority as it was meant for demons. Additionally, Deimos, the demon he had encountered, never had these authorities either. Gian learned that the authority of Hellfire was owned by the former rank 11, Grangios, and the authority of Charm was owned by the former rank 55, Seraphim, both of whom he had killed. He also discovered that his human body could obtain the abilities of those he had killed in his previous life. When presented with the choice between the two authorities, Gian confidently declared that there was no need to ask. He would definitely choose the authority of Hellfire. After choosing the authority of Hellfire, it was converted into the ability of Abyss Spark. Gian was surprised by this transformation but decided to use it right away. Luckily, there were 3 monsters sticking together nearby. Gian saw this as an opportunity and challenged the 3 white gorillas for a fight, eager to test out his new Abyss Spark ability. Gian shared that the common sense he knew had been shattered every time. First, he had reincarnated into a human body, and now, a human like him had obtained an exclusive relic of demons, the authority of sin. He then used the attack, which deducted 150 mana, and they got to know about Abyss Spark. In this moment, Gian shared that he had known about Hellfire, but what was sanctification? He then directed his attack towards one gorilla, and it got fully burned out, as Hellfire would burn the target forever as long as the caster had mana for it. He then wondered, what is sanctification? Based on the name, it appeared to be a divine power, so he guessed he would have to use it himself to find out. Gian then used sanctification, and a yellow spark appeared. He shared that divine power was meant to chase away the bad, so he couldn't use it as a direct attack. However, he could use it as a buff on himself, raising his physical abilities. As he cast it on himself, the attacking gorillas were cut in half from the middle. Gian also explained that divine power was intended to support the user in combat. However, suddenly, after his attack, he started shivering, and Gian believed it might be because of his past life as a demon. Suddenly, he saw Michael, the Elysium Archangel, the guy Gian had killed in his past life. Gian wondered if he was somehow gaining the powers of the individuals he had killed without any reason. Gian shared his thoughts that martial arts were mainly melee focused, so he expected the gate's raid to get harder towards the end. However, to his surprise, he acquired an unexpected power and a blessing. He believed that since he had hunted enough monsters, it was time to go for the boss and bring an end to the raid. Suddenly, an ice spirit appeared and attacked Gian's teammates, infuriating him. He questioned how the plan was considered good when he wasn't present and then burned the ice spirit's head with an abyss spark. Afterward, they reached the cave of the monster's boss. Gian asked everyone to wait there and rest. In response, Yonghyun asked if he was truly planning to face the rank B boss alone. Gian replied that he had no intention of turning back. Yonghyun cautioned him not to die, as it would put the rest of them in danger. As Gian entered the cave, the Yeti chief Yanon asked, "Just him alone?" Gian replied that Yanon was also alone. Yanon smiled and summoned some Yetis to deal with Gian. Gian retorted, so he summoned some idiots that he could keep laying down, and vowed to make Yanon regret his decision. Gian then utilized the Shattering Axe technique, causing Yanon to tense up. Following that, he unleashed the Hellfire technique, effectively hunting down every Yeti Yanon had summoned. Yanon grew angry and stood up. Gian asked if he wanted to join them, to which Yanon replied that he would personally kill Gian. Yanon attempted to stomp down on Gian, but Gian dodged the attack and moved over him, remarking that it was foolish to rush towards him and attack with the Hellfire technique. Gian then directed a Hellfire attack at Yanon's head. Yanon, furious, retaliated with an ice blizzard attack. Gian felt tense, realizing that it would be challenging to defend against the ice blizzard attack with Hellfire. Yanon callously said, "Then die." However, out of nowhere, pink rays appeared and created a shield to protect Gian. It became evident that Gian had used the Holy Spark attack for defense. Gian taunted Yanon by asking if that was all he had. This infuriated Yanon further, and he vowed to crush Gian, launching an attack. In response, Gian employed the star-cutting blade technique to hunt down Yanon. The attack was successful, and Yanon was defeated. Gian reminded him that he had warned Yanon that he would regret his actions. The scene then emerged from the gate where Ellie had given a water bottle to Gian and had thanked him for his hard work. Gian responded that he did work really hard, emphasizing that he wasn't just saying it. Closing a B-rank gate by himself took tremendous effort, and he was certain that Young would have been able to close the gate on his own with ease. Ellie furiously exclaimed, "Pardon me." She pointed out that even if they had been a rank hunters, they wouldn't go on solo hunts. So, he needed to realize just how much danger he put himself in. In Gian's mind, he thought that he couldn't tell if she was worrying or just plain angry. He responded by saying that he wasn't overdoing it, so she shouldn't worry about him. Upon hearing this, Ellie became shy and hesitantly asked, "What do you mean by worry?" She clarified that she simply meant that the Hunter Association would be in big trouble if something happened to him. Just then, Yonghyun arrived and said, "Sorry to interrupt you guys." Ellie smiled hesitantly and asked, "What brings you here?" Yonghyun then showed her a stone and inquired if she knew anything about it since it came from the monster's corpse. While Ellie was wondering about it, Gian, on the screen, indicated that it was one of the fragments of Dranka's key, an item related to the tower. Gian then asked Yonghyun if he could take it. Yonghyun replied that he didn't have any problem with that, as it was ultimately his property. But he wanted to know if Gian knew something about it. Gian responded, "I'm taking it just in case I find out more about it." Yonghyun said, "Tell me what it is once you discover something." Gian agreed with a yes and began to wonder. Even if he searched his previous memories, the tower was so suspiciously secretive that he couldn't find any trace of it. However, since it was an item related to the place, he felt compelled to take it. Gian then told Ellie to contact him whenever she gets a C-rank gate or a higher-ranked gate. Ellie responded by saying that the branch manager was working hard, so it would take some time, and she advised him to rest up until then. Gian chuckled and said, "Are you asking me to rest? I still need to train myself." The scene shifted to a few days later. Gian then shared that since the Chino Gate, he hadn't skipped a day of martial arts techniques. He explained that since there were so few C-rank gates or higher, it was the best option he had right there. Training was much more efficient than hunting D-rank gates. Suddenly, Gian received a call from Marthan, who informed him that he had found a B-rank gate for him to attempt. Gian responded that Marthan had called him at the perfect time. Marthan then shared that there was an unforeseen circumstance. Gian asked, "What is it?" Marthan explained that there was news of a large gate opening in Korea, but the Hunter Association had set the condition that it could only be cleared through cooperation with other guilds. Gian asked, "Are you telling me to clear it with other hunters?" Marthan responded that Gian was right, but since he likes solo hunting, he would decline the offer. Gian calmly said that it didn't matter. Marthan was shocked to hear this. Gian then shared that he couldn't miss the opportunity to see other hunters in action. Marthan cautioned that there might be competition. Gian replied confidently, "It doesn't matter. I have to take out the boss before others do." The scene then shifted to Jeollabuk-do province. Gian was amazed by the scale of the gate and remarked that he couldn't fathom how immense it was inside the gate. Ellie responded by saying that it was roughly half the size of Jeonju. Gian then realized that with Jeonju's population being around 600,000, it explained why they wanted to tackle it as a cooperative effort. Ellie then shared that 10 groups had already accepted the request, and the number of monsters would be ridiculous. She explained that as of the last trial of a guild raid, it seemed impossible for a solo guild. That's why the government and the association wanted a quick clear of the gate before gate breaks happened, as it would be an utter disaster. Gian then confidently said, "It won't happen. Who do you think I am?" Other hunters started talking about Gian, and he thought to himself that everyone loves to talk about other people's business. Ellie explained that since there was a hunter who defeated an esteemed prospect like him, they would definitely talk, and Gian didn't realize how much attention he was getting. Gian humbly shared that he didn't know if he had done something to seek attention. Ellie then shared Gian's achievements and mentioned that every guild was keeping an eye on him to recruit him. Gian expressed his dislike for all the attention. Ellie reassured him not to worry because she was taking care of everything. Suddenly, another hunter approached and asked if he was Gian. Gian inquired, "Who is that?" The newcomer introduced themselves as Jiang and greeted them. In response, Ellie said, "Hello, Guildmaster Jiang Yungsu of the Demonic Guild. Why don't they both have a chat?" Jiang then commented that he was happy that such a beauty knew him and was paying attention to him. Ellie became annoyed as she felt that the conversation was taking an unpleasant turn, and Gian thought to himself that Jiang didn't even flinch while saying such nauseating words. Jiang then stated that he was there to talk to the rising star. Gian pondered that on any other day, he would have rejected, but there was something familiar about Jiang. Gian greeted Jiang, and Jiang responded by saying that his confidence was suitable for the talent he had, which could lead the nation's future. He mentioned that he had simply come to meet Gian. Gian activated the sound transmission and shared the word demon word. Jiang commented that Jian's human cosplay was very convincing. In his mind, Gian thought that Jiang must be dying to know how he found out, so he considered baiting him. Gian then told Ellie that he would go take a look around the gate by himself. Ellie inquired about the support time, and Gian replied that he first wanted to check their levels. Gian then said to Jiang, "I'm a bit busy, you know." Jiang quickly responded, "Sorry for holding you back. I'll see you again." Gian couldn't help but think that Jiang had taken the bait immediately. The scene shifted inside the padlocked Dong gate. Jiang arrived at the gate and asked why Gian was still hanging around the gate. Gian responded that he was waiting for someone. Jiang asked, "Whom?" Gian replied, "Stop playing dumb. I can see the demon right through you." Jiang started laughing and slowly took on a demonic look. He said he was worried when a human recognized his identity, but he didn't expect them to be this foolish. Gian asked, "Are you done laughing?" Jiang questioned if Gian had any thoughts after witnessing his power. Gian denied any concerns and wondered if Jiang would still be so carefree after standing against him for 10 minutes, confident that he wouldn't lose to a human. Jiang then proposed that he would give Gian a chance if Gian told him how he had discovered his identity, and in return, he would show mercy. Gian decided to use the arrogance of a demon against Jiang and replied, "Are you joking with me right now? A demon granting mercy?" Jiang responded, "Joking. I was going to end your life painlessly with the power granted to me by a high being, sealed in my left hand, the black flames." Gian retorted, "You're being awfully loud for someone who seems like a demon suffering from middle school syndrome." Jiang became angry and was about to attack. Gian calmly said that it was what he wanted, as it was the easiest thing in the world to fool a demon. Then Gian unleashed hellfire with 300 chaos energy. Jiang suffered from it and exclaimed, "What the hell?" He trembled and questioned, could those flames be? In the midst of this, Gian asked if Jiang had just realized that every demon from the pandemonium would recognize the authority of sin, and that Jiang should have easily recognized that Gian was a higher demon than him. Gian then shared that he was the one who created the era of flames, the father of all sparks, and the symbol of destruction. Jiang was filled with fear and tension. Gian continued, "Young demon, the Lord of Flames has answered my call, Lord Ifrit." Jiang then said that he, Verd Zoinal, of the demon race, wanted to seek an audience with the Lord of Fire, Lord Ifrit. He wondered why he had been in such a remote dimension and shared that Lord Ifrit had once been a greater spirit. But he had become corrupted and turned into a demon in his relentless pursuit of power. Verd emphasized that the dangerous fire associated with Lord Ifrit was known for its merciless nature. Gian then stated that Jiang had committed a grave crime by not recognizing him and believed that such impudence should be rectified with the baptism of fire. In his mind, Jiang wondered about this baptism of fire and thought that Gian simply wanted to kill him with fire, but he was determined not to let that happen. Gian mentioned that it would be a pity to turn him into ash since Jiang was able to use mana, but he still needed to pay for his impudence. Gian then proposed that he would withdraw the baptism of fire if Jiang agreed to become his servant. Jiang, surprised, asked if he should become Jian's servant. Gian responded with a yes, stating that if Jiang accepted his proposal, his talent wouldn't go to waste. Gian also mentioned that dealing with hellfire was exhausting, as it consumed his chaos power. There, it was revealed that hellfire was a power designed for destruction, demanding extreme control and concentration. Gian explained that he had chosen this challenging method because he couldn't see how he could win against a demon with the same body as him. The gap between them remained unbridgeable, and he contemplated what he would do if Jiang rejected his offer and launched an attack. He might have to seek help from the Union. Gian urged Jiang to answer quickly as he had many questions for him. At the same time, Gian couldn't help but praise Jiang for not falling for his tricks. However, Jiang suddenly burst into laughter and expressed that he knew a great being like Gian would recognize the potential he possessed. He revealed that he was well aware of just how exceptional he was, especially since Lord Ifrit had acknowledged him. Gian thought to himself that Jiang was indeed a bit unusual. Jiang then assured Gian that he would become his servant and swore upon his soul to serve him. Gian, satisfied, proclaimed that Verd had sworn his loyalty upon his soul. He then shared his earthly name with Jiang and emphasized that there was no need for formalities. However, Jiang questioned how he could avoid addressing someone on the throne formally. Gian responded by saying that he had no problem with how Jiang addressed him just now. He then suggested they forget about what had just transpired and inquired if there were other demons besides him who had come to Earth. Jiang hesitated for a moment and then said, "That's right, Ifer. I mean, they might hunt you down to find out everything I know." In the next scene, Gian contemplated Verd's information, realizing that there were a total of 5 demons, including Verd, who had come to Earth with the goal of conquering it. Their orders were to build forces in Korea. Gian learned that they had received a dark baptism that helped minimize the restrictions on their powers. However, he admitted that he didn't know who had developed these secret arts. Gian was certain that one of the 4 demons, or now 3, had some involvement with the dark baptism. He considered Rosalind, who served as Asmodeus, to be the most likely candidate. However, he was relieved to know that for demons at the Lord level and above, the dark baptism wasn't sufficient to fully alleviate their restrictions. In this situation, Jiang revealed that he was the strongest demon among the 5 and expressed his confusion about how those lesser demons had come with him to Earth. Gian felt relieved, thinking that if they were weaker than Jiang, they would likely be less of a threat. However, he also realized that if this information became known in Elysium, there was a high chance that a conflict would arise. In the past, Elysium and Pandemonium had confronted each other at the tower that appeared in Korea. However, it became increasingly difficult for Pandemonium to continue the war after the death of Deimos. Elysium also found it challenging to sustain an all-out war. As a result, both factions decided to come to an agreement, leading to Korea becoming a neutral ground. However, the true reason demons were coming to Korea was because the restrictions on their powers were significantly weakened in this location. Gian thought again about how the demons were likely after the tower itself, and that they were a race driven to obtain power at any cost. He couldn't simply ignore their presence, as a major conflict could erupt at any moment. He realized the need for advanced preparations. Gian then conveyed an order to Jiang, who confidently replied that he would carry out the task perfectly. Gian explained that Jiang would now be his eyes and ears. Jiang was shocked to hear that he would be Lord Ifrit's eyes and ears. Gian explained that he intended to use Jiang to gather information about the situation in Pandemonium, or the status of the demon clan's battles. However, he cautioned Jiang not to raise suspicion by asking too many questions. He expressed his trust in Jiang's loyalty. Additionally, Gian assigned Jiang the mission of carrying out Rosalind's tasks, and asked Jiang to report back on what they intended to do. Jiang assured Gian that he would carry out the tasks for his great plan without hesitation. Gian smiled and remarked on Jiang's dependability. Jian's thoughts then revealed that he wasn't particularly interested in the situation of Korea or world peace. Instead, he held a strong determination to protect his home and would not tolerate anyone attempting to disrupt it. He was prepared to thwart any plans aimed at causing harm to the place where he lived. The scene then shifted to the inside of the Palbok-dong Gate 2 weeks later, where Gian explained that he had come there for leveling up after entrusting Jiang to investigate what the demons were up to. He described the inside of the gate as a vast forest filled with a wide variety of monsters. Among these monsters were the forest troll known for its exceptional regeneration ability, the dark hood creatures proficient in sorcery and curses, and the treants that would attempt to ambush their enemies unexpectedly. Gian went on to describe how he hunted numerous monsters inside the gate, considering them all as valuable experience points for his growth. He proudly reached level 23 and marveled at how much faster he had grown in just 2 weeks following the Chenhadong incident. To him, actual combat was undoubtedly the best way to improve. He explained that in martial arts, people typically repeated a specific form to become proficient, gaining proficiency as they went through the process and gained enlightenment. However, he noted that his current self needed to undergo these processes again because he had already gained those enlightenments during his time as Demos. Gian emphasized that the biggest issue with his current self was the lack of a physical body that could effectively put his martial arts enlightenment to use. He explained that his present body needed to undergo real combat experiences to learn martial arts forms, allowing him to understand how each muscle should move and align his mental enlightenment. Only when all these elements aligned would he be able to unleash the full power of his martial arts. Suddenly, a forest troll approached running, making a lot of noise. Gian commented on how noisy it was. He then employed the 5-tiger splitting technique to hunt down the monster, but this time, a different purple energy emanated from his blade. Gian explained that this was the true blade energy, revealing that in the past, he couldn't contain the overwhelming energy, causing it to leak. However, now he had mastered the ability to control the chaos energy and infuse it into his blade. Gian acknowledged that his body still couldn't keep up, so he needed to focus more on physical energy than chaos energy for the time being. Suddenly, someone approached Gian and inquired if he was Gian. Gian confirmed his identity, and the person introduced themselves as Choi Yujin, the leader of Hwarang Guild 3. Choi Yujin explained that he had come because he had a suggestion for Gian. Here, they learned that many guilds were participating in clearing the Palbokdong Gate, but most of them had chosen to take on the dungeon instead of competing. Among them, there was no team that had the boss clear as their goal, which was because the number 1 guild in Hwarang was present. Yujin there asked Gian if he would like to join hands with them for clearing the gate. Gian then wondered why they suddenly wanted to join hands with him and said, "Join hands with them." Yujin responded with a yes, explaining that such a large-scale operation like this hadn't been cleared for so long, and the people were getting uneasy. They had to take care of it as soon as possible. In Gian's mind, he thought, citizens, my ass. Since when do guilds care about benevolence? He must have had something up his sleeve. Gian then responded, questioning why Yujin wanted to do a good job when, as the rank 1 guild, they were capable of clearing it themselves. He doubted that Rain 1 guild would want to help others, and Yujin's rumored abilities, surpassing Young, made it seem unlikely that he came all the way just to persuade one person. Yujin replied that he was simply being considerate of every hunter working hard to clear the gate. Gian then laughed and sarcastically said sorry, claiming he had an allergic reaction to Yujin's words. Yujin, now furious, told him to act accordingly. Gian retorted by asking if Yujin barging into another person's lodging on his own was considered acting accordingly. He added that it was a perfect night for practice, but Yujin had ruined it, and he suspected Yujin was trying to taunt him to reveal his real purpose. So, he decided that asking Ellie would be a better approach. Gian then mentioned that he would talk to the Alliance about a cooperative front. Yujin responded, hoping for a good result. The scene then shifted to the next morning, where Gian asked why Yujin had come there. Ellie asked if that had really happened, and she believed they were trying to initiate a revenge match with him and Yu Seungwoo. Gian mentioned Seungwoo in a rematch, which surprised Ellie. She asked if he really didn't know who Yu Seungwoo was, and Gian responded that he indeed didn't. Ellie then shared that Yu Seungwoo was a top candidate in the Hunter exam, and Gian had even competed against him. Gian said that he vaguely remembered but questioned what that had to do with him. Ellie explained that their trainee hunter messed up the test, leading Gian to realize that this was why they wanted a rematch, which annoyed him. Ellie suggested that Hwarang Guild likely set it up for their prestige, and advised declining it, as it was all just a provocation. Gian then said he thought he should go hang out with Yujin. Ellie, surprised, asked what, and tried to stop him, cautioning that his opponents were fully prepared to use him for their own sake. Gian responded that it was the reason he was going. In his mind, he resolved to perform on the stage they set for him but didn't believe that the main character on that stage would be them. He intended to make them pay for wasting his training time. The scene then shifted to the gate where Yujin thanked Gian for coming and mentioned that he would like to observe their guild's combat methods from the back, considering himself their guest and expecting to be safe. Gian responded that he would be fine and mentioned his own curiosity about seeing their combat methods. He wondered if Hwarang had 20 members on the assault team, and he noticed they had a tank, melee carry, mage, and support. He commented about their eyes, as he had seen so many lookalikes in his previous life. Suddenly, someone came and greeted Gian, claiming they had met before. Gian wondered who this person was, pretending to know him, and stated that he didn't have a friend like him. The guy then introduced himself as Seungwoo, the person who had taken the exam with Gian. He added that it was nice to be able to hunt with him this time. Gian asked why that was. Seungwoo responded that the hunter who had beaten him had proven their skill. Gian noticed that the tone at the end of his words was filled with malice and mentioned that he didn't expect to feel the same emotions he felt at Pandemonium here. Gian then commented that he could see Seungwoo took pride in his skills and questioned if he felt the same way about this cooperative attack. Seungwoo responded that he did indeed look forward to working with him on this boss raid. As the guild started moving ahead, they encountered a monster in their path. Eugen instructed them to form Formation C, with tanks taking the aggro and the B team moving up. The H-Warring Hunters then unleashed a barrage of powerful attacks, including Indomitable Blow, Sword of Oppression, Wind Blade, Flame Beat, and Pillar of Fire. Gian observed that the Trent had very high magic resistance, and the melee hunters attacked its hide first before the mages attacked when it was revealed. He noted that the tank, melee, magic, and support roles were all excellent at utilizing their roles together. However, he couldn't help but wonder when it would all end, and he started to yawn. He mused that, as he thought, normal hunting methods were not for him. Gian noticed that Eugen was only watching and standing there, leading him to think that Eugen must have found it simple to handle. Meanwhile, Seungwoo used the 10 consecutive swings technique to hunt down the Trent, and then approached Gian, asking how it was. Gian responded, impressed, it was incredible. Seungwoo then mentioned that their guild was just getting started with the hunt. Gian remarked that since they were all rookies to the H-Warring Guild, he would be expecting more from them. In his mind, he acknowledged that Seungwoo was definitely more noticeable than the other hunters, but it just wasn't his day. As another monster appeared, the guild used various tactics like firepower, detection, priority, and exclusion. However, the monster targeted a girl, causing her to become frightened and shout for help. In response, Gian swiftly came to her aid, stepping in front of her and slashing down the monster with a single stroke. Gian noticed that he earned very little XP, and he suspected it might be because the other hunters had already damaged the monsters, preventing him from receiving the full XP. This reinforced his desire for solo hunting. Eugen then shared that in the gate, the entire mountain area was the boss's domain, and from here on was its territory, so he cautioned everyone not to let their guard down. Gian thought to himself that he had already mentioned he wouldn't be lifting a finger, and he had his reasons for just watching. Eugen then discussed something with Seungwoo and asked if he understood. Seungwoo replied that he wasn't sure if there would be a chance for Gian to act, but he acknowledged that Gian had joined the raid with them, so he should receive an equal reward. Seungwoo praised Gian's leadership and benevolence. Gian thought to himself that they had thrown him under the bus, and he remembered telling them about his bullshit allergy last time. He expressed his frustration, stating that if they had planned this from the start, he would rather just hunt on his own. Eugen responded, mentioning that his words were quite harsh, considering they were comrades on the same team. Gian then proposed a bet, suggesting they make a wager between Eugen's assault team and his own to see who could kill the boss first. If they were scared, they could back off. Gian then said that he was not saying he would go against all of them if it were him. Then he chose to remove one person and asked Chu Eugen to leave. Eugen said that his jokes had been a bit extreme and asked if he really thought he could win if he didn't participate. Gian replied, of course he would win, as it was only 20 against 1, and as he had set it up with them, now it was their chance to set it up with him. The hunters of H-Warring were furious as Gian dared to look down on them. Gian was thinking that he had no obligation to follow every little thing they planned. Seungwoo asked Eugen, how about we accept his offer? Eugen responded, was he serious? He wants us to accept that nonsense. Seungwoo then mentioned that Gian was a top candidate in the hunter exam, so he must have had confidence in something. He asked Eugen if he understood what he meant. Eugen replied with a yes and said, however, if we get into danger, I will step in. Seungwoo said that would not be necessary. After all, he would be the one to take care of it first. Gian then said that, based on what he had seen of those slowpokes with his eyes, he was sure he could take down the boss quickly. It felt like a race against time, but he realized that the H-Warring Guild was not chasing him. Gian thought that the H-Warring hunters must have had boots and additional gear. Did they know something about the boss? The information he got from H-Warring was that the boss had the entire mountain as its territory. However, they could be hiding something on purpose, which was why H-Warring wouldn't move immediately. Gian thought that it didn't matter what preparations they had set up, as he believed he could take out the boss first. Suddenly, he started feeling something in vibrations from the ground. Out of nowhere, a monster, a sandworm, emerged from the ground. Gian was taken by surprise, as the sandworm was as big as a mountain and disgustingly loud. The sandworm then attacked with its spikes at Gian, and he tackled it by creating a shield with his sword. Gian then explained that he wouldn't be able to stand a chance without his enhanced demonic protection energy. He pointed out that a sandworm had no eyes, so he used vibrations on the ground and sound detection to locate its target. The sandworm came close to attack, but Gian managed to dodge and counterattack. It became apparent that the sandworm had incredible armor and regeneration abilities, making it a formidable and challenging monster to confront. Suddenly, the sandworm came again, and this time, Gian wasn't able to dodge, so he struck it with an axe. He thought that since the H-Warring guys were still not there, they must have had a lot to prepare for the sandworm. However, it seemed like he would have to deal with the sandworm first. Gian slashed again and remarked that it was more challenging than he initially thought, but it would suffice. He also mentioned that martial arts weren't all he had. Gian then explained that he was aiming for the squishy flesh under the carapace, and the flesh cuts were so clean. He considered whether to go for another attack. Suddenly, a landslide began to occur, and one of the H-Warring hunters exclaimed that it was an earthquake. Seungwoo corrected them, saying it was a landslide. Another hunter urged them to run, questioning what was happening and speculating whether the hunter had provoked the sandworm on his own. Every hunter was amazed by Gian's movements, and one of them asked if such movements were even possible. Another hunter replied that their master could also perform similar feats. Seungwoo, on the other hand, was furious because he had expected Gian to hide somewhere out of fear, but instead, he was fighting the sandworm alone. Seungwoo was about to join the fight, but Yujin stopped him, explaining that if he started melee combat now, they couldn't guarantee the team's safety. Seungwoo expressed concern that they might lose the bet like this. Yujin replied that they had miscalculated this time and that it wasn't their only chance, so they should back off. Seungwoo understood. Yujin then began to think about Gian. He considered that, based on his stats, Gian wasn't too different from Seungwoo. However, it wasn't just about stats. Gian's quick decision-making and visual acuity allowed him to predict the sandworm's movements, and he had the determination to execute movements that could result in severe injury from the slightest mistake. Yujin also pondered that while a sandworm might not be a challenge for Seungwoo, if he had the same physical abilities as Gian, could he really dodge all the attacks on his own? Yujin concluded that it seemed impossible. Yujin continued to ponder whether a chance for Seungwoo to catch up to Gian would ever arise, realizing that he could end up being a liar if it didn't happen. Meanwhile, Gian questioned why their preparations were taking so long and what they hoped to achieve by intervening now. He declared his victory without having witnessed the H-Warring Guild's preparations. As they emerged, reporters began praising the H-Warring Guild, dubbing them the H-Warring Assault Team for taking down the gate. Gian playfully teased Seungwoo, suggesting that they would have fun with the cleanup. He was confident that the H-Warring Guild would be furious and likely wouldn't get much sleep that night. Ellie asked with tension in her voice what had happened. Gian smiled and replied that she was asking what was obvious. He had destroyed them. Ellie remarked that he would also receive plenty of advertisement from this success. Gian asked if she was okay with the extra work that would come with it. Ellie responded that she always welcomed work like this. Gian playfully called her a work pervert in situations like this. Ellie appeared sad and expressed that hearing it from someone like him made her feel bad. Gian asked why, and Ellie explained that it was because he was also a hunting addict. Gian was shocked and said that hitting him with facts was a cheap shot. He added that there was no need to look for gates for the time being. Ellie asked if he was upset. Gian clarified that he wasn't joking. He was planning to attempt the Tower of Trials. Ellie laughed and commented that his jokes were going overboard. Gian assured her that he was serious. He then shared that in his past life, most of the strong individuals he had fought had beaten trials in the tower. According to their words, one could receive rewards each time they completed a trial, including potent mana, valuable items, and other benefits. Gian expressed his determination to use everything he had and asked Ellie to call the branch manager and inform him that he wanted to see him the next morning. The scene shifted to the Interstellar Union, where Marthan mentioned that he had been waiting for Gian to arrive. He had heard that Gian was planning to climb the tower, so Marthan surmised that Gian would require supplies to be adequately prepared. Gian inquired, so quickly, to which Marthan replied that a competent partner should always be steps ahead. Gian remarked, "You sure are well prepared." Marthan then disclosed that he had held the position of branch manager, asking Gian if he knew. He added that he hadn't attained that position by playing poker. Marthan further explained that this time, the union would provide funding, and it would be deducted from the payment he received. Gian expressed his hesitation, saying he couldn't sleep easy if he took things from the Interstellar. He couldn't have that on his conscience. Marthan asked, was that so? Gian explained that he didn't want to accumulate debt, which is why he insisted on maintaining an equal position with the union at all times. He also mentioned that he had one more request for assistance. Marthan responded, "Feel free to ask." Gian explained that he needed an expert in construction because he wanted to build a training ground. With the huge mana circle, he could achieve the effects of the gate, but since he couldn't always train within a gate, he required a location rich in mana where he could engrave a semi-permanent magic circle. Marthan mentioned that they needed a mana vein capable of gathering mana, a large enough surface area to engrave a magic circle, and a defense magic to prevent intrusions. Gian asked if this would cost 700 million won and how much money he had available for it. Marthan replied that from what he knew, they had slightly more than 600 million won. Gian instructed to proceed with the project and bill him for the shortfall. Marthan offered to help cover the cost if there wasn't enough, but Gian declined, saying he wouldn't take it. Marthan appeared saddened and expressed how difficult it was to get Gian to borrow from him. He promised to set things up according to Gian's instructions. Gian thanked him, saying he would be counting on him, and with everything arranged, he announced his departure. Marthan had something to ask, and Gian encouraged him to proceed. Marthan inquired how Gian intended to enter the tower since he believed that one needed to be purely human to do so. Gian pondered Marthan's question, realizing that the tower's system was incredibly strict, and even if someone used a clone, they couldn't gain the necessary authority to enter freely. Marthan's suspicion seemed reasonable. Gian asked Marthan if he was genuinely that curious about all of this. Marthan enthusiastically responded, "Of course, many would be curious about it." Gian then thought that Marthan's curiosity likely stemmed from the fact that he was a simple, pure human. Gian reassured Marthan, saying, "It's nothing, I just have to die." Marthan was taken aback and asked, "Sorry." Gian clarified that he only needed to die once. Gian explained that the reason he could currently enter the tower was that he had been killed by a hero's sword and then reincarnated as a human. He emphasized that Marthan would only know the full truth when there was a significant amount of trust between them. Marthan became visibly saddened, feeling that Gian still didn't fully believe in him. The scene shifted to a cafe where Gian and Gian were seated. A girl at the cafe complimented Gian to her friend, and her friend also mentioned Jiang. Both girls expressed interest in getting their numbers and wondered if they would share them. Gian then turned to Jiang and complimented him, saying he was really skilled at using mana for his age. Jiang responded with a cringe-worthy smile and a thank you. Gian asked him not to give him a cringe smile and inquired if he had received any other additional orders. Jiang replied that he had not received any yet, as they were currently focusing on building the guild. They came to know about the demonic guild. It had only been a while since Jiang had established the guild to grow their forces in Korea, but thanks to his exceptional skills and leadership, they were able to grow quickly and became known as a rising guild. Gian wondered if Jiang's stats were also good for someone of his age and if he was quite talented. Since he had taken Jiang as a subordinate, he had to make him useful. Gian then asked if he trusted him. Jiang responded that he had sworn on his soul to serve him. Gian then said, "In that case, don't move, no matter what happens from now on." Jiang asked, "Pardon." In the midst of their conversation, Gian placed his hand on Jiang's head and advised him not to be too surprised but to concentrate, as distractions might lead to his demise. Gian then explained that the Battle Demon clan used mana differently, preventing him from using the dark magic that Jiang was accustomed to. That was why he couldn't teach Jiang any magic that could help him become stronger quickly. However, he mentioned that it was a different case when considering it as a martial art, specifically the mind division art, which had the effect of broadening one's mindset by dividing one's mind into several parts. Discussing the benefits, Gian explained that magic was essentially about circulating a specific formula, and if someone could perform multiple simultaneous calculations, their magic efficiency could increase exponentially. This meant that once one mastered the mind division art, they would be able to accelerate their magic calculations by several folds. Jiang asked in bewilderment what exactly he had bestowed upon him. Gian then proceeded to explain it to him, thinking that if he were to fight a demon on a similar level, he would easily be able to win. Jiang admitted that he hadn't heard of it before and was surprised that Gian had given him such a strong power. He also noted that if someone had attacked both of them, they would probably be in a comatose state right now. All these revelations left the girls feeling tense. Gian then confided that he didn't want to discuss it in a public place like a cafe, but he felt relieved since it seemed that the transfer had occurred without any issues. He also mentioned that if someone had touched them, they would have experienced energy deviation. He explained that when someone was interfering with another's mind, both the magic user and the target were in danger, but since he was present, it wouldn't happen. Jiang then asked if Gian shouldn't have rented a business room or something more private. Gian responded that it was expensive. Jiang questioned if Gian wasn't well off and pointed out that he himself had quite a bit of money too. Upon hearing this, Gian found himself in an unwanted situation, explaining that it was due to his college hobby. Meanwhile, Jiang couldn't help but wonder that his life was on the line over a cup of coffee, which wasn't worth 10,000 won. Gian instructed Jiang to train hard in the mind division art and get it to 2 stars while he was gone. Confused, Jiang asked if Gian was going somewhere. Gian replied that he needed to go to his hometown before entering the tower. Jiang inquired if he wasn't heading to the high-ranking division. Gian reassured him not to worry about it. The scene then shifted to a station where someone was saying that he should be thankful to him. Gian replied that there was no need for him to tag along. It turned out to be Kim Kitty, Jian's childhood friend. Kim explained that this was the only way Gian wouldn't forget about his existence, and he was also taking the chance to visit Jian's parents. Kim added that it was tiring for him to come all the way there, especially since Gian wasn't at home and had taken a break from college. Gian thought that Kim was rendering him speechless, so he thought a silent thank you. However, Kim continued, saying he wasn't done yet. He explained that Jian's university friends were getting really worried because of his absence, and he was the only one who had prevented Jian's mother from going to Seoul because she couldn't contact him. Kim had no choice but to show her the articles about Gian, which had surprised her greatly. Fortunately, after completing Palbokdong Gate, she was finally able to contact Gian with Kim's assistance. Kim asked where he would find a friend like him who would help choose gifts for his parents. Gian replied that he had already said thank you and promised to buy him an expensive meal, even suggesting they go to the most expensive restaurant, so he better be prepared. Amused, Kim jokingly warned Gian not to come to his restaurant after saying that. Gian then shared that, honestly, it was his fault that after getting his previous life memories, he had become obsessed with becoming stronger. However, for him to be feeling this way now, it was proof that he had become very different from his previous life. Gian then reached his home and shared that his mother and father had a restaurant in an old part of Nambu Market, and they had many customers because they used an old way of deep frying. As he opened the gate, he saw his mother and father. His father asked who had come, and his mother replied that it was their son. Gian said, "I'm back, father, mother." In the next scene, he ate meat. There, he mentioned that a scent pierced all 5 senses and embraced his nose. After picking up a drumstick flowing with light and consuming it, the cooked meat dripped softly, and the taste was heavenly, not demonic. Jian's mother said that he should have told her beforehand that he was coming, so she could have prepared something he liked. Gian responded that it was nothing, as he couldn't find this taste in Seoul. His mother told him she would fry more if he wanted, and he should eat up. Gian said he wouldn't thought that after the memories of his past life came back, he had forgotten about his family for a while. There, we learned that Gian had grown up with lots of love from his family, and they had always worried and cared about him. They were as happy for him as if it had happened to them, and his parents were the most important people he wanted to protect first. Gian then mentioned, "Make sure to open your presents later." His father replied, "I guess your work as a hunter has earned you some money, you're all grown up now." Jian's mother playfully hit his father with her elbow and said, "Honey, what do you mean? He's still our baby." She also added that they appreciated it but suggested that next time he shouldn't prepare something like that. Gian responded with a simple "Yes, I will." Jian's mother then shared that Minjung should be arriving soon. Gian asked, "Why is she coming?" His mother replied, "Don't you know she's helping out in the evenings now?" Suddenly, Minjung appeared and asked, "What's all this? Isn't it your day off today?" The door was also closed. Did something happen at home? After seeing Gian, she was shocked and asked, "Why are you here?" Gian retorted, "That's the question I want to ask. How dare you say hey to a brother like me?" Minjun replied, "Brother, yuck. Your breath has gotten worse after drinking the water in Seoul." Gian responded, "Do you even brush your teeth? Don't you know you had pepper flakes in your teeth?" Minjun asked, "Why do you care if someone has pepper flakes in their teeth?" Their mother intervened angrily, saying, "Don't fight. When will you two grow up?" She couldn't help but think that it's as if her children were enemies in their past lives. In that moment, Gian realized that Minjung was one of the people with whom he had a strained relationship. Minjung then asked, "Where's my gift?" Gian responded, "There isn't any gift for you." She insisted, "Don't be like that. You have my gift, right?" Gian replied, "I don't have a sibling like you." Minjung pleaded, "Please bestow a present on a girl like me." Gian then handed her an envelope. Minjung became happy and said, "Thank you." On the TV, it was reported that the large-scale gate in Jeonju disappeared after 18 days. Jeon's mother explained that the gate gets closed. Jeon's father said he knew, as he had been to Jeonju last time and saw how massive it was. Jeon's mother expressed relief that nothing had happened. Jeon's father reassured her, saying that he would protect her if anything did happen. Jeon then shared that he didn't want to close the gate at first, but after hearing their conversation, he thought it was a good thing after all. On TV, the reporter asked Yujin about the raid. Yujin explained that the boss raid this time was handled by Hunter Gian alone. Gion's mother asked, "Wasn't it Minchiol?" The reporter then asked Hunter Gian if he was the same hunter from the hunter exam. Yujin replied, "Yes, the plan was carried out with an alliance of the H-Warring and Interstellar Union. Between the hunter exam, the gate break, and now a large-scale gate, they would continue to look forward to Gion's achievements." Gion's mother then furiously said, "Son, don't you need to do some explaining?" Since he had previously said that there was nothing dangerous, Gian was wondering where he should even start. The scene then shifted to 2 days later, where Gian explained that somehow he managed to spend 2 days lying around. On the first day, he only told his family parts that seemed okay to them and spent time with them. On the second day, he was able to have a drink with friends, thanks to Kitty. He also mentioned that after coming home, he was able to enjoy his present life as Gian Minchiol. In his past life, he was always running from something, but for a moment, he felt like he really was living as Gian. It was fun, and it led to him making a promise to himself he would become stronger again. He realized that he couldn't defeat the challenges he had to face with ordinary power. To protect the ones precious to him, he had to get stronger, no matter how dangerous it might be. The scene then shifted to the station where Gian was preparing to depart. His mother cautioned him not to do anything dangerous. Gian assured her, saying, "Don't worry, I won't do anything like that." His mother responded angrily, "Anything like that Pabluk Dong Gate should never happen." Gian reassured her, saying, "Nothing like that will happen again." Gion's dad then reminded him to stay in contact, as his mother had been worried last time. His mother playfully hit him and said he didn't need to say that. Minjun asked when he was leaving and if it was time for his train yet. Gian replied that he was leaving, and it seemed like she just wanted him out of there, hoping he'd bring money for her next time. Her sister acted strangely and said she would step up as a daughter to fulfill his missing spot and asked him to stay safe. Gian responded with a smirk, saying he could see that her tactics were still working. The train then reached Seoul, and upon reaching, Gian saw that Ellie was there to pick him up. Gian commented, "Good, you were on time as usual." Ellie asked, "Had you ever seen me late?" Gian replied, "Not yet." Ellie assured him that he wouldn't see her late in the future either and then inquired, "Are you going to the tower right away?" Gian confirmed with a yes and instructed her to call Marthan and ask him to take care of his request. They reached the entrance to the Tower of Trials, and Gian was about to open the gate. Suddenly, Ellie stopped him and asked if he had something to say. Gian was puzzled and wondered what he might have forgotten to say. Ellie then shouted that if he wanted to come back safely, he should say that he would be back. Gian asked if he didn't already say goodbye and questioned if it was really necessary, as he would see her again in a few days. Gian then shared that the people who enter the tower stay there for a long time, and on average, ranks attempt the tower with a survival rate of 70%. He explained that his physical body wasn't even close to a rank, which was why he was worried, but he had his skills and karna from the past. Gian then realized that he wouldn't be able to see Ellie for the time being and that someone other than his family would worry about him. So, he suggested they grab some food together when he was back out. Ellie was surprised and asked, "Food?" Gian responded, "Yes, not as a business matter, but as a personal matter. So, I'll be back." When Gian went inside the tower, he felt as though his body was about to melt from the darkness, as all his senses were blocked. He couldn't see what he was looking at or what he was walking on. He then activated ancient celestial art to summon his senses and assess the area first. Suddenly, a voice echoed, saying, "Welcome to the trials of the tower." Gian wondered about the identity of the neutral voice as it had taken his senses on its own and extended a welcoming gesture, which he found quite remarkable. Out of nowhere, an anonymous, general figure appeared. Gian asked if it had been there all along. The anonymous figure responded, "No, there's no way you actually saw me." Gian clarified that he only saw a general figure. The anonymous entity replied that it was still incredible. Then, the anonymous figure transformed into a man wearing a bear mask and extended a warm welcome to Gian. He then introduced himself as the administrator of the tutorial stage, Floor 0, Luki. Gian asked, "A bear mask?" Luki responded, "You need better eyesight, it's a bald lion mask." Gian retorted, "Lion my ass, stop spouting nonsense, and let's get started with the trial already." Luki remarked, "I see the visitor has a quick temper." Gian requested to be called Gian Minchial. Luki replied, "Alright, I'll call you Gian from now on," and mentioned that before they began with the Floor 0 trial. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Gian, and he thought it was similar to the status system and player authority he had awakened as a hunter. Luki informed Gian that he could access the information anytime in the tower by simply shouting status bar. Gian wondered if this was a coincidence and remarked that it could be quite entertaining. Luki explained to Gian that his stats would be temporarily fixed during this trial, and he could only use one item, with no possibility of switching items during the match. Gian inquired further, to which Luki responded, "I won't wish you luck." Suddenly, a werewolf appeared. The scene shifted outside the trial room, where a genie remarked that the challenger was a legend. Luki responded by saying that in many ways, he didn't appear to be the strongest. The genie clarified, no, he was the weakest. While his stats weren't too weak, the genie had never seen a challenger's stats increase so explosively for the sake of balancing. He couldn't believe that such a novice would enter a tower frequented by high-ranking individuals from Earth. Luki then responded that if Gian were to die, it would be the end for him, and she was interested because he felt different from the other participants. She also wondered how long Gian would last in the first trial. It was revealed that Luki was a girl hiding inside the bear mask and suit. The genie asked, "Interest?" She doesn't seem shocked by his stats and mentioned that he bet on 10 minutes. Luki replied, then he bet on 10 seconds. The genie questioned whether even rankers should take at least 2 minutes, to which Luki responded, "Bets are always a roll of the dice." On the other hand, Gian was thinking, a werewolf. If I know the monster's stats from the start, I have an advantage. And because my own stats were doubled from the adjustment, a werewolf should be easy. The werewolf then attacked Gian, and he retaliated with the 5-tiger splitting technique. Surprisingly, the monster got defeated, and it became clear that Gian was a hunter. This left both Luki and the genie shocked. A neutral voice announced that level 1 had come to an end, and everything would be healed back. The next trial would begin in 10 minutes, and if Gian wished to proceed right away, he should yell skip. Gian remarked that it wasn't even a warm-up, so he shouted skip. He then went on to hunt a stage 2 harpy, followed by a stage 4 skeleton, and continued skipping until stage 9, where he hunted down all the monsters. At this point, Gian wondered if he had only heard harsh rumors about the tower trials and wished for someone more challenging to appear. Outside the trial room, the genie asked if he was seeing things, and Luki responded that she might be seeing things as well. The genie was astounded that Gian had already reached stage 10, and it had only taken 9 seconds. This was a new record, as even rankers didn't achieve times like this. He realized there was a reason why Gian had captured her interest. Luki replied that it was a feeling, but in reality, she was thinking that it wasn't a coincidence. She then unfolded a past incident where she thought about it. Luki explained that when a challenger goes through the process of being registered under the tower, they are exposed to a blinding light that freezes all their senses temporarily. A long time ago, she had also undergone this process, and sensing anything during it should be impossible. However, Gian had managed to do something no one else could. She wondered where someone like him could have come from. In the present, Luki expressed her concern that Gian might pose a threat to the 7. On the other side, Gian had already passed level 48 and was wondering when it would end. He found that after a certain point, it became enjoyable for him as he felt like he was growing stronger with each challenge he conquered. The additional rewards added some excitement, and he hoped that it wouldn't end, speculating that maybe the system had around 100 levels. At level 49, a monster named Prowling One appeared and mentioned that it had been a long time since a challenger reached this high. Gian was surprised and asked if it could talk. Prowling confirmed with a yes and initiated the trial to assess the challenger's skills, attacking him. Gian considered that Prowling's ability seemed to be quick swordsmanship, so he decided to face him by countering speed with strength. Gian employed the 5 tiger splitting technique to block Prowling's attack. Seeing Gian's skill, Prowling One commented that he had encountered many challengers after being associated with the tower, but none like Gian. Gian, somewhat surprised, asked if that was a compliment. Prowling shared that even the one called the Seven had challenged this trial. Gian found the Seven to be a cool name. Prowling attempted to attack again with his sword, but Gian once more countered with his own blade. Prowling couldn't help but wonder about the incredible strength behind that blade. Gian confidently declared to Prowling that if he tried to evade like a fly again, it wouldn't work this time. He realized that Prowling had only taken 1 hit from him so far. Gian began a flurry of strikes, landing many hits on Prowling. Prowling grew tense as he was losing the exchange, even though his stats should have put him ahead. Gian explained that the power of martial arts comes from delivering many hits in succession. Instead of relying on a single powerful strike, combining multiple hits together could make the power even stronger. Gian added that his buff was increasing both his stats and chaos energy power, so he couldn't lose. He emphasized that having higher stats didn't guarantee victory. After being defeated, Prowling admitted that there were 8, including Gian, who had taken him down. Gian asked if the 7 he mentioned earlier was referring to the group of 7 from earlier in the conversation. Prowling confirmed that the 7 were indeed the kings who ruled over the tower. He wondered if Gian could beat the last trial and mentioned that it had been fun clashing swords for the first time in a while before disappearing. The neutral voice then announced that level 49 had been cleared, and the last trial would begin in 10 minutes. Gian promptly shouted skip, but instead of a simple skip, a lightning thunderstorm occurred. Gian commented that it seemed a bit extreme, and numerous warriors appeared. It seems like things are getting even more intense for Gian as he approaches the final trial. The warrior's name was Legion. On the screen, Gian was told to hunt the 100 legions. Gian said, 100. It would have been perfect for him to share as a heroic story about himself. He also thought that since they all had the same stats, they were trying to overpower him. The legions said, strength up, holy bless. Gian then said that if he let this drag on, they would probably get more and more buff, and since he could take them on, he decided to get started. Gian then went for an attack, stating that he would take care of the most troublesome ones that cast the buffs first. However, to his surprise, the legion began attacking with fireballs, water arrows, stealth attacks, strikes of grief, ambushes in the dark, seals of slowness, punishments, curses of blindness, and more. Gian realized that it was casting all sorts of debuffs without giving him a chance to escape. His screen displayed many notifications due to the buffs being placed on him. Suddenly, the legions began preparing for something, and Gian realized that once the debuffs were in place, they would unleash a massive skill that he wouldn't be able to dodge. So, he decided that if he couldn't escape, he would strike back at the legion's attack. He thought that by doing this, they would probably continue to target him regardless of the situation. As many legions moved into attack, Gian declared that it was now his turn to take action. The screen shared that the curse of blindness had been dispelled through divine flame, which also healed his wounds. Observing this, the legions were confused, wondering how the punishment had been dispelled. Gian then thought that it was a standard tactic to create an opening and use it when fighting in a large group. He was sure that the legions, who had a ton of experience, would definitely aim for that opening. However, he believed that while it might have worked on 7 warriors, it wouldn't work on him. Gian then began attacking each legion one by one, stating that the consequences of the opening they had seen would bring about death. He managed to kill 6 legions, but he realized that he didn't need to dodge all the attacks. In order to achieve his goal, he knew he had to sacrifice something, especially since the magic legions would also charge at this rate. The legions then activated their rear mage protection technique. Gian commented that they had gotten into their position quickly. The legions launched attacks with a firestorm and ice spear, but Gian skillfully dodged them, which made the legions tense. Seizing the moment, Gian jumped and attacked with his sword to defeat more of the legions. Here, we learn that the nickname God of was bestowed upon the demon who had reached the top through relentless fighting. They had fought extensively to earn that prestigious title. The legions then raised their guards, creating solid shields and unwavering defense. Gian remarked that by introducing a little variation, he could dismantle the sturdy fortress the legions had built and turn the tide of the fight in his favor. He launched an attack with a slash, which created only a slight opening for him. The legions attempted to counter with fire, but Gian swiftly slashed them with his sword, stating that it was too slow for them to do anything to him. Gian then remarked that it had become a battle of speed and proceeded to eliminate 27 more legions, leaving 69 legions remaining. He also realized that he had only 215 chaos energy left. Gian considered that now that he had taken care of the troublesome magic legions, he just needed to target the vital points in close combat, which would be much easier. The legions acknowledged that their mages had been annihilated, and they needed to devise new strategies. Gian asked them that since it was 69 versus 1, shouldn't they come and face him, suggesting that in times like these, he should give them more time to react. When they didn't respond, Gian decided to take action and defeated 68 more legions. The last legion expressed disbelief, questioning how someone could defeat all of them. Gian nonchalantly asked what the big deal was and stated that he would end it now. He proceeded to kill the last legion, leaving Genie shocked and asking how the legions could lose, and if she had foreseen such an outcome. Luki replied in surprise, stating that she didn't think Gian would defeat the legions, even though she looked forward to the fight. Here, Luki explains that even a party with excellent chemistry could make mistakes in a battle, but the legions, being monsters with overwhelming power, had never fallen before. However, they unexpectedly lost to a certain human, highlighting the exceptional nature of Gian's victory. A voice announced that Gian had passed the trial of battle, becoming the first to reach the trial on floor 0. On that floor, the rankings for the 0-floor trial were displayed, and Gian held the number 1 position. He was shocked to see that the group that had given themselves the grand title of the 7 Emperors hadn't even made it there. Another voice declared that he had set a record, and his name and reputation had been inscribed in the tower's history. As a reward, he received 1 million points. Gian then pondered, 1 million points. What exactly were these points, and how much value did a million points hold? Suddenly, Luki appeared, donning his suit and mask, and congratulated Gian. Gian thanked him but felt a sense of unease as Luki seemed to appear behind him out of nowhere. Gian couldn't help but wonder if it was some unique ability possessed by the tower's system or its administrators. The frustration grew as he realized he had no idea how it worked. Luki noticed that Gian appeared upset despite winning the trial and inquired about it. Gian replied with a forced smile, "It's nothing." In response, Luki said, "In that case, let me give you the trial's reward." Gian received the World Stone as a reward and couldn't help but wonder, they're giving a World Stone as a reward. He explained to Luki that a World Stone was a precious gem with the power to create a dimension, but he doubted that a stone of this size could achieve such a feat. Luki responded, to think that this would be the final reward of the 0th floor. Gian was taken aback and asked, "What? An administrator doesn't know the final reward? Isn't she supposed to know everything?" Luki explained that the tower held many secrets, and even administrators only had authority over a limited part of it. She then questioned, "How do you know about that item, especially since you're from Earth?" Gian replied cryptically, "I have my ways," and decided not to divulge the reasons behind his knowledge. Luki continued, emphasizing the uniqueness of the reward. She explained that the World Stone was an exceptionally special item, even more precious than any other floor reward. She added that with proper crafting of the World Stone, he could obtain a transcendent or mythical rank artifact. Gian declined, saying that he didn't really need any more weapons. However, Luki insisted that crafting was the best way to utilize the World Stone's potential. Gian, with confidence, replied that he had thought of a better way to use the World Stone. And then, out of nowhere, he destroyed the World Stone. This sudden action left Luki in pure shock, and she exclaimed, "What the hell did you just do?" She couldn't believe that he had just destroyed one of the most precious items in the tower. Suddenly, all the shattered fragments of the World Stone began to swirl around Gian. He explained, "The chaos energy within the World Stone equals the energy of origin. This stone holds power equivalent to the origin." Gian was attempting something that no one had ever considered, absorbing the world stone. Luki, utterly bewildered by the spectacle, asked in astonishment, "What on earth is happening?" Gian further elaborated, "The power of creation within the world stone, I am absorbing it into my mind world." However, as he attempted to do so, he realized he could only absorb about 1% of the stone's power, which was the limit of his physical body. Nevertheless, Gian was thrilled with the result. He mentioned, "At least a sun was formed in my space, and I can control the power. This means I've achieved my first goal." His joy was evident as his level increased to 4 stars. Luki was still curious and asked, "Challenger, what do you plan to do with the world stone? I saw you destroy it, but what comes next?" Gian replied, "I absorbed it." Perplexed, Luki inquired further, "I've never heard of such a thing. How did you figure out how to do it?" Gian told that it was more of an instinct. "I don't have all the details myself." Luki couldn't shake the feeling that Gian wasn't lying, and that being the first to break through the 100th floor meant he was hiding something more. She decided to trust him and said, "I believe you, and I have a certain talent myself." With that, she tossed another stone to him. Gian caught the stone and asked, "What is this?" Luki smiled and replied, "It's a token to show my interest in you." Gian became visibly frustrated and exclaimed, "I'm not the kind of person who enjoys attention, though." Luki calmly responded, "You never know when it might come in handy." Unsatisfied with her answer, Gian decided to use the eyes of truth to learn more about the token. Through this power, he discovered that it was an item related to a certain space within the tower. He realized that there were still many items he could obtain, including the Dranka's fragment. Gian nodded at Luki, accepting the token as a souvenir, and then he began to descend towards floor 1. Along the way, he contemplated that he didn't know what the ultimate destination might look like, but he had just taken his first successful step. Now, he wondered, what was next on this incredible journey? As Gian entered a desert-like environment, he couldn't help but comment, "It's too much to suddenly throw me into such a desert. Without the chaos energy, I wouldn't have been able to walk here." He realized that he had only explored a minuscule 0.01% of this vast place. Suddenly, a monster appeared and let out a shout, but Gian promptly told it to shut up. Feeling a bit tired and drained, Gian admitted that hearing the monster's shout had sapped his energy, making him wish for a battle instead. He decided to take a moment to eat something, and to his surprise, the food turned out to be much better than he had expected. However, his joy was short-lived as he realized that he had only explored 0.2% of this vast desert-like place. What was even worse, the objective wasn't even to reach a 100% exploration rate. This revelation left him in anxiety. Gian realized that his main objective was to find the path to the 2nd floor, which could be somewhere in this desert. If he got lucky, he might pass it quickly, but he needed to move swiftly, considering the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, he spotted someone approaching, and he called out, "Stop right there. Don't come any closer to me." To his surprise, 3 ghosts appeared and reassured him, asking him to calm down, as they were there to make a deal. Gian inquired about a deal. The horn ghost responded affirmatively, mentioning that it hadn't been too long since he had passed floor 0. Correct. Gian agreed with this statement. The horn ghost then proposed an exchange of rations for directions to the 2nd floor. Gian smiled and thought to himself, "Look at these individuals." He asked, "So, does the horn ghost want him to ascend something that the horn ghost wouldn't do himself? Are they expecting him to believe them?" The horn ghost explained that since they were already present, they would naturally proceed to the next floor, but they were currently refraining from doing so. They also inquired if Gian was aware that there were both a main quest and a sub-quest he could choose from in order to advance to the next stage of the Tower of Trials. Correct. At the moment, they were engaged in a sub-quest, and to complete it, they required items like rations to assist them in staying on the 1st floor. Gian acknowledged that he could consider their words, but he still couldn't fully place his trust in them. There was a possibility that they might be providing false information just to obtain the rations, after all. In response, the horn ghost assured him that if that was his concern, they had a solution. They would provide Gian with the map information they had gathered. Curious, Gian asked, "Map?" The horn ghost explained that if Gian were to call out map, he would be able to see the areas he had explored. Gian inquired if such a useful function existed. He thought that the system should have provided him with this kind of information from the beginning. Hearing this, the horn ghost chuckled to himself, thinking that Gian really didn't know about it. It seemed like this deal could be easily settled. The horn ghost then asked Gian what he thought about their offer. Gian replied, "It's not bad. Actually, it's pretty good since I can just resupply the rations just before heading to the second floor. Alright, it's a deal because information is more useful right now." Every ghost there smiled with a malicious intent. Gian expressed his gratitude to them, but the horn ghost replied that there was no need to thank them. Gian insisted, saying he was even more thankful since the horn ghost was offering valuable information and asked if that was the case. Dikran. Hearing his own name, Dikran was shocked and asked how Gian knew his name. Suddenly, Gian attacked and killed Dikran. The other ghosts were furious, demanding to know what he was doing and accusing Gian of targeting them. There, Gian obtained a key and informed the remaining ghosts that he possessed the skill Eyes of Truth, which allowed him to see through Dikran's deceit in the presence of the key. He asked if this was how they tricked other challengers, and what did they think he would do. Gian decided to turn the tables and do exactly what they had planned for him. He proceeded to kill the other two ghosts as well. Afterward, Gian clarified that he wasn't acting out of a sense of justice, he was simply punishing those who had forgotten the warrior's code and breached it, believing they deserved to die as a result. On the screen, it displayed that Gian had killed a first-floor challenger, and he obtained information about the areas the challenger had explored, raising his exploration rate to 81%. Observing this, Gian remarked that it was an unexpected loot. He then discovered the presence of stairs leading to the second floor and noticed an altar on the map where he could use the key. Gian decided that simply proceeding to the second floor would be too dull. After examining the key's requirements, he speculated that there must be a substantial reward for using it. He realized he only needed one more person to complete the key, and he was confident he would encounter at least one more individual on his journey. After some time, Gian reached the altar and expressed his surprise, asking if this was for real. He couldn't believe that he hadn't encountered a single person on his journey. He pondered whether, considering how many monsters he had slain, he should be content with the experience he had gained. However, he decided to proceed and check the altar. He also realized that the key was an item that allowed him to bypass a trial. If he could successfully complete the trial on his own, then the key might not matter to him after all. Gian grew curious about the trial and noticed a lock, wondering if that was the altar. He used his Eyes of Truth to scan it and gained information about it. Gian then remarked, once every 10 days. There's a time limit, huh? He compared this to the task of making the key, and realized that it would be better to complete the trial first. The trial offered a reward of 10,000 points, and he wondered if the 1,000,000 points he had earned during the tutorial would be sufficient. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared, and Gian wondered if someone had arrived before him. Upon seeing the person, he thought that the individual appeared quite formidable. It was revealed that the man's name was Raoul de Goldrian. Gian couldn't help but think of him as a dragon human, and if he were indeed 100 years old, he would have just completed his coming-of-age ceremony. However, the energy Raoul was emitting far exceeded that expectation. Gian realized that Raoul was an unexpected and powerful variable, and he doubted whether he could defeat him at his current level. He considered the draconians, a race descended from dragons, and knew that even a newly matured draconian had the strength to easily defeat a demon. Draconians highly valued honor and strength and preferred fair fights, which was something they had in common with Gian. This shared ethos had led to a good relationship between Gian and the draconians in his previous life. Gian reflected on his knowledge of draconians, thinking that their simple-mindedness due to their love for fairness and their aversion to shameless acts might be something he could use to his advantage in this situation, potentially avoiding unnecessary conflict. Raoul then introduced himself as a descendant of the proud gold race. In response, Gian simply stated that he was an earthling named Gian. Raoul mentioned that he would offer Gian some advice, despite it being their first meeting. Curious, Gian asked, "What is it?" Raoul advised him not to attempt the trial of the altar, as it might be too challenging for an earthling like him to handle. Gian thought to himself, "Look at this brat," and boldly questioned Raoul, asking if he was trying to make him give up the sub-quest so he could claim the reward for himself. Raoul explained that he was genuinely concerned for Gian's well-being. Gian considered Raoul's words and realized that Raoul might be telling the truth because if Raoul thought he was capable of completing the trial, he could have chosen to fight him. Furthermore, if Raoul didn't care about him, he could have let Gian face the trial alone. Gian decided to create a backup plan based on this. He told Raoul that if Raoul was genuinely worried, He could help him when he was in danger. Raoul seemed surprised and asked, "What?" Gian repeated his offer, stating that when the time came, he would pass the sub-quest to Raoul. Gian then thought that honestly, Raoul had been a fool if he accepted his offer. No, he had been a total pushover, making it sound really nice. But Gian was basically asking Raoul to be his bodyguard while he was fighting. Usually, others wouldn't have accepted this offer, but for a draconian who valued justification and fairness, Raoul had agreed. He had said that he agreed because he didn't want to take away Gian's right to this trial since Gian had been there first. He would do as Gian said. Gian then said, "All right, I promise," and went towards the lock. He looked at the lock and thought that it must be the key lock. Then a screen appeared and asked if he would like to start the trial. Gian asked, "Why are you asking?" "Of course, yes." Then, strong winds blew, and the guardian of the altar appeared. Gian asked, "Is this the guardian?" Raoul responded, "It's a fell beast." Wasn't that a demonic beast of pandemonium? The beast began howling, and the screen displayed that the fight had begun. Gian stated that he didn't know the identity of the nameless god, but he couldn't fathom that the guardian was a malevolent creature of chaos. He then mentioned that this presented an opportunity and launched a devastating attack, a slash capable of obliterating the sun. While attacking, he mentioned that the pandemonium hunting dog, the fallen beast, had a straightforward attack pattern, charging at its enemy and striking with its tentacles. Among these tentacles, some had the ability to detect traces of mana and concentrate their attacks on it. Even if a tentacle got severed, it inflicted no harm to the main body. Therefore, in a prolonged battle, he would be the first to tire out. However, the instant a tentacle was severed, it would drain mana and stamina to regenerate, creating a vulnerability in its defense. Gian then remarked, "Just like right now, I must aim for the main body." The screen displayed that Gian had immobilized the fallen beast with meteor energy, rendering it paralyzed. With this knowledge, Gian launched a meteor strike at the head of the fallen beast, causing it to be pushed back. At this moment, Raoul couldn't have anticipated that the fallen beast would yield so easily. Raoul then focused on the Wise King's Mind Eye. Here, it was revealed that the Wise King's Mind Eye was a source of wisdom bestowed exclusively upon the Lord of the Gold Dragons. This eye possessed the ability to discern a target's mana by examining the size and radiance of the color it emitted. Raoul pondered that it was disconcerting to witness Gian's apparent ease in defeating the hellish hunting dog with his seemingly inadequate physical abilities. In that case, he concluded, the Heartstone was a necessity. Gian then expressed his belief that he had initially thought he could defeat it in a single strike, but his strength fell short. Was the second form the only option he had at the moment? He did emerge victorious, but without absorbing the World Stone, the battle would have proven challenging. Thanks to the World Stone, his chaos energy had surged by more than twofold, reducing its consumption rate by 30%. However, due to his limited physical abilities, he couldn't master advanced martial arts. Regardless, there was only one course of action available to him. Gian executed another decisive slash against the fallen beast, delivering the final blow that ended its life. As the beast perished, a startling phenomenon occurred. His hands began to radiate with a brilliant light. Gian swiftly recognized the appearance of a star-shaped mark on his hand, signifying the release of level 2 of the Dark Star's power. Gian went on to explain that the Dark Star was a unique artifact, nearly on par with a mythical rank tool, and had the remarkable ability to transform into any weapon. Its power was directly tied to the user's accomplishments. Currently, he possessed the strength of a C rank, and he couldn't fathom why this had occurred. However, he saw this as an opportunity. If the Dark Star evolved to the next level, his combat prowess would also experience a significant boost. With level 2 of the Dark Star's power, he would indeed be better equipped to manage unforeseen challenges within the towers. However, a significant obstacle lay ahead. The complete release of level 2 required rare metals that were not accessible on the tower's first level. Upon receiving a message confirming his victory over the fallen beast, Gian recalled that he had been engaged in a sub-quest. This achievement earned him 10,000 points and a Heartstone as a reward. Gian couldn't help but think that the Heartstone was redundant, considering he had already absorbed the World Stone. It was then that Raoul chimed in, "Hey, you received the Heartstone as a reward for the sub-quest, right?" As Gian glanced into Raoul's eyes, he couldn't shake the feeling that Raoul appeared prepared to seize the Heartstone from him forcibly. This raised a puzzling question in Gian's mind. Why would someone from the dragon race have any use for the Heartstone? Here, it was revealed that the Heartstone was created by a particular demon with the intention of fashioning something akin to a world stone. To craft this cursed item, the demon ground up various living organisms. If one attempted to employ it for creating an artifact or as a magic crystal, it had the potential to amplify their power significantly. However, due to the immense energy contained within it, the vengeful spirit trapped within must be subdued. Gian considered, so that's why it would be highly coveted by demons, but it's not a suitable item for dragons, known for their pure mana. Nonetheless, Raoul's strong desire for it puzzled him. He smiled, realizing that the reason didn't truly matter. What was certain was that this rookie dragon human desired the Heartstone, and it was currently in his possession. Given Raoul's promise to protect him, he didn't expect any hasty attacks. Meanwhile, Raoul grappled with the realization that he truly needed the Heartstone but couldn't easily break his promise. Then, unexpectedly, Gian inquired of Raoul whether he should hand it over. Raoul's face lit up with happiness, and he eagerly inquired, "Really?" He expressed his willingness to offer a reasonable price for it and asked Gian to specify his desires. However, Gian replied that he didn't require anything in return. Perplexed, Raoul sought clarification, asking, "What do you mean?" Gian explained that there was nothing specific he desired, just the fact that Raoul had protected the area around the altars. Raoul, however, modestly stated that it was merely because Gian had arrived first for the sub-quest, and no one else had shown up. He couldn't help but feel like he was about to betray the trust Gian had placed in him. Gian pointed out that if Raoul hadn't allowed him to go first, he wouldn't have obtained the Heartstone. In response, Raoul affirmed that he had simply kept his promise. Gian then asked Raoul if he could request a favor, but he made it clear that Raoul shouldn't feel obligated to fulfill it. Raoul eagerly asked Gian to state his request. Gian explained that if there was an opportunity, he would like to have a glimpse of the world where draconians resided. Perplexed, Raoul inquired, "Draconia?" Gian clarified that on Earth, Draconia was known as a world of fantasy. Raoul excitedly asked if Gian meant that his mother planet's reputation had spread to Earth, which existed in another dimension. In his mind, Gian knew that this was a falsehood. The reality was that people on Earth didn't even know that dragons existed, and strict measures were in place to prevent interdimensional interference from races like elves, dwarves, and the Interstellar Union. Only official diplomatic routes were allowed with a select few dimensions, all while Gian's true objectives remained concealed. Raoul explained that only those acknowledged by the dragon race could access their world. Gian asked if there was no alternative way. In his thoughts, Gian acknowledged that Raoul Goldrian. He understood the significance of that name. The acknowledgement of Goldrian was far more precious than the Heartstone. At this moment, Raoul reached into his pants to retrieve something. Observing the situation, Gian felt that everything was proceeding as he had intended. Raoul then handed a name plaque to Gian, explaining that if Gian wished to enter Draco, he could use it as a gift. Gian contemplated the significance of the name plaque. In Korea, the equivalent of a dragon giving a name plaque was akin to vouching for someone. The higher the rank, the greater the value, and it was a gesture reserved for those in whom they placed immense trust. Gian couldn't help but wonder why Raoul would offer this to him. Raoul began to explain the value of the name plaque, but Gian interrupted to ask why he was offering it to him. In response, Raoul expressed his desire for mutual trust, acknowledging Gian's impressive use of mana and exceptional combat skills in their recent battle. He believed that Gian had the potential to become even stronger. Gian couldn't help but think that his act had worked even better than he anticipated. Raoul was indeed more of a kind-hearted person than he initially thought. Raoul expressed that it had been a meaningful day, gaining both a good friend and the Heartstone. Gian assured Raoul that he would treasure the name plaque. However, Gian couldn't shake the concern of how Raoul would fare in such a perilous world. He reflected that things had only gotten this bad because Raoul had crossed paths with him. Raoul then voiced his reluctance to part ways, expressing anticipation for their future meetings. Gian reciprocated the sentiment and hoped that Raoul wouldn't fall victim to deceitful individuals elsewhere. The screen then displayed that he had been rewarded with 35 O points and the option to either challenge the next trial or return to his dimension. Gian decided that there was no need for second thoughts. He still had plenty of rations with him, so he had no reason to return just yet. Gian found himself on the second floor surrounded by bubbles, and he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "Shit, I was just in the desert, and now I'm in the sea." Who the hell created this tower? He was certain that the individual responsible for constructing the tower had a twisted sense of humor. Upon entering a designated safe zone, he discovered that his remaining air supply wouldn't diminish while he remained within its boundaries. Relieved, Gian remarked that he was thankful he could now breathe freely. He also came across an intriguing object that resembled an abyss compass. Gian inquired, "So, according to this compass, is this considered a safe zone?" As he spotted a house nearby, he approached it and asked, "What is this place?" Upon entering the house, Gian was greeted by Arlok, who welcomed him and commented, "Judging by your appearance, I can tell you're a new challenger who has just reached the second floor." Curious, Gian inquired, "How did you come to that conclusion?" Arlok replied, "How else? I could discern it simply by observing your eyes. You appear to be brimming with questions. Please, come and have a seat." Gian expressed his doubt, suggesting that Arlok probably didn't intend to provide information for free. Arlok responded, "Of course not, I don't typically offer information without a cost. However, I'm willing to make an exception. If you purchase an item, I'll provide you with the information you seek, free of charge." Gian requested Arlok to provide him with his most affordable item. Arlok tossed a bottle toward him, stating, "It's 5 points." Gian mused, "So, this is how points are used." It occurred to him that 1 million points were a much more significant amount than he had initially thought. He then inquired, "Are you selling fresh water, even though there's water everywhere around here?" Arlok retorted, "If you're dissatisfied with it, go ahead and drink salt water and suffer the consequences." Gian shrugged and inquired, "So, does the administrator of this place not offer any guidance?" Arlok scoffed, "Administrator? Do you think the administrator has that much free time? They're not individuals you can simply meet." Gian then pondered the fact that the administrator of level 0 had appeared rather idle. Gian persisted, saying, "All right, forget about the administrator. Which jewel is the objective of this trial?" Arlok explained, "The Sea of Abyss is divided into 7 seas." Gian was taken aback. 7 seas? Arlok nodded, "Yes, listen carefully." Gian contemplated Arlok's explanation, realizing that this place was referred to as the Sea of Silence within the Sea of Abyss. Each sea had a jewel that challengers sought, and even after someone cleared the trial, the jewel would reappear instantly. Gian expressed his desire to learn more about the sea, but regrettably, Arlok didn't possess any additional information. He concluded that this was all he could gather for now. During their conversation, Arlok suddenly remembered something important and interjected, "I almost forgot, Gian. You can't obtain the jewel immediately just by reaching its location." Gian, intrigued, asked, "What do I need to do then?" Arlok proposed, "For a mere 500 points, I'll not only tell you how to obtain those jewels but also share information about a valuable item." Gian contemplated briefly and replied, "I think I'll ask someone else." Arlok, eager to make a deal, quickly reduced his offer. "Wait a minute, 400. No, how about 300? Hey, rookie, just give it a moment." Gian, feeling that Arlok was giving away a lot for just 5 points, made it clear that he wasn't going to be taken advantage of like that. He decided to start his journey to find the jewel on his own terms. He also pondered the location Arlok had mentioned, thinking that the merman he had encountered earlier didn't seem to be lying. As he looked around, he spotted a fish monster with a jewel on its head. He wondered, could that be the jewel? The fish monster was moving about in the water, and Gian couldn't help but smile. He asked, "Do you want me to compete with a fish in swimming?" Normal swimming might not cut it, but with the help of holy fire. Gian swiftly approached the fish monster and declared, "I have my own methods. Let's compete in what we're each good at." The fish monster seemed bewildered, repeating, What? Little did it know that Gian was the first challenger to run on water using his unique abilities. Gian was taken aback as the fish monster could speak. He became tense, realizing that he had just consumed seawater. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that this creature had arms and appeared less like a merman. The fish monster then referred to Gian as her slave, which confused him even more. Just then, a fish with a shark-like head appeared. Gian wondered if she was trying to lure him into something and questioned whether she thought she could stop him this way. The fish monster inquired, "How do you expect to catch him by going up so high?" Gian confidently replied, "You should be more concerned about yourself." He moved closer to the jewel, and the fish monster exclaimed, "What?" Gian effortlessly obtained the first jewel, and the fish monster commented that most non-rankers she had encountered struggled in the water, but he was different from them. Gian, unimpressed, asked, "Is that all you had to say? So boring." The fish monster mentioned an additional reward for challengers who cleared the trial quickly, sparking Gian's curiosity. He inquired, "What's this additional reward?" The fish monster cryptically replied, "You'll find out after passing all the trials." Gian pondered this mystery but decided to keep moving forward for now. It seemed that the reward, whatever it was, required fulfilling certain requirements and couldn't be discerned through the eyes of truth. As Gian proceeded, he encountered a formidable torrent wall. He muttered to himself, "Is this it? The torrent wall that connects to the next sea?" It was clear to him that crossing it wouldn't be an easy task. Despite the increasing water pressure, Gian steeled himself, determined to persevere and keep moving forward. As he continued on, he eventually reached the Sea of Abyss. Gian couldn't help but exclaim, "I've finally made it out of the first sea." He realized that there were 6 more to go, but this new sea felt distinctly different compared to the Sea of Silence. Gian arrived at a new house and learned that some items were quite valuable, like a short sword made from the mouth of a swordfish, which cost 3,000 points. He noticed that this house was bustling with people, resembling a village within the safe zone. Someone approached Gian and greeted him, asking if it was his first time in the zone, to which Gian replied affirmatively. The man then apologized for the interruption but requested some of Gian's time. Gian couldn't help but wonder about this person's intentions, finding the encounter a bit peculiar. We learned that the individual's name was Gerard, and he had been a hunter from the UK. Gerard later mentioned that it appeared he had embarrassed himself in front of another hunter. He then suggested to Gian that, since they were already engaged in conversation, Gian could accompany him to the abyss. Gian inquired, "The abyss?" To which Gerard replied, "That's a sea safety zone." No, the place was known as a city. Here, we learned about the abyss as it linked all the seas. If someone couldn't collect more than 4 jewels, they'd become trapped here, unable to progress to the 3rd floor or return to their original world. Gian inquired, "Is Gerard suggesting that all these individuals are stranded here?" Gerard replied affirmatively, acknowledging that he, too, was among those trapped. He had managed to collect only 3 jewels and dared not contemplate facing the remaining formidable challenges. Consequently, he had been residing there for 3 years. Gian expressed his disbelief at the thought of spending such an extended period at sea. Gerard explained that this was precisely why he was informing newcomers, like himself when he first arrived on the 2nd floor, about the ruthlessness of the Sea of Abyss. Gian then inquired about the location of the trial for the Central Sea. Gerard asked if Gian intended to immediately confront the trial. Gian confirmed this, stating that there was no reason to delay. Gian silently acknowledged that, thanks to an unexpected act of kindness, he had acquired enough information, which sufficed for his needs. Time was valuable, and it would be a waste to sit idle when he was brimming with energy. Tension gripped Gian as he stared at Gerard and questioned why he hadn't simply disclosed the location. Gerard reassured him not to worry, explaining that he had been present to witness Gian's trial challenge. Gian smiled, but he couldn't help but wonder how he was supposed to ignore Gerard. They both arrived near a whirlpool where a person was still being tossed about. Gian, upon seeing this, inquired if this was the trial. Gerard confirmed it, saying, "Yes, how fortunate. This trial only demands that you withstand the whirlpool." Gian asked Gerard for his opinion, questioning whether it was easy. Gerard responded, "Well, I suppose no one could die from this." Gian contemplated that the 2nd floor's beast was death upon failure, and he could attempt this trial repeatedly. Gerard explained that while that was true for this trial, the difficulty varied for each jewel, and Gian would require specific equipment to withstand the whirlpool. Gian confidently asserted that he didn't need any equipment and declared his intention to go in. Gerard shouted in response, expressing concern that it was too reckless. In his mind, Gian pondered that the outcome of this trial would determine whether Gerard's assessment of him as reckless was accurate. With determination, Gian entered the trial of Garnet, and it commenced. Gian fixed his gaze on the crystal located on the land inside the whirlpool. He concluded that there was no need to wait for the whirlpool to intensify, as he only had to remain in that spot for 10 minutes, regardless of how he achieved it. In that case, he retrieved his spear and declared his intention to destroy the whirlpool first. Gian then took a swing at the whirlpool, while on the other side, Gerard wondered if something had occurred. By now, a substantial whirlpool should have been visible. Suddenly, 2 more hunters arrived, and one of them inquired about Gerard's presence. They questioned if he had already completed this trial. Gerard replied that it had been some time since he had seen them and explained that he was currently guiding a newcomer through the area. The other hunter acknowledged this and asked how long it had been since the newcomer had started the trial. Gerard replied, "It's been about 2 minutes." The other hunter expressed surprise, noting that it was quieter than usual. Suddenly, a massive whirlpool surged toward them, leaving Gerard to wonder why it was so large. Out of nowhere, they were all caught inside the whirlpool. Gerard exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" Meanwhile, on Gian's screen, it was revealed that he had successfully passed the trial of Garnet, and as a reward for his achievement, the Pearl of Abyss had grown. Gerard was incredibly tense and fatigued. Gian noticed Gerard's exhaustion and remarked that Gerard could have returned. He added that he hadn't anticipated such a massive twister resulting from the destruction of the whirlpool. The new quest for Opal began, and Gian had to defeat the shark for it. However, when Gerard saw the shark, he shouted in fear, expressing concern that Gian shouldn't consider going back, as the consequences of a shark bite could be fatal. In his mind, Gian contemplated that he didn't believe the shark's bite would be fatal. His remains might never be recovered. In trials like these, he planned to strike, then employ hellfire to cauterize the wound, and finally, he would savor the fiery spectacle. Observing the flames, Gerard couldn't help but wonder if he was witnessing a campfire. He questioned what he was seeing, considering they were in the middle of the sea. The next trial was the Trial of Emerald, where Gian had to traverse the volcanic terrain. Gerard cautioned that things would be considerably more challenging in the Trial of Emerald. Gian asked if this was the most difficult trial, to which Gerard replied with a no, stating that it was considered relatively easy compared to the remaining trials. After successfully completing the trial, Gian remarked that it had been surprisingly straightforward. Gerard congratulated Gian and informed him that he could now proceed to the next floor. Gian questioned what Gerard was referring to, explaining that since he was completing these quests, he intended to collect all the jewels. Gerard inquired whether there was a real necessity to do so, and Gian responded by mentioning that he had heard the harder the difficulty, the greater the rewards. He was confident that he would receive valuable rewards by collecting all the jewels. Gian expressed his curiosity about the reward he might receive for exceeding all the trial requirements. Gerard commented that he had never encountered anyone like Gian in the past 3 years. Gian asked if that was meant as a compliment, to which Gerard responded with a no, explaining that he was simply pondering where someone like Gian had come from. In his mind, Gian thought about how dare this old man call him a monster. Gerard then said, "All right." Gian questioned, "What?" Gerard replied that he would accompany Gian until Gian was finished. Gian inquired why Gerard was going to such lengths to assist him. Gerard reiterated that he had already mentioned it. He simply wanted to observe how Gian would tackle the trials, and this was an extension of that interest. Gian considered Gerard's explanation and concluded that there was no reason to decline. He said, "All right, then. I'll be counting on you, Gerard." Gian then revealed the jewels he had collected: ruby, garnet, opal, emerald, and from the 5th trial, sapphire. He had obtained lapis lazuli from the 6th trial and was now only left with amethyst for the 7th trial. Upon reaching the 7th trial's location, Gerard explained that this place was called the Sea of Death. He remarked that the name was unnecessarily flashy, and that very few had survived attempting this trial. Upon hearing this, Gian inquired if there were actually people who had survived the Sea of Death. Gerard confirmed it, mentioning a group known as the 7 Emperors within the tower. In his mind, Gian speculated that these individuals must have been quite formidable, considering they were referred to as emperors. He also reasoned that even if they had struggled in the tutorial's last stage, he should be capable of overcoming it. Gian bid farewell to Gerard, who responded with a wish of all the best. As Gian entered the trial, he couldn't help but wonder if this was the famed Sea of Death. The name sounded fancy, but he found it underwhelming. Inside the trial, he noticed that the water pressure had reached level 10, and suddenly, Gian found himself paralyzed. He questioned, "What's happening? And where is this sudden, intense pressure coming from?" Gian then mentioned that he couldn't continue in this manner. He needed to regain his composure. Later, he descended 1,000 meters below the sea, where the water pressure escalated to level 13, and the mana density reached level 10. Gian commented on how intense the pressure had become, recognizing that even a momentary lapse in focus due to the increased mana density could result in his body being crushed. Gian then remarked that, upon reflection, He had encountered something akin to this in his past life. The 1,000-pound lake on the Mu continent submerged and forcefully pushed down anything it came into contact with. As its name suggested, if someone fell into it, they had to contend with its formidable pressure to prevail. Gian paused and reconsidered, realizing that while it bore similarities to the Sea of Death, the 1,000-pound lake might be fundamentally distinct. After all, it didn't absorb or retain energy in the same way. Here, we learn that the Sea of Death comprised a blend of high-density mana, pressure, and gravity. Gian expressed his confidence, stating, "In that scenario, I'm certain there must be a method to conquer this challenge. If I can synchronize with the high-density mana and amass it, could I then find a means to endure the pressure? To accomplish this, I must align my chaos energy to resonate with the external mana." Gian attempted to execute this plan, but encountered difficulties. He confessed, "I believed I had complete mastery over my chaos energy, but the backlash is overwhelming. Nonetheless, I'll strive to persevere through it. Sacrificing an arm or a leg is a small price to pay if it enables me to fully harness and synchronize the chaos energy." Gian then concentrated intently, successfully regaining his composure. He remarked, "This is the energy of the World Stone. The unruly chaos energy has finally subsided." Although the chaos energy retained its inherent strength, it now intermingled with a newfound gentleness. Gian continued his descent below the sea effortlessly, eventually reaching a point where he encountered the ground and screen shared that he had reached a water pressure level of 50. Gian questioned whether this marked the conclusion of his journey, as there appeared to be nothing else in sight. He acknowledged that thanks to the synchronization, the conditions had become bearable, but he sensed something was lacking. He speculated that the sole remaining element was the mountain. The screen then displayed that Gian had successfully overcome the 7th trial, earning an amethyst jewel and several additional rewards. Gian pondered whether the rewards had reached their conclusion, but then all the jewels began emerging from his bag. He soon realized that for successfully completing all the trials, he had been granted the Rainbow Ring. Gian expressed his amazement, mentioning that in comparison to the Holy Fire Blessing, it felt somewhat underwhelming. However, he couldn't ignore the fact that it offered the same statistical benefits as wearing 5 Vulcan's oaths. He considered his decision not to proceed to the 3rd floor immediately to be the right one. Suddenly, Gian heard a voice remarking that it had been some time since someone had successfully completed all the trials of the sea. Startled, Gian wondered who was speaking, unable to see anyone around. The anonymous voice directed him, saying, "Over here, young Minikin," which seemed to originate from where the voice had indicated. Gian was taken aback as he witnessed the mountain itself shift and transform into a serpent. The serpent addressed him, praising his accomplishment in passing the trials despite possessing a mortal body. Gian couldn't believe his eyes, facing the colossal serpent before him. However, he had a hunch about its identity, suspecting it to be Jormungandr. He explained that Jormungandr was a world snake capable of consuming entire dimensions. It had once held one of the 72 thrones of Pandemonium. But one day, it had abruptly departed from those thrones, and historical records ceased at that point. Gian admitted that his knowledge of Jormungandr stemmed from his past life as a Dimension Lord, but that felt like a tale from a distant past. Jormungandr expressed surprise that Gian knew his name and found him to be a peculiar being, noting the combination of a mortal's body with a demon's soul within him. Gian explained that he had his own unique circumstances. He then inquired about Jormungandr's presence and why a mythical age monster had awakened at this particular moment. As he pieced together the events, he couldn't help but entertain a particular possibility. However, he refrained from revealing this thought, realizing that disclosing it might trigger a hidden quest. Instead, he readied his sword, prepared for any potential confrontation. Jormungandr mentioned that it was because of a covenant with. Gian silently contemplated the term covenant, suspecting that it likely entailed significant restrictions given the blanked-out nature of the word. Jormungandr reassured Gian, explaining that the promise he had made was merely to remain in this location. Therefore, Gian's concerns would not come to fruition. Relieved, Gian thought to himself that he was glad he didn't have to engage in combat with such a massive entity. He would have fought if Jormungandr weren't so gigantic. Jormungandr's comment about how people used to start fighting upon seeing an enemy left Gian wondering if the old serpent was taunting him. It did come across as strangely offensive, and if this were his past life, Gian admitted he might have engaged in a massive fight because of Jormungandr's immense size and the numerous potential targets. Gian inquired further about the covenant that had kept Jormungandr in this location. However, Jormungandr regretfully stated that he couldn't divulge that information, implying that Gian should understand why. In his thoughts, Gian mused that it wasn't because of a covenant, rather, it seemed that Jormungandr was simply too lazy to leave this place. Jormungandr proceeded by offering Gian a gift, presenting him with a piece of skin. Gian was perplexed, asking about its use. Jormungandr explained that it was a cape crafted from his scales and skin, and it would be fully functional once Gian engraved a seal upon it. Gian was astonished, thinking to himself about the generosity of receiving scales and skin from a mythical age monster. He couldn't help but marvel at Jormungandr's affinity for creatures from Pandemonium. Gian expressed his gratitude, assuring Jormungandr that he wouldn't forget this generous gesture. Jormungandr, however, remarked that his time was now limited. Gian questioned why Jormungandr had suddenly closed his eyes, but he soon witnessed the transformation of the serpent back into the mountain. As Jormungandr slumbered, a powerful wind swept through the area. Gian acknowledged that Jormungandr had conveyed everything he needed to and had now drifted off to sleep. Gian contemplated that he had numerous questions to ask Jormungandr, but there was no way to do so now that the serpent had fallen asleep so abruptly. Furthermore, this place appeared utterly devoid of any living organisms, lacking the sound of even a single breath. It boasted a water pressure level of 50 and exceptionally high density mana. Compared to the gate, this environment was significantly more favorable. Gian began to wonder if this was precisely why he had been granted 200 hours of air. With 300 hours of air remaining in his pack, he decided it would be wise to take advantage of the offer and use it here. The scene transitioned to a house in Sea City, where Gerard engaged in a conversation with someone. The other person urged Gerard to stop meddling and questioned whether the individual had passed away after becoming attached to Gerard in such a brief period. They emphasized that Gerard had already done all he could and advised him to let go of thoughts concerning the deceased. Gerard expressed regret, saying, "At that time, I shouldn't have sent Gian to the trial." Suddenly, a voice chimed in, asserting that they didn't believe Gian would meet his end that easily. Gerard turned to see Gian, and with surprise, exclaimed, "You made it back alive." Confused, Gian asked Gerard why he had mentioned his death when he was clearly well and alive. Gian then wondered if 12 days had passed while he was in the abyss. Gian then shared that many things had happened during that time. He worked through his bad habits while improving his physical abilities. He also increased his proficiency in the basic martial arts that he had been using so far. He was also able to learn new martial arts, and even his stats doubled. Gian unfolded his past memory where he thought that he needed to return to Earth soon. He had to engrave on the cape and release Dark Star Stage 2, as well as check if the request he had made with Marthan had gone well. Before his return to Earth, he had to visit Gerard for the last time. The scene then shifted to the present time. Gerard responded that he wasn't sure if Gian would actually return alive, which was why he was drinking in commemoration of him. Gerard then approached Gian closely and began to cry, expressing how relieved he was that Gian had made it back safely. Gian then asked Gerard why he was crying like that when he should be congratulating him instead. Gian thought to himself, wondering why a middle-aged man would cry like this. While he appreciated Gerard's concern, he felt like he didn't have time for this. Gerard then chuckled and agreed with Gian, saying that he was right, and this meant that Gian had passed the last trial too. Gian nodded in agreement. Gerard went on to express his disbelief that Gian had passed all of the trials, something that hadn't been done in the 3 years he had been there. In his mind, Gian reflected that it wasn't just 3 years. He had heard that hardly anyone had achieved that since the tower was created. Gerard then mentioned that the only thing left for Gian to do was to climb up. Gian asked Gerard what he would be doing. Gerard responded that as he observed Gian by his side, he was reminded of himself when he first entered the tower. Gerard added that whatever happened to him, he would be challenging the tower again, just like when he was full of vigor back then. Gian replied that he would be cheering Gerard on. Gerard then said, "Let's meet on Earth next time." "No, let's meet at the top floor of the tower." Gian responded with hope, "I really hope we meet there." Gian emerged from the tower and couldn't help but wonder if it had been 25 days since he was last on Earth. Although it wasn't a long time, he felt a bit out of place here. Suddenly, a car pulled up, and Marthin stepped out, exclaiming, "Gian, you made it back safely." He was about to hug him, which left Gian shocked. He couldn't help but wonder if it was too much to encounter something like that right after leaving the tower. Gian then moved towards Ellie, leaving Marthin surprised. Ellie smiled and mentioned that Gian had returned safely. Gian replied that he had to come back safely because they had a date to eat together. Marthin, coming from behind and looking disappointed, commented that Gian didn't reply to him, yet he replied to Ellie. Gian suggested, "Mr. Marthin, let's move to another place since other people are staring at us." Marthin agreed with the idea. They all got inside the car, and Gian asked about the progress of the training grounds construction. Marthin replied that it was already completed. Gian was confused, thinking he must have heard it wrong, and asked if it hadn't even been a month since he put in the request. Marthin explained that they had started working on it immediately. Gian inquired again, making sure it wasn't done sloppily, to which Marthin confidently replied, "Of course not. Don't you know who I am? Dwarves, our whole race is born with talent in craftsmanship." Gian felt happy, thinking that if Marthin was that proud of it, the training ground must have been built nicely. Marthin then asked what Gian thought about moving into a house right next to the training ground. After considering it, Gian realized there was no need to keep staying in the rented house he had been living in. Gian responded, "All right, please do that for me." Marthin said he understood and that he would add it to the construction plans. Gian thought that Marthin was quickly becoming a more and more useful subordinate, almost like a partner. Gian then mentioned, "Oh, right, there are a few things I would like to buy." Marthin responded, "Please say the word, I will get you anything you want." Gian requested 10 kilograms of mithril and 5 kilograms of orichalcum and asked if Marthin could get those for him. Hearing this, Marthin got shocked and asked if they weren't both rare ores. He thought it would take a long time even if he was the one looking for them. Gian contemplated that they were absolutely needed for the release of Dark Stars Stage 2 though. Did he have no choice but to wait? Marthin suggested participating in an auction instead. Gian asked, "An auction?" Marthin confirmed it, explaining that the Interstellar Union would be hosting an auction 2 weeks from now. Gian pointed out that there was no guarantee that rare ores would appear right. To his surprise, Ellie handed the auction list to Gian. Marthin tensely remarked, "Ellie, it's illegal to show outsiders the auction list." Ellie calmly responded, "It's not like Marthin has always played by the rules, and Hunter Gian is no stranger, right?" Gian commented, "My partners are certainly capable." Marthin cleared his throat and admitted he was indeed quite competent. Ellie laughed and agreed, saying, "Of course." Upon seeing the list, Gian realized that, aside from the ores, there might also be a fragment of Dranka's key. It seemed there was another reason he had to participate in the auction then. The scene shifted to the training ground, where various pieces of equipment were visible. Gian commented that it was perfect, exactly what he wanted. Marthin replied, "That's just how good I am." Gian asked if Marthin didn't notice that the architectural design was done by someone else. Marthin hesitated, but Gian quickly added, "I'm joking." "Marthin, you did a great job completing the construction within a month." Gian then thought to himself, starting from the procurement of materials to the location of the building, constructing the building, and engraving the magic circle. Even if he had been a dwarf, this would have been very difficult to achieve. Marthin had really put in a lot of effort for this. Marthin then mentioned that this place wasn't far from their branch, so Gian would be able to reach their branch pretty quickly. The scene then shifted to nighttime, where Gian was training. Gian mentioned that he had decided not to attempt any gates and to focus on advancing his training until the event took place. Since he now had a pretty decent training ground, he decided to try it out right away. It had been a long time since he had trained. Gian then thought to himself that he finally had the perfect location and conditions to train in ancient celestial art. He also noted that there were too many unknown variables within the tower, and there was no guarantee there would be a place like the Abyss, making it difficult to train there. Besides, he no longer needed to rely on the energy of the star and mana stone. He now had other resources that could take their place. When he circulated his energy, he could recover from fatigue and wouldn't need to sleep. This meant he could train throughout the entire day. Suddenly, he sensed some energy and thought, "Wait a minute, this familiar energy, dark mana." The scene then shifted to Jang, who was on his way to enter a gate. Jang mentioned that they had been a long way from being a match for his exceptional talent. He hoped that they would at least be able to entertain him and started laughing. Suddenly, a call rang on his phone. Jiang wondered who dared to interrupt such a significant moment for a person of his stature. There, he saw that it was Gian. He then calmly answered the call and said, "Oh my, who do we have here? Someone even greater than me." Gian, furious, replied, "To hell with that. What are you doing in Yonsan right now?" Jiang, confused, asked, "What?" and explained that he was in Naju at the moment. He was about to enter the gate with his guild members, but if Gian needed him, he would go to Gian right away. The scene then shifted back to Gian. Gian was surprised to learn that it wasn't Jiang. He had initially thought it was Jiang when he sensed the dark mana. However, upon closer examination, he realized there were 4 other demons beside Jiang. Could it be one of them? Gian then asked Jiang if he didn't know about any of the demons who had arrived here, right? Jiang responded with a yes, admitting that due to his incompetence, he was unable to detect where they were. Gian said, "All right, then focus on raiding the gate." Gian then thought to himself that if Jiang's help wasn't going to be helpful, he would do it by himself. He needed to first locate the origin of that mana, and there was no telling what pandemonium would resort to in order to take over the earth. He couldn't just leave it be. Gian then headed to the hiking trail on the mountain to investigate. He noticed that a powerful dark mana had enveloped the entire mountain and wondered what those individuals were attempting in the Heart of Soul. Suddenly, he spotted something shining in the forest, a spear. Gian swiftly dodged it and then thought, an arrow out of nowhere. He drew his dagger and launched an attack, sending lightning-infused daggers into the air. A demon jumped and lunged at Gian, claiming he wouldn't be able to avoid it. However, out of nowhere, the lightning-infused flying daggers struck the demon down. Gian scoffed, asking, "Who's the idiot here?" He then shared that he had suspected it was them when they used arrows. The dark elves, with their enigmatic and dark nature, were challenging to comprehend, and they were not on good terms. Suddenly, more elves arrived and exclaimed, "Intruder alert! An intruder is approaching from the south." Gian then commented that despite their slender and seemingly weak appearances, elves took great pride in their skills. They were experts in dark spirits, black magic, and archery, making them formidable opponents in environments with many obstacles. However, he noted that in his case, things were different. An elf warned Gian that he wouldn't be able to proceed because his darkness was consuming him. Gian unsheathed his sword. The elves attempted to intimidate him, but Gian confidently stated that he already knew their attack patterns. With that, he unleashed a devastating strike known as the Boundless Heaven Slash on the elves. After the attack, the elves began vomiting blood and writhing on the ground in pain. Gian asked the elves how they had come to Earth, and they responded, "Kill them. For the sake of the Great One." Gian thought to himself, "Great One, my ass. These elves keep spouting the same nonsense." He then proceeded to eliminate them, remarking that he didn't believe they would harm him, so he would grant them their wish. As Gian continued forward, he realized that the elves wouldn't talk simply because he was threatening them. He couldn't afford to give them any opportunity to recover, considering he had no idea what nefarious deeds they might commit. Eventually, Gian arrived at the source of the dark mana. There, he spotted an old man engaged in some activity. Judging by the energy the old man was emanating, he appeared to be quite skilled. This old man was a dark elf with a substantial amount of mana. Could the source of the dark mana be him? However, something was peculiar. Dark elves typically had a strong affinity for their own kind. If the dark elf who was as powerful as an elder was here, he should have already attacked Gian with black thunder. The fact that he hadn't made a move. Gian asked if the old elf wasn't able to move because he needed to prepare for a spell, and then he inquired about their presence in Korea. However, Gian doubted that the old man would readily answer him. The old elf replied that everything they were doing was for the sake of the great demon king, Deimos. Lord Deimos would descend upon this world once again and bring death everywhere. Gian initially relaxed, thinking that these were the subordinates of the demon king Deimos. However, he soon realized that he was, in fact, Deimos. Furious, he asked the old elf if he was full of nonsense and warned him not to tell him lies. But before the old elf could respond, he detonated his mana, ending his own life. Gian cursed under his breath, frustrated by the sudden turn of events. He couldn't believe the old elf had impersonated him and angrily called all of them trash for their deceit. The scene then shifted to Shiniyumi's house. Shiniyumi's phone rang, and she asked, "Who is it?" "Hello?" Gian introduced himself as someone she had met during the exam. Shiniyumi recalled, "Oh, from back then." Gian asked if she still remembered the bet they had made during the exam. Right. Shiniyumi responded, of course, and noted that it had taken Gian quite a while to contact her. Gian apologized, explaining that things had been hectic for him recently, and then mentioned that he wanted to ask her something. Shiniyumi agreed, with the condition that it wasn't a personal question. Gian then brought up the topic of dark elves, which startled Shiniyumi. She confirmed that they were indeed on Earth. Gian asked how she knew that, to which Shiniyumi teased that if he wanted to know, he should keep his promise to eat a meal together, right? The scene had shifted to 30 minutes ago. Gian wondered how those individuals had the audacity to exploit his name and question their motives. He employed a wavelength amplification formation to collect information and enhanced a specific wavelength. Gian then revealed that this indicated that these magic formations alone couldn't accomplish much, and it appeared that there were more of them. Investigating everything on his own would be impossible. He required more information than manpower. Of course, he had nothing to worry about, as he had recruited a valuable subordinate for a situation like this. Gian then attempted to call Jang, but he discovered that Jang's phone was switched off. Gian recalled that Jang had mentioned he was going on a raid. Once again, when he needed something, it was never readily available. Jang had to be in a dungeon at this moment of all times. Additionally, Gian was uncertain how long it would take for Jang to return. Even so, Gian doubted whether it would be useful for him to seek assistance from the Hunter Association or the Interstellar Union, given that there was a chance the Hunter Association might take rash actions, and the Interstellar Union had no connections beyond the Yongsan branch. Gian became more perplexed, contemplating what he should do about the Dark Elves. He suddenly recollected that there were elves and dark elves, and he explained that although they were originally of the same race, some radical elves had joined forces with Pandemonium, causing their forces to split, and those two races became sworn enemies of each other. Gian expressed his relief at remembering Shiniyumi in this situation, as he was certain she would have a reaction to it. Being a half-elf with one parent from the elf embassy, and the other being Korean, she had a unique perspective to offer. The scene shifted to the present, where Gian waited for someone. He then explained the situation briefly to her, and she said she would send some people to assist him. Gian mentioned that they should be arriving soon. A curious elf approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you Hunter Gian?" Gian inquired, "Did Shiniyumi send you?" The elf replied affirmatively, introducing himself as Griff and mentioning that he had been dispatched from the elf embassy. Gian couldn't help but notice the fruity scents emitted by their spirit energies, confirming that they were indeed elves. He also observed their badges and wondered if they were from the lifeguards, as elves differentiated their warrior ranks by the number of leaves on their badges. The maximum number of leaves would be 6, and having 5 indicated that they were exceptional warriors. They all proceeded along the hiking route on the mountain. Griff inquired if Gian had defeated the corrupted ones by himself, to which Gian confirmed. Griff mentioned that he had heard Gian had taken the same test as their young Miss Shiniyumi. Gian asked what Griff wanted to say. Griff then asked if Gian would be willing to spar with him. Gian, taken aback, exclaimed, "What?" Gian thought that it appeared Griff was serious about sparring, and he found it hard to believe that Griff was so competitive in this situation. He mused that he would believe it if someone told him Griff was a battle demon rather than an elf. Gian then inquired if Griff had come to help with the aftermath. Griff realized his mistake and said, "Oh, right," apologizing to Gian. Gian commented that elves were usually reserved, and he wasn't accustomed to seeing one so energetic. The elves began their magic by uttering, "Oh, spirit, please revert this place back to its original state before it was destroyed." The spirit god responded that it was a simple request contract, and thus, he would grant their wish. Gian commented that elves were convenient in that way. They harnessed nature's mana with spirit magic and could swiftly purify dark mana. He noted that if he had attempted to do this by himself, it would have taken much more time. After the purification process was complete, Griff stated that he would be Gian's guide, addressing him as Hunter Menchial. Gian asked, "My guide?" Griff replied affirmatively, mentioning that their young miss had invited Gian to a banquet. Gian was delighted to hear this and thought that she wanted to talk over a meal, which was great. He responded, "All right, lead the way." Gian then expressed his intention to gather information on the movements of the Dark Elves and to learn more about the elves. He was determined to use any means necessary, even enlisting the help of the elves if it meant putting an end to those who were misusing his name. The scene shifted to the elf embassy, where Gian was warmly welcomed by the elves. Seeing their hospitality, Gian couldn't help but find it strange. In his past life, he only remembered fighting against elves, as the only empire in the elf dimension. Vanaheim was one of Elysium's ally countries. Gian added that it was only natural for humanity and the elves to clash with pandemonium. But in recent times, humanity and the elves had developed good relations. After the second great cataclysm, the elves actively worked to establish friendly ties with humanity. He thought to himself that thanks to these efforts, Earth had a positive impression of elves. Gian then shared that, from his past self's perspective, he had seen them as nice, far-sighted, and somewhat weak. However, he noted that he currently held no negative perceptions of them. He wondered if it could be because of their appearances. Shinigami arrived and greeted Gian with a hunter. Gian, long time no see. Gian agreed and asked if it was their second meeting. Shinigami replied that she had been waiting for him to contact her, but he never did. Gian inquired why she had been waiting, to which Shinigami explained that she was the kind who liked to repay her debts. She also mentioned that the meal wasn't related to the bet they had made. Gian asked Shinigami what she meant, and she explained that it was her father who had invited him to the banquet. She wanted to let him know in advance so he wouldn't feel uncomfortable when they entered the banquet hall. Gian responded by saying it's great to experience something that doesn't happen often in life. Shinigami then mentioned that she would treat him to a meal next time since her father was the one who invited him this time. Gian agreed, saying, "Alright, then let's go." Shinigami commented that Gian was still the same as always. Gian asked her what she meant, and she explained that he didn't look nervous at all, just like when he was fighting with the blue catcher. Confused, Gian asked if elves were also human. Was there a need for him to be nervous? Shinigami responded that part of him was truly fascinating. They both entered the banquet, and Shinigami introduced Gian to her father, Ambassador Varus Siren of Vanaheim. Varus asked if Gian was the hunter who discovered the traces of dark elves. Gian noted the family name Shilin and deduced that he was a collateral descendant of Vanaheim's royal family. Varus then inquired if Gian had a particular interest in elves, to which Gian replied that it was just common knowledge. Gian couldn't help but think that elves considered Earth to be a significant place, similar to what he had observed with Raoul. He couldn't read Varus's information with the eye of truth, indicating that Varus was one of the top few strongest elves within the Vanaheim Empire. It also crossed his mind that Varus might desire a fight. Varus remarked that there seemed to be a burning desire in Gian's eyes, but mentioned that it was too bad because he was already taken. Gian jokingly responded that he didn't swing that way. Varus laughed and said he was just kidding, then invited Gian to sit with him. He also called Shinigami his little princess, to which Shinigami protested, saying she had already told him not to call her that in front of others. Varus suggested that they were all hungry and proposed that they talk after they eat. Gian thought they were just going to fill their stomachs, but it seemed like they had put in quite a bit of effort. Varus then requested some private time with Gian, addressing Shinigami as my princess, and asked if she could excuse them for a moment. Shinigami agreed to that. After Shinigami left, Varus mentioned that he had heard about how Gian first discovered the Dark Elves and fought with them. Gian modestly replied that he was just lucky. Varus commented that Gian seemed to have good luck, perhaps too much of it. Gian couldn't help but think that Varus had changed his attitude the moment he sent Shinigami away, and he wondered if Varus was going to get straight to the point. He also realized that it would be difficult for Varus to believe his words, which he had suspected from the beginning. Varus mentioned that Gian was like a benefactor to them. He explained that they knew dark elves had come to Earth, but they couldn't find any traces of them at all. Gian remarked that it felt more like an interrogation to him. Varus responded by saying that dark elves were all around level B rank hunters, making them tough adversaries even for Gian, who had a dormant talent at only E rank. Gian expressed understanding that Varus had looked into him but wondered why Varus was bringing up embarrassing topics now. Varus replied by asking if Gian had planned this from the beginning, starting from the hunter exams. Upon hearing this, Gian burst into laughter. Varus asked what was so funny, and Gian responded by asking if Varus thought the world revolved around elves, urging him not to be ridiculous. He questioned why he would go through the trouble of such a plan. Varus admitted that he couldn't help but be suspicious of Gian. Gian then asked if the origin of his suspicions was simply the fact that Gian couldn't have defeated the Dark Elves by himself. Varus affirmed this and used a spirit wall. Gian expressed shock at the barrier, noting that it blocked out all flows from the outside, something even a rank hunter couldn't break easily. He then asked if this was how elves repaid kindness and found it ridiculous, considering it a problem with elves. He couldn't believe they thought he was someone who would resort to petty tricks and questioned how they could catch dark elves with such pathetic methods. Varus informed Gian that once the investigation squad returned, they would be able to decide what to make of him. He asked Gian to wait for a little while and mentioned that he didn't like doing this to someone who had helped them. Gian couldn't help but think about the elves who remained in the mountains. They could witness how he had fought if they used the spirits. In that case, he would be cleared of suspicion, but the situation upset him greatly. He grew furious and was about to attack the spirit wall. Varus warned Gian that it was futile, and Gian wouldn't be able to break the barrier with his strength. Gian shouted at Varus to shut his mouth and then attacked with the sun-destroying slash on the wall. The barrier shattered after the attack, leaving Varus shocked and tense. With a strong killing intent, Gian told Varus, "Let's continue from where we left off, damn elf." Gian then pointed a sword at Varric, and Varric countered by drawing his own sword with determination. Varric stated his apology, admitting that he had underestimated Gian's abilities. Gian pondered why Varric had perceived him as weak, considering he could manifest a spirit-infused sword in such a situation. Varric expressed surprise, remarking on the hidden strength Gian possessed. Gian responded, asking Varric to ensure his facts were accurate and emphasizing that he had never concealed his abilities. It was just that others didn't believe in them. Gian privately reflected that these elves had claimed they were only going to ask him questions, yet here they were. He also noted that he was already occupied tracking down his impersonators and couldn't believe he was expending his energy in a situation like this. Varric mentioned that since Gian had sheathed his sword first, he would also cease the confrontation and inquired if Gian didn't intend to continue the fight. Gian replied that if he had wanted to harm Varric, he would have struck long ago. Varric countered by noting that it was a serious offense to aim a sword at an ambassador, potentially leading to diplomatic complications. Gian replied that if Varric wanted a genuine fight, he wouldn't hold Varric responsible. Varric retorted, "Come on, can't you take a joke?" Gian asked, "A joke?" and privately wondered if this eccentric elf couldn't recognize that this wasn't an appropriate moment for humor. The scene transitioned to the reception room. Griff inquired if he could present his report. Varric granted permission, stating that since Gian was also involved, he had the right to hear it. Varric proceeded to start the report. First and foremost, the Dark Elves' objective was to awaken an incarnated being imprisoned in the Old Dimension. Varric mentioned the Old Dimension, and Gian was taken aback, thinking about how they were able to deduce that just from the magic circle. He mused that they weren't entirely useless, but those dark elves were clearly gearing up for a significant event. In a multidimensional universe comprising several hundred dimensions, it was discovered that there existed new dimensions that had come into existence, while others had developed over an eternity of time. It would have been ideal for all dimensions to flourish and progress, but some dimensions also faced their eventual demise. The Old Dimension referred to one of the fallen worlds. Varric inquired if he had any inkling of what that incarnated existence was. Griff replied that it appeared the Dark Elves had pledged their allegiance to the god of war, Deimos. In Gian's thoughts, he stated that Deimos had perished long ago. Varric questioned Deimos, the Dimension Lord who was vanquished on Earth in the past. Griff affirmed that yes, it would be accurate to assume that they were seeking a method for Deimos to return to Earth once more. Gian believed they were heading in the wrong direction. Deimos had perished and reincarnated right before them. Varric inquired about a means to bring the fallen Dimension Lord back to Earth. He was convinced that the Dark Elves were harboring some hidden agenda. He felt the need to inform their country in Elysium about this matter. Gian, overwhelmed by the situation, thought that it wasn't as if he could simply reveal the truth to them. Griff explained their inability to trace the whereabouts of the Dark Elves and offered an apology for that. He also mentioned that it appeared the ritual would require 1 to 2 more days for completion. Varric questioned this, expressing surprise that they couldn't locate any traces of the Dark Elves, especially when the ritual was nearing its conclusion. Varric inquired if Gian had mentioned earlier that he could detect dark mana, to which Gian affirmed. Varric then requested that Gian please lend them his strength. The god of war, or rather, the entity that Earth refers to as the Demon King, might descend upon Earth once more. They were in desperate need of Gian's assistance for the sake of Earth. Gian thought to himself that those elf individuals had finally grasped the gravity of their situation. The only one capable of swiftly locating the dark elves would be him. Given his desire to eliminate those imposters, that was precisely what he needed to do. Gian asked Varric why he hadn't made this request earlier if he was so desperate. Varric stumbled over his words in response. Gian observed how elves seemed to repay their debts and decided that if he played his cards right, he could use this situation to his advantage. With that, he began to leave the room. Varric requested that Gian forgive his earlier acts of disrespect. Gian replied, "Well, I can be a bit petty, so I doubt I'll forget it immediately." Varric reached out, holding Gian's hand, and implored him not to be like this, reminding him that this was for the safety of all mankind. Gian replied, "Probably so, but I'm going to be quite busy since someone wasted a lot of my time today." Varric pleaded with him, asking if Gian could please forgive the mistake he had made. Gian responded by saying that in order to forget something that had upset the heart, he believed an appropriate price needed to be paid. Varric asked what Gian needed, encouraging him to speak his mind freely. Gian inquired if Varric would genuinely follow through if he stated it. Varric solemnly swore by the name of Varus Silan and his title as the ambassador that he would. Gian cautioned Varric to remember the oath he had just made, to which Varric replied, "Definitely." Gian shared the wisdom that when someone had the opportunity to obtain something, they must make sure to get as much as possible. The scene shifted to a training ground where Gian stood, holding a check in his hand. Gian pondered how much he should write on it to make the rumors suggest he had provided the correct amount. He entertained the idea of taking everything from these elf individuals, but decided to think about it later as time was running short. Gian then disclosed that they had initially detected the energy of the dark elves about a month ago. They had been wasting time and had only managed to catch a faint trace of them, thanks to him. However, the ritual was nearing completion. Both sides had been wasting precious time, and both were now in a hurry. He couldn't forgive the dark elves, especially not now. His first priority was to locate dark mana. If he had more time, he would have hunted down every single one of them. But time was running out. In that case, Gian felt he had no alternative but to employ it, the new mana circulation technique he had acquired in the Abyss of Death. Gian proceeded to use synchronization to generate a detection ray. He remarked that these rays were now his eyes, allowing him to detect the signals emitted by dark mana. Even if he had to search all of Seoul, he was determined to locate every one of them. The scene shifted to some time later where Gian was lying exhausted on the ground. He revealed that he had nearly met his demise. While searching for the dark elves, he had continuously released chaos energy to expand his detection area, and he had felt like his brain was on the verge of exploding. Fortunately, his senses had dulled the pain, but Seoul was undeniably vast. Gian also shared that there were approximately 10 suspicious locations because the amount of mana in all these areas appeared to be similar. He believed that by identifying the core of the magic circle, he could make progress in his search. Gian sent the locations to Varric, who responded with a thank you. Gian noted the swift reply and surmised that the embassy must have been anxiously awaiting his message. In his thoughts, he decided to leave the dark elves who spoke nonsense to Varric and his elves. He would have loved to confront them personally and exact retribution, but due to his excessive use of synchronization, he currently possessed only 20% of his actual strength. His priority now was to recover his full strength. Gian considered that there was nothing quite like circulating energy to cool down an overheated brain. He planned to employ the ancient celestial art to harness the power of the World Stone. He explained that the World Stone had two energies that had been separated from it. One was of light, and the other was of darkness. As the night slowly gave way to morning, Gian continued his training with the ancient celestial art. He commented on how much better he felt and wondered about the time. He also questioned why he could sense chaos energy emanating from another location. Had he overlooked it earlier because he was too focused on detecting dark mana? This sensation felt strangely familiar to him. Suddenly, Gian realized that it was the energy of a gate break in the neighborhood. It dawned on him that it was the same energy as the black gate that had caused the gate break previously. The kobold inside that gate possessed chaos energy. He couldn't help but wonder if it was merely a coincidence that he was detecting chaos energy at the same time as the Dark Elves' ritual was taking place. Gian considered that there was no concrete evidence linking the two events, but he didn't want to miss the opportunity to investigate the chaos energy the black monsters were emitting. He quickly headed towards the gate, leaping over the terraces of houses and shouting, "The gate is mine." The scene then shifted to the location where the Dark Elves' ritual was taking place. Someone there noted that the grand ritual had been completed at the perfect moment, and everything was unfolding according to their plans. The scene then shifted to inside the Black Gate. Gian remarked, "It appears as though a break wouldn't be happening anytime soon." With a touch of sadness, Gian observed, this seemed to be the inside of the Black Gate, but there wasn't much mana and he couldn't sense any life force. It was as if he were looking at a world that had been devastated. Suddenly, he was shocked to see that this world had descended into twilight, with most of the astral bodies destroyed, and dark elves were present. Gian wondered if he should exclaim bingo at a time like this. All the rituals that the Dark Elves had been conducting in various locations in Seoul were aimed at opening this ominous dark gate. Gian remarked, "What a warm welcome this is." His elixirs and impersonators were all gathered in one place. Meanwhile, wolves were howling, and the Dark Elves inquired if Gian was alone. They found his fearlessness remarkable for a member of such a humble race. Another Dark Elf mentioned being tired of guarding the gate and suggested that Gian would make a perfect toy, destined to be overwhelmed by despair. They then launched an attack with the wolves. Gian sneered, "Toy, my foot. This will be the day they all meet their end." He swiftly countered by using a powerful palm strike against the wolves and proceeded to eliminate the remaining wolves with a variety of techniques. In his thoughts, Gian remarked, "Dire wolves, much like the kobold group, are C rank, but they possess B rank stats." He also noted that they were too easy to deal with, making the use of advanced martial arts with chaotic energy and needless extravagance. Seeing the Dark Elves shocked, one of them asked, "Does a lowly human do this?" Suddenly, the remaining wolves retreated in fear of Gian. The Dark Elves shouted, accusing them of being cowards. Gian declared that he wouldn't allow a single one of them to escape and launched an attack. Even as they were being attacked, the Dark Elves exclaimed, "May the Demon Lord Demos bring death upon our enemies, for the revival of our prince." After dispatching them, Gian remarked, these individuals were still uttering the same nonsense. Gian's chaos energy had grown significantly due to hunting them down. He then sarcastically said, "Thanks to them, I've gathered quite a bit of chaos energy, haven't I?" Gian then expressed, "Even though I've just fought, it feels like all my fatigue has been washed away." He realized that he could use martial arts effectively while being enveloped in holy fire. Gratefully, he pondered, "I'm truly thankful for all this. How should I repay this favor?" From the other side, there were no replies. Gian tossed the wolf aside and questioned, "Why is there no response? Stop what the Dark Elves are doing if you don't wish to meet your end." The Dark Elf smiled in response. Gian asked in frustration, "Don't you Dark Elves understand your situation? What's so amusing when all your subordinates lie dead?" The Dark Elf responded that his comrades had all faithfully followed the wishes of the great Demos, so they had no regrets about their deaths. He added that thanks to them, the ritual had been completed, and Gian's trip had been in vain. In his mind, Gian thought that this Dark Elf needed to be silenced, as his words were infuriating. Gian retorted, "Dark Elves speak nonsense as if it were the truth. What's the point of following Demos when he's already dead?" He couldn't help but find the situation rather absurd and didn't appreciate having to engage in this conversation. The Dark Elf responded, "Gian, you know nothing. We were not following the dead god of war." Gian inquired, "Then who are you following?" The Dark Elf hesitated for a moment, and suddenly a small crack appeared in the sky. Gian wondered about the strange sound, to which the Dark Elf exclaimed, "Welcome. Awaken from your long slumber and bring chaos to this land." Smiling, the Dark Elf taunted, "Be afraid. Once he descends, a mere human like Gian will be nothing but a lump of meat." Gian remarked, "It's quite strange." The Dark Elf asked, "What's strange?" Gian then questioned, "Why isn't that great being appearing?" This shocked the Dark Elf, who exclaimed, "What? New?" In that moment of distraction, Gian swiftly punched the Dark Elf. The Dark Elf desperately exclaimed, "This couldn't be possible." We definitely proceeded with the ritual as per his instructions. Gian asked, "Are you talking about the wavelength amplification circle? I have already destroyed the ones in the other locations." Gian then thought that it seemed like the original elves were doing a good job with the task he had assigned them, making all the effort worthwhile. Gian continued and inquired, "What were you talking about? Who asked the Dark Elves to do these things?" The Dark Elf responded, "Demon Lord Demos." In response, Gian cut one of the Dark Elf's fingers and sternly warned, "I'll cut one of your fingers every time you speak nonsense." The Dark Elf, in pain, began howling. Gian couldn't help but think, pathetic bastards. Dark Elves don't have any backbone like the Elves do. He had the urge to decapitate the Dark Elf right away, but he realized that if he wanted to find out who was behind all of this, he needed to hold back for now. Suddenly, something happened in the sky, and Gian looked up to see eyes in the crack, realizing he might be in trouble. Out of nowhere, something fell to the ground. The Dark Elf cried out with joy, exclaiming that it's done, just like he had said. Furious, Gian demanded to know what had been done. Gian wondered who on earth was imprisoned in this place, and then the object broke, releasing a large wolf that emerged with a powerful gust of wind. Gian realized that it seemed like the Dark Elf had summoned something incredible. He explained that it was Fenrir, the monster of the mythical age, the god devourer, Fenrir. Here, we learned about the god devourer, Fenrir. It had a body covered in black fur and green eyes filled with madness. A creature from the mythical age, the brother of Jormungandr. It was the deity slayer that vanquished an Aesir god race that had previously sought redemption for their past misdeeds. And it was also a harbinger of destruction across dimensions. Fenrir, there, let out a thunderous roar, Avu. The Dark Elf rushed toward Fenrir, claiming to be the one who had awakened him. Gian was taken aback by this revelation. The Dark Elf remarked, "Oh, the deity slayer, you've indeed brought chaos to this world." To the Dark Elf's astonishment, Fenrir swiftly dispatched him with a single swipe of his massive paw. Gian thought to himself, such immense force from just a single swing of its leg. It's undoubtedly strong, but there's something amiss. It lacks rationality and seems weaker than anticipated. Gian then contemplated whether its power had been diminished because it had forcibly traversed into another dimension, possibly due to the neutralization of the wavelength amplification circle. Initially, Gian considered that if Fenrir hadn't been weakened, it would have been impossible to discern its stats with the eyes of truth. However, as Fenrir let out a fierce roar directed at Gian, he realized that it was also intent on attacking him. Given the considerable distance between them and the gate, Gian concluded that he had no alternative but to engage in combat. Gian acknowledged that he had encountered a formidable adversary in an unforeseen location. His foe seemed driven solely by instinct, brimming with bloodlust and insatiable hunger. He mused, what an intriguing twist of fate. Gian believed that in this situation, he had an advantage, for he was both Gian and the god of war, Demos. With resolve, Gian launched his attack, declaring, "Today, Fenrir, I'll give you a sound thrashing. You wretched creature," he added, "I am unparalleled in combat across the entire universe, in both past and present." As Gian launched a series of slashes, he couldn't help but wonder if Fenrir had many blind spots due to its massive size. He then unleashed a powerful palm attack. But he couldn't deny that Fenrir was incredibly resilient. Given the substantial difference in their strength and defense, Gian's attacks didn't seem to have a significant impact on the beast. Gian swiftly began to move, employing the 5-tiger splitting blade technique. He realized that his sword wasn't penetrating deeply due to Fenrir's thick fur. Dodging one of Fenrir's attacks, he noted to himself that the beast was surprisingly fast. Gian understood that a direct hit from Fenrir could prove fatal. With this in mind, he decided to endure the minor attacks, avoid a full-blown strike, and then counter with his own attacks. As Fenrir roared and began to feel the heat of Gian's hellfire, Gian muttered, "You damn mutt, did you really think I'd just be running circles?" Despite a significant portion of its power being sealed, Fenrir remained a formidable creature of myth. Even the hellfire didn't seem to inflict much damage on it. As Fenrir prepared to unleash a breath attack, Gian couldn't help but wonder, a breath attack. He found it strange that Fenrir would openly prepare such a massive assault. Gian reasoned that he wouldn't just stand there and take the hit. Instead, he decided to slash at Fenrir multiple times, successfully inflicting a wound on the beast. Gian held the belief that persistence would wear through Fenrir's thick fur, much like constant dripping wears away stone. He continued his relentless assault, slashing away. Fenrir's screams echoed, but Gian wasn't finished. He swiftly drew a dagger and utilized dagger flash, ensuring that Fenrir couldn't catch him with its slower speed. Finally, Gian unleashed the Imperial Lightning Destruction Fist. As Fenrir writhed in pain and attempted to escape, Gian maintained a firm grip on the situation. He acknowledged that Fenrir was undeniably formidable, and he estimated he had approximately 50% of his internal energy remaining. This battle was one where a single mistake could lead to a fatal injury. Gian realized that this was the essence of real combat. In a sudden turn of events, Gian noticed the sky collapsing. Using the eyes of truth, he discerned that the world would crumble even faster with increased impacts. Frustrated, he exclaimed, "Shit," and questioned whether their fierce battle had triggered this catastrophe. Out of nowhere, Fenrir lunged to devour him. But Gian reacted swiftly, summoning magical hands to grasp and hold the beast's mouth shut. Gian pondered whether the world's collapse was a consequence of the impacts generated by their intense battle. To exacerbate matters, Fenrir remained incredibly resilient, sustaining damage bit by bit, but not to the point of defeat. Gian also expressed concern that his chaos energy was depleting rapidly, adding to the urgency of the situation. Fenrir's thunderous roar shattered the ground, leaving Gian to wonder if the beast was attempting to restrict his movements. He noticed that the screen indicated that the world would collapse faster with increased impacts. Gian realized that the more Fenrir rampaged, the less time they had, and it seemed the creature was becoming more strategic in its movements, adding a new layer of challenge to the situation. Gian, with unwavering determination, declared that Fenrir was mistaken if it believed anything could stop him. He invoked the rainbow's blessing, cleansing himself of injuries and curses. Gian reflected on the fact that even gods who ruled over dimensions likely had some form of fatal weakness, and he was confident that Fenrir had a weakness. Addressing Fenrir, he warned, "You damn mutt, cease your rampage. If you persist, this place will be obliterated." Gian resolved to find a weakness that could immobilize the creature, then confidently announced, "Now, it's time for round 2, you bastard." Gian shared that the location was a remnant of a world that had been annihilated, and there remained only 15 minutes until the dimension would crumble. Gian then launched an attack, remarking on how lamentable it was that Fenrir, who devoured gods and brought destruction to worlds, now carried itself in a manner unbefitting of its former dignity. Those eyes, once filled with madness, had lost all the prestige they once possessed. Gian also revealed that, somehow, he saw a reflection of himself in Fenrir. After his attempt to descend upon Earth using his divided body, ultimately meeting his end as humanity's hero, he found himself unable to return to his original form and had been reborn in human guise. Gian pondered that the dimension would soon meet its demise, and at this rate, Fenrir would likely spend eternity gazing into the void of the dimensional rift. With determination, Gian declared that he would end Fenrir with his own hands. Gian then reflected on his attempts to attack the creature's vital points, realizing that, aside from its neck, the other areas yielded minimal reaction. The neck was undoubtedly its weakest point. Something lay within the wound. Gian unleashed the sun-destroying slash, and as he did, he noticed something confirming his suspicion, remarking that he was correct. Something was lodged in the creature's wound. Gian then employed the meteor strike, shattering that mysterious object. Fenrir howled in agony and collapsed to the ground. Gian, witnessing the creature's intense reaction, mused that it was a far more potent response than he had anticipated. He questioned whether this was truly its weakness and determined to finish it decisively by beheading it in a single strike. To Gian's surprise, Fenrir uttered, "My neck. It's so painful." Gian wondered if Fenrir was regaining its senses. Fenrir then inquired about his whereabouts and his identity, to which Gian replied, "You are Fenrir." Fenrir confirmed this, saying, "That's right, I am Fenrir Ragnarok. I was fighting with gods. No, was I released so I could fight?" Gian was puzzled and asked, "What are you talking about? You've devoured the strongest gods and destroyed worlds." Fenrir questioned what nonsense Gian was speaking, insisting that he was indeed in the midst of battling gods. Gian retorted, "Do I look like a god to you?" Fenrir responded with a negative, describing Gian as a mortal, a lowly creature, a human. Gian then emphasized that Fenrir should pay close attention, explaining that his family had eradicated the gods. He mentioned that his younger sibling, Jormungandr, had ascended to one of the 72 thrones of the Pandemonium. Fenrir tensely inquired, "Jormungandr entered the den of demons." "That's strange, I have no memories of that." Gian sensed Fenrir's disbelief and decided to provide evidence. He showed Fenrir the piece of scalp and skin he had obtained from Jormungandr. Fenrir, upon seeing it, remarked that it indeed contained Jormungandr's energy. However, he still couldn't accept it fully, saying that it couldn't be true. Jormungandr was preparing for war with him. he thought. Gian began to suspect that Fenrir's memories were indeed distorted, possibly due to the recently destroyed object. Gian then asked Fenrir about the last thing he remembered. Fenrir replied, "The last thing I remember was, ugh, my head's throbbing." Gian recognized the confusion and distress in Fenrir's state and decided that he couldn't leave him in this condition. He thought that, compared to Fenrir being trapped eternally in the dimensional crack with only his consciousness intact, it would be more merciful to end his suffering. With determination, Gian drew his sword. Fenrir, feeling scared, asked Gian if his anger had stemmed from being called immortal. Gian assured him that it wasn't about that. Fenrir then proposed they talk after Gian lowered his sword, finding it intimidating. Gian, however, emphasized that one swipe of Fenrir's claws could turn him to dust. Fenrir pointed out that Gian was the one currently aiming at him, questioning how he could do such a thing to a bro. Gian replied that he didn't have a bro like Fenrir. Fenrir expressed a desire to leave, but Gian apologized, explaining that Fenrir was too powerful, and he had to act while he had the chance. Fenrir revealed that the gods had also claimed the same thing, which led to his imprisonment and torture even though he hadn't done anything wrong. He expressed a strong desire to live and emphasized that he didn't want to die. Fenrir then offered to serve Gian as his master. Gian, still cautious, questioned how he could trust Fenrir. Gian was taken aback by the offer to serve him as his master, especially considering that Fenrir was one of the ancient races capable of fighting on par with Elysium's angels. He questioned Fenrir's memory, reminding him that he had mentioned his memories were messed up and asked how he could remember an oath. Fenrir explained that the gods had repeatedly asked him to make that oath, but he had refused to do it back then because they had hurt him by stabbing a sword into his chin. Gian contemplated the nature of the monsters from the mythical age, recognizing their immense pride. They would often choose death over bowing down to others in order to extend their lives. It was hard for him to believe that such a being would willingly submit to him. However, Gian ultimately decided to accept Fenrir as his subordinate. Fenrir expressed his gratitude, assuring Gian that he wouldn't regret this decision. Gian noticed the happiness in Fenrir's demeanor. Fenrir then took an oath, swearing upon his soul as Loki's son, Fenrir, to serve Gian as his master. Gian, taken aback by the sudden change in Fenrir's attitude, confirmed the oath. Fenrir, now addressing Gian as master, expressed his gratitude. This transformation from calling Gian bro to master surprised Gian. Fenrir continued by mentioning that his neck had been in excruciating pain, feeling as if it was about to break. Gian decided to help Fenrir and used holy fire to heal his injury. Fenrir chuckled and remarked that it felt warm, and his pain was beginning to subside. Gian cautioned him not to talk too much to avoid affecting his wounds. Gian couldn't help but notice Fenrir's change in behavior, wondering if he was starting to act like a dog. Observing the dimensional crack expanding, Gian asked Fenrir if he could run. Fenrir replied with a negative, explaining that it would be difficult due to the pain in his neck and legs, but he thought he might be able to do it after some rest. Gian warned that if they continued resting there, they might find themselves on an express route to the afterlife. Fenrir, concerned about the danger, asked Gian if it was too risky to stay there. He admitted that he couldn't run in his current condition and implored Gian to think of a solution. Gian nervously asked if Fenrir could transform into a smaller form. Fenrir affirmed that he could and promptly transformed into a small, cute dog. He asked, "Master, how does this look?" Gian couldn't help but be surprised by the transformation. He wondered if he had just fought a dog that didn't even reach the height of his knees with his life on the line, realizing the irony of the situation. Gian was tense, knowing they didn't have the time to stand around. Gian then lifted Fenrir and ran out of the gate as quickly as possible. On the way, Fenrir expressed discomfort with being held by a man. Gian replied that he could just perish here instead. Fenrir apologized. Gian then pondered that he had exerted too much power in his fight with Fenrir. It had become a little perilous this time. How intense could this be? What the end of the world might resemble? The scene then shifted to an undisclosed location where two individuals were seated around a table, observing everything on a globe. One person remarked that they couldn't decipher the situation due to the instability of mana. The second person expressed disbelief. Suddenly, a fire spirit appeared and inquired about what the person couldn't believe. The person tensely replied, "My lord." The spirit assured that the ritual would be a success but pointed out the current chaotic state of affairs. The person replied, requesting a bit more time and budget to rectify the situation. The spirit reminded him that making excuses was a crime, and he couldn't allow him to disappoint his expectations. The person quickly assured that it wouldn't happen again. The spirit nodded in agreement, stating that otherwise, sending a professor to assist him would have been pointless, and called for Zehit. Zehit promptly replied, "Here I am, my lord." The spirit instructed Zehit to assist the professor and continue with the next mission. Zehit responded with a firm yes. The spirit added that it looked forward to the next rescue, but warned that if Zehit failed to meet his expectations once more, there would be consequences. Zehit assured the spirit that the title of master was no longer necessary. The spirit replied that if Zehit achieved the guaranteed results, he would reward him accordingly. The professor interjected, stating that Zehit would have to follow his orders this time. Zehit expressed disbelief that he had to assist a mere human. The professor firmly told him that if he had any complaints, he should address them to the Lord. Zehit acknowledged with an understood. The scene then shifts to outside the gate in Seoul. Shiniyumi greeted Hunter Jial, and Gian asked in surprise, "What's this? Is everyone here to welcome me back as a group?" Shiniyumi questioned if he was joking, explaining that when they arrived, the gate was already on the verge of collapsing. Gian acknowledged, stating that he knew, which was why he had rushed out. Shiniyumi inquired if anything had happened inside, to which Gian responded, "As you can see, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?" Shiniyumi retorted, saying they would have been in a tough spot if something had happened to him because he went inside alone. Gian teasingly asked if she was actually worried about him, causing Shiniyumi to blush and respond defensively, "What? Like hell she was." She quickly added that she meant his father or the ambassador would be in a tough spot. Gian then explained that it was a ritual to summon a being from the past. The elves bombarded Gian with questions, wondering if they were trying to revive the demon lord through the ritual. They were certain it wasn't Demos. They asked who they were attempting to summon. Gian admitted he didn't know. The ritual had failed as the wavelength amplification circle had collapsed. Shiniyumi expressed disappointment that they couldn't gather any information. Gian, however, thought it might become troublesome if he mentioned Fenrir. Shiniyumi reiterated that without his help, they would have been in deep trouble, to which Gian replied, "Please express their thanks and rewards." Shiniyumi laughed and mentioned that she would discuss it with his father. Suddenly, she noticed Fenrir and asked if that was a puppy. Gian confirmed with a simple yes. Shiniyumi, puzzled, remarked that this didn't tell her much. Gian wondered if she didn't realize that this was Fenrir. Additionally, Shiniyumi asked if Gian had brought a puppy into the gate. Gian explained that he had found the puppy on his way there. Shiniyumi questioned why he would bring such a cute puppy into a dangerous place like the gate. Gian justified his actions by saying it seemed abandoned, so he couldn't just leave it alone. Fenrir chimed in, saying he wasn't abandoned with a series of barks. Gian wondered why Fenrir was acting like that and, feeling exhausted, asked him to stop barking like a dog. Gian went on to explain that after the gate collapsed, the elven embassy attempted to trace the dark elves' whereabouts, but their efforts were unsuccessful, although they managed to capture a few dark elves who were near the wavelength amplification circles when they were destroyed. The others who had escaped the battlefield had completely erased any traces of their presence, disappearing as if they had never existed. Because of this, Various Silin had personally asked for his help. Varric asked Gian if he could help them one more time. Gian thought to himself that he had already absorbed the energy of chaos from the Black Gate, and had evidence that the Dark Elves were not following Demos. With Fenrir now a part of him, there was nothing more he could gain from assisting further. Gian firmly replied that he believed he had already done enough and would have to decline Varric's request. Varric accepted this and mentioned they shouldn't rely on Gian too heavily. Gian requested that they ensure proper rewards for the help he had provided thus far. Varric assured him, saying, "Of course, please look forward to the reward." Gian added, "Please let me know if you find out who is behind those dark elves." Varric agreed, saying, "All right, I will contact you if we discover anything." Gian then thought to himself that since he had confirmed the dark elves weren't following the past him, it was likely a different being was behind them. He was determined that if he found out which demon it was, he wouldn't let them go, and even envisioned a rather vivid and imaginative punishment involving their horns. Fenrir mentioned that he was hungry, and Gian thought it was a good time to rest. He then offered food to Fenrir, but Fenrir appeared furious. Gian questioned why Fenrir was being so particular about his food when he had just said he was hungry. Fenrir replied, "I can't eat this." Gian furiously asked if Fenrir hadn't stated that he had been fine with any food when he inquired about his preferences moments ago. Fenrir retorted that it seemed unusual to consume something overly sour, spicy, and salty, and he blamed Gian for offering him an inedible meal. Gian inquired about what Fenrir had been consuming until now. Fenrir replied that he was uncertain about that too. In the past, he had always felt satiated despite not eating anything. Gian pondered that, even though Fenrir resembled a poodle, he assumed it was still Fenrir. To account for the unexpected taste preferences, he considered whether he should feed Fenrir what beastmen typically ate. Gian then wondered if there was a beastman available, someone he could consult about this. Was she the sole option? Gian then summoned Ellie to join them. Upon gazing at Fenrir, Ellie exclaimed that he was incredibly adorable. Gian couldn't help but wonder if Ellie had this tender side to her. Ellie inquired about Fenrir's bloodline. Fenrir replied that he didn't have any recollection of it, which was also why he couldn't undergo any transformations. Ellie inquired further, is that the case? She speculated that Fenrir might belong to a bloodline with a rich history, given its potent scent, even surpassing that of well-known bloodlines. Ellie admitted her surprise and mentioned that she couldn't believe Gian had called her out of the blue to inquire about what dog beastmen liked. Gian asked for clarification. What do you mean? Ellie explained that she herself was a dog beastman, and she assumed he had asked her because he was aware of that fact. Gian was taken aback, exclaiming, "You're a dog beastman." Ellie, with a trembling voice, inquired about the dog's name. Fenrir replied that his name was Fenrir, while Gian mistakenly said Pengu. Ellie's eyes welled up with tears, and she remarked that she believed Fenrir might have developed mythomania due to his memory loss, persistently insisting that he was Fenrir. In his thoughts, Gian observed how Fenrir appeared to want to challenge Ellie's statement, yet his tail kept wagging as she embraced him. This behavior was in stark contrast to Jormungandr. Gian couldn't help but think that Ellie shouldn't be deceived by appearances. Despite how Fenrir looked now, he was, in reality, a monster among monsters with a history spanning over 1,000 years. Gian couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow lost to a mere dog. The scene shifted to the Interstellar Union building. Gian, Ellie, and Fenrir were dining at a hotel named Magran's Specialty Meat. Ellie encouraged Fenrir to enjoy his meal by patting his back. Fenrir expressed that it had been very delicious. Gian felt a little frustrated, wondering why he had come here with hopes of finding food that Pengu would enjoy. He couldn't believe Fenrir had chosen the ruby meat, which cost 200,000 won per person. Those mythical age creatures and their costly taste buds. He thought they should have simply eaten cup noodles or combat rations though. Ellie inquired about their next meeting, asking when it would be. Gian inquired, wasn't our meeting scheduled for tomorrow? Ellie replied, weren't you planning to treat me to a meal, not for business matters like today? Gian was shocked as he suddenly remembered and said, that's right. In his mind, he cursed himself, realizing he had forgotten about it. Ellie asked, you don't forget, do you? Gian quickly responded, of course not. Ellie mentioned that she had been observing him for a while. Gian inquired, you've been watching me. Ellie replied, you tend to show it when you're flustered, like right now. Gian felt tense, thinking, damn it, she caught me. Ellie persisted, asking, so, when are we going out to eat together? Suddenly, Marthan appeared and exclaimed, oh my, you're here. Gian, relieved to see Marthan, thought he was saved. Marthan asked if he could join their table, and Gian responded, yeah, sure. Gian then inquired about Marthan's role as a branch manager, and why he was drinking alcohol during lunchtime. Marthan replied, doesn't Gian know that beer is like soul food for dwarves? Gian conceded, I guess that's true. The scene shifted to Marthan's office. Gian expressed that he needed Marthan's assistance with something. Marthan replied, please let me know if there's anything I can help with. Gian then handed Marthan the cape of scalps and skin, asking, could you engrave this? Marthan, looking confused, remarked, it looks like a pretty incredible item. Where did you get it from? Gian replied, from the tower. Marthan pondered for a moment and said, it would be difficult for them to enter the tower themselves. I'll take a look at this. However, Marthan was taken by surprise. He added, I'm having trouble with the identifying stage. Gian inquired, was that so? Marthan expressed his difficulty in engraving it and asked, what is this? Gian replied, it's a cape made from the leather of the world snake. Hearing this, Marthan was shocked and asked, the world snake? Are you serious? It's my first time touching something so precious. Gian remarked, so what if you're touching it? You couldn't even engrave it. Marthan admitted, it's true. Gian asked, in any case, Marthan, you can't do anything with this, right? Marthan sadly responded, I think only my teacher would be able to do something about it. Gian thought that he could use it once there was an engraving on it, so he couldn't use it right away. He then asked Marthan if he could help him find someone who could engrave it. Marthan replied, I think I know some artisans who would be interested in this. You can count on me to find one. Gian mentioned that he had one more order to place. Marthan asked, what is it? Gian then presented a dagger and said, I want you to make 10 of these. Marthan noted the interesting weight balance and blade shape and asked if it was designed for throwing. Gian acknowledged the sharp observation and confirmed that it was indeed meant for throwing. Marthan inquired if he was planning to use it as a consumable item, to which Gian replied that he intended to attach a string to the end of its handle to retrieve it. Marthan suggested using arachne string for that purpose, which Gian found to be a great idea. Gian thought that the tri-lightning hidden dagger technique required a total of 10 daggers, so having spares would be a wise choice. Suddenly, Marthan's phone rang, and Marthan mentioned that it was the person he had asked to help build the training ground building. He asked if he could take the call and then proceeded to answer the call. While there, Gian asked Fenrir if he was happy after eating 10 portions of 20k meat. Fenrir responded, I want to eat it again, master. Suddenly, Marthan shouted, Hunter Gian. Gian asked, what is it? Marthan replied, it's about the magic circle deployed in the training ground. Gian inquired, what about it? Marthan explained, the builder saw the magic circle and got all excited. She wants to meet you right away. Gian commented, she's got good eyes. Why does she want to meet me, though? Marthan informed him, she says she wants to buy the formula for that magic circle. Gian was surprised and wondered why she wanted to buy the formula. Suddenly, a girl appeared, shouting about the magic circle. The girl introduced herself as Harin Linswood, the CEO of Linswood Construction. Gian introduced himself and asked if she was the CEO, then wondered if she was a gnome due to her small stature. Marthan explained that she had set up her own company because she disliked working under people in the Interstellar Union. But Harin dismissed it as unnecessary to explain. In this context, it became clear that gnomes were a race known for their exceptional skills in handicrafts, similar to dwarfs. Each race had its own area of expertise, with dwarfs being seen as technicians and gnomes as more akin to scientists. Harin asked Gian if he had drawn the magic circle, and Gian confirmed that he had. Harin then mentioned that the magic circle couldn't be drawn using Earth's knowledge. She further explained that while the magic circle had 8 rune words on the surface, a closer examination would reveal the use of heavenly rune languages between those words. Hearing Harin's remarks, Gian wondered how she, a human, could know about the rune language of the heavens that only angels and demons were supposed to be familiar with. He decided to ask her a question in return, saying, let me ask you this, what do you think is the purpose of this magic circle? Harin explained that the arrangement of the rune words gathered in a circular pattern was typical for concentrating mana, and thus, the purpose of this magic circle was to draw in mana from its surroundings. Gian complimented her understanding, saying that he had heard she was a friend of Marthan and that she was quite competent. Harin confidently stated that she was 10 times more competent than Marthan. She then directly expressed her desire to learn the rune language of the heavens. Gian, however, declined her request, explaining that teaching her the language wouldn't be enough. She needed a certain level of class in her soul to effectively control the rune language. Harin pointed out that he was also a human and questioned if the same applied to him. Gian privately considered that the rune language of the heavens was a power reserved for advanced spiritual beings. Even if he were to teach her, she wouldn't necessarily be able to control this power. Nonetheless, he appreciated competent individuals. Gian drew his sword and asked if she really thought so, which startled both Marthan and Harin. In his thoughts, Gian recognized the unique ability Harin had displayed in finding the hidden rune language of the heavens within the 18 rune words and her passion for magic engineering that had driven her here. Gian then moved closer to them, and Harin closed her eyes in fear. However, Gian continued forward and began to perform a mysterious action that left both Harin and Marthan confused. He created a small circle and instructed Harin, Harin, infuse your mana into this. Harin responded, yes, sir. Harin obediently began infusing her mana, but suddenly, something unexpected occurred that left both Harin and Marthan blinded. In Gian's thoughts, he recognized the phenomenon as a six-formation trap, a trap formation passed down in the famous house of the Martial Continent, the Eagle family. This formation possessed the power to disrupt one's five senses, and for now, only their sight had been affected. However, if left unchecked, all their five senses would become paralyzed over time. After getting free from the trap, Marthan mentioned that he could see now, and Harin felt relieved. Gian then asked Harin if she could identify the principle behind the technique he had used. Harin admitted that she had no idea. Gian explained that it was a trap formation. Harin was surprised and asked why he had shown her this trap formation. In his thoughts, Gian believed that he knew how to deal with someone like her. He would feed her desire for knowledge. Gian suggested to Harin that they work on something together. Once again, Gian considered that if she couldn't use the rune language of the heavens, he could teach her something else valuable. Here we learned from Gian that gnomes were a race that enjoyed a peaceful and comfortable life due to their exceptional knowledge of magical tools, and in exchange for their gentle and unhurried nature, they lacked excessive greed or ambition. However, Harin was different. One day, she left her home, expressing her desire to escape the monotony of such a mundane existence. She pondered that she could escape from this modest locale and embrace a fresh challenge. Subsequently, owing to her remarkable expertise in magical tool engineering, she secured employment within the Interstellar Union. She crossed paths with Marthan, collaborated with him, and accomplished a significant project, earning substantial accolades within the Union. She achieved success, yet that did not quench her sense of fulfillment. Harin believed she had much more to achieve. But one day, she encountered the location where the tower trials had been constructed, a result of the conflict between Elysium and Pandemonium. It was a neutral zone mutually agreed upon by both realms, and she perceived it as a land filled with opportunities. Harin subsequently departs from the Interstellar Union. Marthan, filled with anger, inquires why she abruptly resigned when she was flourishing within the organization. Harin retorts that she, as a determined dwarf, is determined to pursue her ambitions. Upon her departure, she arrives on Earth and establishes her own business with the savings she had amassed. Gian then reveals that she applied her magical tool engineering knowledge to construction, leading to the expansion of her business. However, she began to recognize her limitations as her rivals, including large corporations like the Interstellar Union, continued to grow. It was during this period that she stumbled upon an astonishing magic circle while working on a project for Marthan. Without a clear plan in mind, she sought out the owner of the magic circle, her primary intention being to learn the rune language. However, what she encountered was a wholly unexpected opportunity. The intricacies of trap formations were challenging, even for someone as skilled as Harin. Nonetheless, she contemplated that by accepting this proposal, she could set her business apart from the competition. Finally, Harin agreed to the proposal. The scene shifted to Gian, a smile gracing his lips as he examined the contract. In his thoughts, he mused that financial concerns were a thing of the past now that he had forged an agreement with Harin, and the first clause was royalty-based. Gian went on to explain that this meant he would instruct her in the use of the legendary trap formations, and in return, she would pay him royalties whenever she employed these formations in her construction projects. Gian found it truly remarkable to incorporate trap formations into buildings. They were as dynamic as magic and could set themselves apart from traditional methods. He then explained the second clause, which involved maintaining absolute secrecy about his celestial nature. He understood that the greater the success of Linwood construction, the more prosperous he would become. However, he also acknowledged that if the venture failed, he would receive nothing. Gian reflected on encountering individuals in his past life who possessed eyes similar to Harin's, eyes filled with an unrelenting drive propelling them toward their goals. They were the kind of eyes that spurred her to rise every time she stumbled until she achieved her desires. He saw himself as merely providing wings to Harin, enabling her to soar towards success. Gian nodded and began to speak. "All right, now that the contract is completed." But before he could continue, Harin interrupted, eagerly saying, "Mr. Gian, please start teaching me trap formation quickly." Gian replied that they would commence their lessons after the auction had concluded. Harin questioned why they needed to wait that long, to which Gian explained that he had some pressing matters to attend to. In his mind, Gian knew that there was one more crucial task remaining: the training of the ancient celestial art. Gian revealed that he had invested a substantial amount of money to establish his personal training center, but he had never engaged in proper training himself. Nevertheless, it wasn't as though he gained nothing during that time. He understood that if he didn't focus, he wouldn't know when he'd complete the absorption of the world's stone energy. Gian explained that there were only 10 days remaining until the auction. He hoped that if he could successfully liquefy and absorb all the energy within the ancient celestial art, the microcosm in his mind world would become even more flawless. The scene then transitioned to 10 days later, where Gian concluded his training and exclaimed, "Status window." Upon viewing his own stats, he remarked that all his attributes were now more than double what they were a month ago. Given that both the ancient celestial art and the holy spark utilize chaos energy, Gian believed he should be capable of handling 2 to 3 rank hunters simultaneously without any difficulties. He then made a conscious effort to focus on his levels. Fenrir approached and remarked, "Master, your energy has become stronger." Gian inquired if Fenrir could sense that, to which Fenrir responded affirmatively, noting that despite his appearance, his sense of smell was akin to a dog's. Gian humorously added, "You do look exactly like a dog." Gian pondered that Fenrir was still sealed, and he needed to find another way to unseal it, reverting it to the state when it was known as a god devourer. While he patted Fenrir, Fenrir responded in a serious tone, "Pat me after you take a bath." Gian agreed and stated he would go wash up since he needed to attend the auction. As he awaited transportation, a car arrived to pick him up. Gian wondered why he was instructed to be picked up from a different location, not directly at the auction venue. Upon arriving, he spotted Ellie and asked her why she was here and whether she wasn't occupied with other matters. Ellie replied, "Why else? I'm here to pick up our precious mercenary." Gian complimented her appearance, thinking to himself how different she looked all dolled up. Ellie questioned whether he was planning to attend the auction dressed like that. Gian asked, "What's wrong? It's neat and tidy." Ellie then took his hand and insisted that this auction would have many world-renowned figures in attendance, and she couldn't allow him, as a contractor with their branch, to be looked down upon. Gian remarked that Ellie was quite forceful, and asked where she learned to say such things. They both entered the parlor, and Ellie promptly instructed, "Please put makeup on this person quickly." Gian hesitated and mentioned that he had never applied makeup before. Ellie reassured him, saying that if it was her request, the beauticians would work swiftly. After the makeup was done, Ellie exclaimed, "There it is." She emphasized that one should only judge someone after they were fully dressed up. Gian inquired about when she had prepared this formal suit, as it was remarkably comfortable. Ellie explained that she had already had the suit tailored to his measurements in advance just in case it was needed. She mentioned that she needed to leave first, which surprised Gian. He asked if they weren't going together, to which Ellie replied that she was busy and had only managed to squeeze out time to come and find him. Gian understood that since the auction was hosted by the Yongsan branch, Ellie must be very busy as Marthan's subordinate. He then complimented Ellie, saying that she looked great in that dress. Ellie responded, "What was that? I look good in any clothes." Gian thought to himself that she really looked different dressed in that outfit. Gian entered the auction and thought to himself that he was told it was an auction, but it felt more like a banquet. Fenrir, noticing the crowd, commented that there were a lot of people there. Gian cautioned Fenrir not to cause any trouble, which prompted Fenrir to angrily ask who Gian thought he was. Gian playfully responded, "Pengu." Fenrir objected, saying he didn't want such a silly name and insisted on being called Fenrir. Just then, a girl inquired if that was the cute dog. Gian looked at the girl and wondered who she was. The girl introduced herself as Gian. Gian also introduced himself and wondered that she appeared quite familiar. Wait, Gian. That's correct. She belonged to one of the country's guilds, the Divine Guild. The Divine Guild had been a subsidiary of the country's leading corporation, the Divine Group. She happened to be the youngest daughter of the Divine Group's president, Chen Yusung, and the guild master who had founded the guild. Gian stated that he didn't even recognize such an amazing person. Chen responded by saying that he might say that, but he didn't find her challenging, did he? Gian replied, "Of course, he did." Gian then thought that while Divine was a top group in Korea, their global position wasn't absolute. He should, at the very least, act like a gentleman. Chen mentioned that they wanted to recruit him for their guild, but she had only just met him now. She had tried calling him multiple times, but he never picked up. Gian apologized and inquired, "When did you try to call me?" Chen replied, "Right after you passed the exam." In his mind, Gian thought that his phone was blowing up back then, so he didn't even bother to check. It was embarrassing. He considered the idea of running away. Gian then said aloud, "I see. Well, I should be going." Chen suggested that she thought it would be better if he stayed. Perplexed, Gian asked, "What do you mean?" Chen responded by asking why he didn't take a look around. Gian questioned, "A look around?" Gian was shocked and thought to himself, "What?" He began to wonder when there were this many people around. They were all watching them too, which he found rather bothersome. Chen then pointed out that he seemed to be in the dark. She explained that at the moment, Hunter Gian was being referred to as the Storm Hack. He had exceeded all expectations of rookie hunters and had secured the top spot in the exam that all the guild's prospects had entered. He was someone who had shaken up the entire hunter market. Gian replied that he had no intentions of switching guilds. Chen nodded and said, "As I expected. That's why I didn't make you an offer. However, I can't say the same for everyone else." Gian then asked, "So why was the Divine Guild Master talking to me?" Chen explained, "She wants to establish a friendly relationship with you." Gian wondered if all of this was happening just because he came first in that exam. Chen explained that she had observed him during his confrontation with Bluecatcher, and after watching the video, she had thought at that time that he had the potential to become the nation's best hunter. Gian then pondered that back then, he was just a novice learning martial arts. She had made that judgment based on that moment. Chen countered by asking, "Isn't wanting to be friends with the nation's best hunter reason enough?" Gian responded with a firm no, "That's not right." Chen asked, "Sorry." Gian clarified that she would get to know not just the nation's best hunter but the person who would become the world's best hunter. Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled softly. Gian asked if she was laughing at him, to which Chen replied, "Of course not." Gian couldn't help but notice the confidence and pride in her gaze, an expression devoid of cowardice or deceit. Suddenly, an announcement was made that the auction would begin shortly, and all the guests were requested to head inside. Chen's bodyguard approached and informed her, "Miss, it looks like the auction is about to start." Chen acknowledged and replied, "I heard it too. I'll escort him to the VIP room." She then turned to Gian and expressed her desire to meet him again, but with more time. With that, she bid him farewell and prepared to leave. Fenrir commented that Chen was pretty, much like Ellie. Gian questioned whether being pretty was that important. Fenrir replied, "Words and actions are different, master." Gian asked, "What's different?" Fenrir explained that there were always pretty people around, and he was certain that master was a reveler just like his father. Gian, getting a bit frustrated, declared, "No ruby meats for 2 weeks." Fenrir quickly realized his mistake and apologized, saying, "I was wrong. I'll apologize. I'm sorry." As Gian approached the gate, he noticed the strict security measures. A guard asked for his invitation card and then proceeded to scan him thoroughly. After the scan was completed, the guard informed him that the check was finished. Gian was instructed to wear a mask inside the auction house and was presented with a choice of masks. When he saw a bald lion mask among the options, he was slightly surprised but decided to go with it. After getting inside, Fenrir asked why he had to wear a mask. Gian replied that there was no point if he was the only one wearing a mask. He then thought to himself that if his entire body figure was concealed by illusion magic, he could effectively hide his identity. Wearing this mask reminded him of the admin tutorial. Fenrir remarked, "Wow, there are so many people here." Gian then commented, "Oh, it's starting." Marthin came on stage, introduced himself, and expressed his gratitude to all the guests present. Fenrir asked, "Did they come here just to watch a stumpy dwarf in a school play?" Gian replied, "Of course not." Ellie took the stage and greeted everyone, thanking them for their patience, and announced that the auction would commence. Fenrir commented that she was a pretty lady, to which Gian sternly told him he couldn't talk from now on. Gian then thought that as he had looked at the auction list before, there wasn't anything he wanted. They were all subpar items. Gian thought to himself that Marthin's crafted items were better, and he preferred leaving equipment to Marthin instead of buying them at the auction. As Ellie began sharing information about an unknown fragment, describing it as a mythical object from a B-rank gate boss monster, Gian paid close attention. Gian recognized the item as the Dranka key and thought it wouldn't be in high demand since not many possessed the eyes of truth. Ellie mentioned that if no one else besides guest number 55 was interested, they would proceed to sell it. Gian decided to view this as an appetizer. As Ellie announced the next item, 10 kilograms of mithril mass and 5 kilograms of orichalcum mass, Gian realized that this was exactly what he needed to strengthen the Dark Star. As many people started bidding, the price for the mithril and orichalcum mass went from 400,000 to 1 million. Gian decided it was time to take control of the situation and said, "There's no need to take it further. Let's double it." Ellie announced that guest number 55 had doubled the bid, and then guest number 79 increased it by 10%. Gian couldn't help but wonder, what's with that blue dog? Does he want to fight me? Ellie continued with the bidding, stating that guest number 55 had doubled it again, and guest number 79 had increased it by 10% once more. This back and forth continued until the price reached a staggering $13 million. Gian couldn't help but notice that Ellie didn't seem overly excited. Frustrated, he thought, screw it, if it's not enough, let's use the blank check. Ellie announced that guest number 55 had increased the bid by 10%, and she inquired if anyone else was interested. Guest number 79 appeared quite disheartened. Ellie then declared that the item had been sold to guest number 55. Gian, frustrated, muttered, "This bastard should have backed down earlier." Guest number 79, now looking at Gian, seemed curious and wondered who he was. The auction then concluded, and Gian mentioned that he had successfully acquired the item he desired. He reflected that it brought back memories of his past when he achieved everything he desired by simply snapping his fingers. Suddenly, someone approached Gian. Upon arrival, the person said, "Hello, you Korean, please wait. My name is Alfred Graf. Do you have some time?" Gian then wondered who this person was and replied, apologizing that he had something urgent to attend to and needed to leave. Alfred urged him not to go, mentioning that he was interested in the mithril and orichalcum items that Gian had obtained. Upon hearing this, Gian wondered how the person knew that he was the one who purchased those items. Gian then inquired, "How do you know?" Alfred replied, "I know, you acquired the mithril and orichalcum." Gian asked if he was the person with the blue dog, to which Alfred confirmed, saying, "Yes, the dog is cute." Gian responded by stating that he had no interest in Alfred's preferences. Gian wondered how this person could see through his mask and questioned their identity. Then, he invoked the eyes of truth and realized that it was an angel. He pondered, "Hyung, why were you emerging from there?" The scene transitioned to a training ground. Gian commented, "So, in just 1 month, Alfred managed to accumulate $20 million. Are you suggesting that I should sell you the mithril and orichalcum for $20 million? Alfred affirmed, saying, "Yes, we communicate effectively, and in 1 month, we both could become wealthy." Gian pondered whether there was a specific reason why an Elysium angel was in such a rush to acquire mithril and orichalcum. He questioned how the angel obtained the black baptism and whether he should attempt to discern his intentions. To begin, Gian suggested, "Why don't you use translation magic, Alfred? Your speech can be challenging to understand." Alfred replied, "No, I don't know that magic." Gian questioned, "Really? Isn't it a basic magic that angels typically learn?" Alfred transformed into his angelic form and inquired about when Gian had discovered his true identity. He expressed a need to understand how Gian had found out. Meanwhile, Fenrir, Gian's companion, asked if his master was planning to engage in combat. Gian replied that he had no intentions of harming Alfred. Instead, he had numerous questions to ask. Gian responded, "Foolish child, pay close attention." Alfred asked, "What?" Gian then contemplated that if Alfred was indeed an angel, he should be able to demonstrate the well-known authority of holy fire, which invigorates life and repels negativity. Gian summoned the holy fire and inquired, "Child, do you now recognize who you are?" Alfred, taken aback by the display of energy, exclaimed, "This energy. Sir Michael," acknowledging his identity as one of the great 7 angels. Gian advised him to first lower the energy, to which Alfred agreed, saying, "Yes, I understand." Gian instructed Alfred to stop the energy and stand up. However, Alfred refused, stating that he didn't have the right to look him straight in the face. Gian couldn't help but feel frustrated with the angelic attitude, muttering to himself, "This is why I dislike angels." Gian addressed Alfred as a young child, to which Alfred replied with respect, saying, "Yes, Supreme." Gian continued, telling Alfred that he knew he must be curious about why he had descended to this world. Alfred responded with humility, saying, "No, how could I, a lowly existence?" Gian sternly instructed Alfred to be quiet and listen. He disclosed that there were indeed rebellious movements taking place within Elysium. Alfred, shocked, exclaimed, "Rebellious movements." Gian continued, explaining that the evidence of these movements was the baptismal energy emanating from Alfred's body. Alfred, filled with tension and fear, quickly apologized, stating that he had only acted as he was instructed and claimed to have no knowledge about the baptism. Gian inquired why Alfred had been sent to Earth after receiving their baptism. Alfred explained that it was due to one of the powers, Edel. Gian, puzzled, admitted he had never heard that name before and proceeded to ask when Edel was supposed to arrive here. Alfred replied that he had heard there would be a ceremony in 2 months, which was why he had come to acquire the mithril and orichalcum. Gian couldn't help but find the situation quite peculiar. Going from encounters with dark selves to now dealing with angels conducting a ceremony seemed like an unusually significant turn of events. He thought to himself that a 6th-rank angel like Alfred wouldn't be capable of orchestrating such a large-scale operation. This led him to suspect that the angel behind it all must be at least a monarch rank of the pandemonium. Furthermore, Gian realized that Alfred, like Verd and Taniel, might be another loose end who didn't possess critical information about the situation. Gian asserted that Alfred was still pure and hadn't sinned. He then used the holy fire on Alfred, stating that instead of cutting loose ends, they needed to remain attached. Alfred, feeling the warm fire, believed that Gian was forgiving his sins. Gian declared that he would designate Alfred as an Elysium secret investigator. Alfred, surprised, asked, "Secret investigator?" The scene then shifted to reveal that Taniel had already become the secret investigator. Alfred, with determination, assured Gian that he would follow his orders, even if it meant facing the holy fire. He expressed his commitment to repay Gian's trust with his utmost effort. Gian acknowledged Taniel for believing in him and helping him understand the importance of uncovering the details of the ceremony. He declared that whoever was behind this scheme wouldn't be allowed to have their way with Earth. Gian then urged them to go and find their items, accompanied by Pengu.